Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had probability winning Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Humanity is like a coin, there is two sides to it. Heads and tails. Good and evil. For one to exist, the other must be present, for you see, good may not exist without evil to create the opportunity for good to happen. Thus, we live in a balance. A delicate balance held up by the foundation of heroes and villains. When one disappears, the other has no purpose, and so, it crumbles to dust, a forgotten relic of an abandoned past. Hey, Kaken, let's flip a coin. The young boy said, his fist clenched around a 5-yen coin. Fine. I pick heads, Kaken grunted. That wasn't his real name, obviously. That was just what the parasitic little nerd called him. With a simple upward motion, the coin flew up into the air, somersaulted high above their palms before falling gracefully, quickly, tumbling down and spinning on its side. Both boys stared intently, as if their impatient gaze would halt the miniature disc in its tracks. Seconds felt like minutes felt like hours, only pierced by the tinny rolling sound of metal on asphalt, rolling, rolling, rolling. Heads, I win. Kaken yelled, grinning cockily. Izuku laughed. You're so cool, Kaken. Shut up, Deku, he spat, still wearing that arrogant smile. Of course I'm cool, I'm the best. Besides, anyone could win against you, you're just a useless Deku. Deku, huh? Who knew that one word, one simple word, could do so much? Like shackles and a life sentence, they weighed him down, tied himself to a noose of judgment and put him on the gallows of unfulfilled expectation. Stones of harsh words and verbal torment hit him, hard, every single day. Some days, the good days, they were pebbles, barely scratching the surface. Others, the bad days, they would be great, hulking boulders, crushing him under their immense weight. Either way they hurt. They hurt so much. You've all got some impressive quirks, the teacher said. Really? They all had some impressive quirks? Sure. In the back of the classroom, he put his head down. Down and deaf to the slander slung across the classroom. It hurt less that way. I'm sure you all want to go to UA, the teacher said. UA. The dream of aspiring heroes. Not that he could get in. The chances of that happening were less than those of him being hit by a real boulder, and that had a pretty low chance of happening. He closed his eyes. Shut off and blind, he couldn't see the twisted, contorted faces of his hopes and dreams being slowly destroyed before his eyes. You all want to be heroes. An explosion silenced them all. Low chuckles of arrogance spilt from the lips of one faceless face in the classroom. Kaken. I'm the only one with the stuff to get into UA. I'll even surpass All Might and become the best hero out there. Not to mention, I'll be one of the richest people in the world. Aren't you aiming for UA too, Midoriya? There was a moment of stunned silence as the class tried to process what they heard. Then, it started. A torrential rain of laughter poured from them, drowning him in a sea of shame. Of course they didn't know or care. Of course they didn't. But, then again, he didn't care anymore. He was used to it. Used to nobody caring, or wanting to care. Wanting it to be over, he stayed quiet. A firm hand grabbed his collar. Forget the crappy quirks, you're totally quirkless. And you think that you can rub shoulders with me? Kaken seethed, clenching at Midoriya's neck so hard he felt as though he were choking. And no, Kaken, he whispered raspily. The hand was released and he flung back into the wall, slumping from the sudden shock. But, there's no harm in trying. Stupid Deku, what could you ever do? He looked away. If only they listened, then they would know. By the time class was over, there was no more of him left to fight. He was done. Midoriya picked up his notes and made headway for the door. Before he got there, however, his beloved notes were plucked straight from his hand. We ain't done here, Deku. Slamming the book between his palms, Kaken activated his quirk, blowing months of hard work to smithereens. With careless anger, the book was tossed out of the window. Viridian eyes glowed ever so slightly crimson. 74.61%. Good enough. He let it fall. The best heroes out there showed signs of greatness even as students, just like me. I'll be the first, and only, hero from this crappy public middle school. The first to win the honor of becoming a student at UA High. The hand clamped onto him again, this time singing his shoulder. In other words, don't you dare get into UA High, got it? No response. He was put down. You know, if you want to be a hero so badly, I might have an idea for you. Go take a swan dive off of the roof and see if you get a quirk in your next life. If only he had listened before. If only. When he left the school, sopping wet notes in hand, Midoriya Izuku was miserable. Numbers, growing smaller and smaller and smaller by the second, surrounded him in his mind. They were his only friends, those numbers. What one might kill to have. Something wet and slimy grabbed him and pulled him back. He had seen it coming, naturally, but why would he bother running away? Even without his eyes, he knew there was no escape, or at least very little chance of one. Besides, at least this way, it would be over. He wanted it to be over. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the numbers got higher in the corner of his eye. Breathing grew harder and harder, the world got darker and darker. 8, sounds of people, all those who didn't care go further into a void of nothing. 10, 11, a light began to approach, but still the numbers grew. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, higher and higher. The light was extinguished, and blue irises pulled him back into a void. The numbers were still there, up and down, rising and falling with the spin of the earth itself. It was incredible. Then, he woke up. Ah, good, you're okay, a deep voice said. Looking up, he could see who it was. Anyone who was anyone could see who it was, what with such a distinctive appearance. All Might. Of course it was. A wry smile made it onto his face. How ironic that the person he both most and least wanted to see was here at this very moment, he supposed. Well, if nothing else, now he could be sure. Apologies for getting you caught in my villain hunt. Mistakes like that aren't my style, but, well, wrong place, wrong time. Midoriya opened his notebook, only to see a large, felt-tip signature scrawled across 2 pages. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off. No. No, he couldn't leave. Not now, not yet. He still needed to answer the question. So, unable to think of what else to do, Midoriya reached out and grabbed what he could, All Might's leg. Taking off into the sky was an experience, to say the least. The wind rushing into his face was suffocating, and seeing the disappearing city below made Midoriya feel his life slip away with every meter he traveled. Had there been a seatbelt or any other kind of safety measure, Midoriya might have enjoyed the view. However, considering all he had to hold on to was a flying human, he was not very pleased. What are you doing, kid? All Might asked. Close your eyes and mouth. He complied, clamped his mouth closed and squeezed his eyes shut, praying for a landing. That landing eventually came, when they ended up atop a random building in the heart of Mizurufu. By that time, unfortunately, Midoriya Izuku's soul had left him, and had landed in a garbage bin some few hundred kilometers south of their current location. That was terrifying. He wheezed, trying to catch his breath. The blustery wind had caused his hair to go haywire and fall in front of his eyes, but he couldn't reach to move it out of the way. All Might coughed and brushed down his trousers. That was reckless, young child. Hopefully the people downstairs will help us down. I've no time though. Truly. He enthusiastically said to nobody in particular. In Midoriya's mind, something snaped. Wait. All Might turned around. I have to know. If, even without a quirk, or any real power of my own, can I still be a hero like you? There was a silence, a tension between the two. But as the wind blew, and All Might juggled the frail balance between gentle and brutal, his time was up. He hacked up blood, stooping in pain as steam started to pour from his body. It's just, I've always been picked on for not having a quirk, and saving people sounds like the coolest thing anyone could ever do. Like how you save everyone with a big smile on your face. I want to be a hero, just like you. In the time it had taken for Midoriya to delve into an anxiety-induced rant, All Might, it seemed, had deflated. No longer was he the bulky, muscle-headed, smiley man the public adored, but rather, a living skeleton had taken his place, a mere wisp of the man he always seemed to be, and a far cry from adored. Seeing it was different, in one word. Unexpected, and mildly terrifying. Not only for the fact that he looked like the antagonist of a poorly written children's book, but also due to the fact that he, the pillar of justice, bringer of hope, looked so weak. He could have screamed. Honestly, he could have. Seeing something so jarring was terrifying and he didn't like it. Sorry to disappoint, kid, but I am All Might. How? He asked, not angry, or disappointed, or even sounding very surprised. Just curious. Very, very curious. 5 years ago, an enemy did this to me. He pulled up his shirt to display a grotesque scar that started at an epicenter on the side of his chest, then branched out across his torso in broken red lines of agony. My respiratory system was pretty much destroyed, and I had to have my stomach removed. After surgery, I started to waste away. Now, I can't do hero work for more than a few hours, 3 at the most. Do you mean when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? Midoriya asked. All Might almost laughed at that. That lowlife? No. It was in a fight that was never made public. Or rather, I asked for it to not be made public. A symbol of peace who saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil, after all. I smile to stave off the overwhelming pressure, and to mask the fear inside. A pro has to be prepared to risk his or her life at any moment. Without power, you could never hope to be a hero. But, he didn't. After all, he knew that he was unlucky already. He shouldn't expected anything to come of this encounter other than disappointment. As All Might walked off, he said one last thing. It's okay to dream, kid, but be realistic. With that, the door slammed shut, and Midoriya felt his hopes and dreams be crushed forever. That night, he went home very quietly. He didn't stop over at the station to pick up a newspaper, nor did he go after any villain fights. Instead, he arrived home at 5:20, went straight to his room, and sat on his bed, crying. He should have known better, he should have. How could someone like him be a hero, after all? How could someone so weak, so small, become a hero? Who was he kidding? This wasn't some shitty shounen manga where the weak protagonist suddenly gets all strong via the powers of Deus Ex Machina or whatever. This was real life. He could never be a hero. In his palm, he clenched a 5-yen coin. Words blurred in his head. Useless. Deku. Never. Realistic. No. Hell. Hero. No. Hero. No. Hero. No. Hero. He tossed the coin into the air, watching it turn in what seemed almost like slow motion. They said that he could never be a hero. But they never said he couldn't be a villain. And, just like that, the coin landed, flat in his palm. He gripped it in his fist. He knew what he had to do. That night, when the city was asleep and bathed in the light of the moon, a boy escaped his home with nothing but a bag and the clothes on his back. With him, he took 13 notebooks, a fistful of his mother's money, a pocket knife, and a length of rope. In his place, he left a note for his poor mother, a letter for his long-gone friend, and a poster of the #1 hero, their symbol of peace, with a long, even slash through his face. That night, Midoriya Izuku died, and, in his place, a villain was born. April. The month that any ordinary 15-year-old would be heading off to high school, a smile on their face and a satchel on their back. However, that was only what an ordinary 15-year-old would be doing. Midoriya Izuku, however, was by no means normal. He was, by common definition, a villain. A criminal. There were a number of other words for him, but most of those were pretty rude. He didn't care though. It wasn't like he cared. For the past 10 months since he'd died, Midoriya Izuku had been struggling. A lot of the time, he'd taken refuge in abandoned buildings for a few weeks, then bounced when someone found him. Money was a bit of an issue, but nicking wallets and valuables proved useful. Other than that, he'd found ways of getting enough for food, water, and other vitals. To be frank, it was often tiring. Very tiring. In fact, it was often unbearable. There were nights that he would stay up until well past night, right on into the morning, just because he couldn't fall asleep on the tough concrete, either for fear of being attacked, or the fear of being saved and brought right back home. Or just because there were too many bugs and rats to rest easy. Some days, if he were really unlucky, it would be a combination of more than one. That day, it was sunny. Bright. Too bright, in some ways. The sun was shining, birds were chirping, and 3 young children had been killed in a hostage situation just earlier that morning. Lovely, right? Of course it was, because that was the unfortunate truth of the world. People died, and not all of them after a long and fulfilling life. More often than not, they were brutally killed, either by disease or violence. How mundane. Walking down the street, Midoriya stopped to look at the glaring headlines on the morning newspaper. Always the same, he had begun to notice. Or, at least, similar. There was a formula, you see. It was always something along the lines of insert popular hero here takes down insert villain here. There was never anything about failure, only success. No stories of how a hero had fallen in battle, no stories of how one couldn't save the day. Nothing. Flipping through the pages, words began to repeat themselves, until the whole thing was an overdramatized blur of hyperbole and scripted scenes of justice designed to pull at the reader's heartstrings. Too bad he had none left for them to yank at. How ridiculous, he mumbled, frowning, before chucking down the newspaper. He had no need for it. Quietly, he walked away, blending in with the busy crowd of commuters. But, not before he saw a piece of anomalous news on a billboard. Midoriya Izuku still missing. He heard a man sigh from baying him. Poor kid. I wonder if they'll find him soon. That made him chuckle and scoff before turning away and pushing his way through the sea of people. Too bad I'll never let them. As he walked, he fiddled with a coin in his pocket. A piece of home, one might say. It was something he liked, even if it was ironically cheap. There was nothing special about it, but it reminded him of all the things he left behind. Family, friends, school, a whole world of darkness, in exchange for one of freedom. 10 months ago, he didn't know the difference much. Now he knew which one he liked more, and it definitely wasn't the former. Finally, after walking for a lot longer than it seemed, he arrived at his destination. Old, rundown, looked like it had been abandoned a long, long time ago. At least, that was how it looked on the outside. On the inside, however, it looked recently renovated, or at the very least patched up. Designed like an old speakeasy, it was a sanctum for villains hidden under the remains of a cafe that went out of business a long time ago. Midoriya had been coming there for months, ever since he failed to die. The kid's back. The bartender greeted him. He pulled up a stool and took a seat. What can I get for ya? Juice, or something? The bartender poured him a glass and nudged it towards him. Is Jiren coming? Dunno. He was in here earlier, then ran off on business. Something about a shipment. If he's coming back, won't be for another half an hour or so. Why, you need him or something? He shrugged. Or something. Ya ain't gonna tell me, are ya? Midoriya took a long, drawn-out sip of the juice, then put the glass down on a coaster. Probably not. At least, not right now. Fair. They sat in silence for a bit. Then, the bartender spoke up again. So, magician, got any new stories for me? He grinned. Depends. What's in it for me? I'll waive your bill. Deal. The name magician was one the bartender had given him after he told his first stories. Impressed by the skill he showed, she dubbed him the magician because, in her own words, he was able to make the improbable become possible. In all honesty, he rather liked the name. It made him feel powerful, as if he really could do things that nobody else could do. Of course, he knew that that wasn't true. But, he didn't really care too much, mainly because he had no time to care. Not anymore. And so that's why I'm not allowed in Family Mart anymore, he said, his story over. Good enough story for you? The bartender snickered. Brilliant. Absolutely amazing. Just at that moment, almost as if he were on cue, Jiren came in. What did I miss? He was a pretty ugly guy, really. One tooth missing, gray hair, horrible clothes, he was the definition of a crime against fashion. But, for however aesthetically displeasing he was, he had his uses. Just talking about getting banned from Family Mart, Midoriya said. You missed nothing important. Good, because, I have an offer for you. From who? A guy I know. For any sane person, the fact that the client remained anonymous should have been a red flag right there. However, sanity bored Midoriya. It was no fun. In fact, it was anything but fun. Madness was much more interesting, so he asked no questions as to the mystery man's identity. What's the job? He asked carefully. Jiren smiled. He wants people to join him. He's making a league of villains. I thought you might like it. Not interested. Jiren only laughed. He hates All Might too, you know. This caught Midoriya's interest. If you joined up with him, you could achieve your goals. You could kill the symbol of peace, and expose society for what it truly is. Jiren stood up and sighed. But, of course, I understand if you want to continue living in dirty alleys and abandoned shops. I'll do it. Then let's go. They walked for about an hour, then stopped. Jiren, if this is an excuse to get drunk, it's not worth it. Midoriya deadpanned. They were in front of a bar. Yes, a bar. Well, okay, it was definitely abandoned, but alcohol probably lived a lot longer than people. Plus, Jiren drank more alcohol than anyone he knew. Don't think so lowly of me, kid. This is the place. He's waiting inside. The door opened and they stepped inside. It was a dark and dingy place inside, clearly not cleaned very regularly. He could hear muffled voices from down the corridor, likely the bosses of the operation. Looking around, there weren't many signs of life other than perhaps a person or two. Doors were opened, but nothing was inside the rooms. The occasional pest crossed their path before scurrying off. Overall, it sucked already. The first thing Midoriya noticed when they reached the bar and saw the leaders, was that they were both very creepy looking. One had a number of hands all over his body, while the other was coated in a black mist. Weird. Jiren, who the hell is this? HNDJB snarled. Oh, so he was feral too. The magician, Midoriya Izuku. That missing kid? Why would I want a brat? I'm not a brat. Midoriya hissed. Besides, at least I don't look like you, HNDJB. There was a dead silence in the room as the adults processed what on earth Midoriya had just said. Then, it exploded. I am not called HNDJB. the handyman screeched. Jiren burst into peals of laughter in the background. Mistman just sighed. Calm down, Shigaraki Tamura. There is no reason for you to be like this, he said, clearly exasperated. He called me HNDJB, Kurojairi. Handyman shrieked. Midoriya had to cover his mouth to prevent himself from laughter. I'd ask if you prefer handyman instead, but I can see that there's only a 5.24% chance of you accepting that answer, meaning that you are most likely to just throw another temper tantrum, he calmly said, a small smile spreading across his face as Shigaraki's eyes widened in anger and horror. Of course, nobody could see this because he had a hand on his face. Jiren doubled over, before straightening up. This kid is not only first-class entertainment, but he's also one of the best DMN fighters I've ever seen, Jiren introduced. Got a DMN powerful quirk, this one, although it's pretty hard to believe. And what would that be? Shigaraki hissed, clearly still angry. Jiren smiled. He can dash, Midoriya himself cut him off. I can see and alter the probability of any possible event in the near future. All eyes turned to him. Now, this is the part where the character goes into flashback to explain what the hell is going on. However, this a fanfiction, not a manga, so there'll just be an explanation instead. When Midoriya was 5, his quirk did indeed come. But, since it was a mental quirk with almost no physical manifestation, nobody believed him. It wasn't like you could really show that it existed, after all, and none of his family had similar quirks. He tried telling people, from his mother, to Kaken, and even the lady across the street. But, of course, nobody believed him. They all said he was a liar, that he was just playing make-believe. After a while, he stopped telling people about the power he wielded. It was easier to be called weak than a liar. Prove it, Shigaraki defiantly ordered. Midoriya grinned and pulled out the 5-yen coin. Red eyes locked onto it in a confusion. What the hell is that? A coin, he said, light glinting off of the metallic surface. Then again, judging by the looks of this shitty dump, I don't expect you to know what one is. Why you little dash, he was cut off by Mistman, who he had learned was called Kurojairi. It is not worth it, Shigaraki Tamura, he told him, reining the man back. Shigaraki sighed in frustration, then gestured to Midoriya. What, exactly, are you going to do with it? We're going to flip it. Now, pick a side. Heads. Midoriya grinned with a malice formed by only one who could foresee how wrong the other was. Alright then. You predict the coin will land on heads. I predict that it will land neither on heads nor tails, but instead on its edge. Shigaraki smirked, thinking he had this win for himself. If you're sure. A Cheshire grin spread across Midoriya's smug face, for he would be glad to see the impudence wiped clean off of Shigaraki's crusty features. It was one of the many parts of being an outcast he loved, showing people just how wrong they really were. Alright then. 2.1. With a simple upward motion, the coin flew up into the air, somersaulted high above their palms before falling gracefully, quickly, tumbling down and spinning on its side. Both boys stared intently, as if their impatient gaze would halt the miniature disc in its tracks. Seconds felt like minutes, minutes felt like hours, only pierced by the tinny rolling sound of metal on the wooden bar, rolling, rolling, rolling. What? How? It had landed on its edge, just as Midoriya predicted. Why you cheated? Shigaraki hissed. There must be something wrong with the coin. The coin was shuffled over to him. Check it over as many times as you want, you'll find nothing out of the ordinary. All it is a coin. Then how did it land on its side? Tell me. Because that is my quirk. The ability to make improbable become entirely possible, and even certain. And how is that powerful? All you did was make a coin land weirdly. There was a moment, then Midoriya picked up the coin again. Alright then. Let's say that both heads and tails are a group of heroes, and the edge is a group of villains. Normally, the probability of this coin landing edgewise would be approximately 1 in 60,000, which is about 0.01%. However, he flicked the coin back into the air once more, watching as it soared high then plummeted down, straight onto the edge. If I use my quirk, the results are very different, as you can see. Shigaraki was fascinated. Never before had he met someone with such an incredible power, nor someone so bold and diabolical. The runt had a great mind, and an even greater quirk. With him, he wouldn't lose. He couldn't lose. So, how about we make a deal? I want to expose this crummy hero society for what it's worth, and you want to defeat All Might. I'll help you with that, and, in exchange, you'll make me a part of your league. Midoriya outstretched his hand, and Shigaraki took it, making sure to not use all 5 fingers. We have a deal, magician. And thus, an alliance so strong that it would shake the very core of society, was born. But it was not the seed that would be the root of the problem, but rather the vines and thorns that grew from it, ensnaring civilization in its cruel grip. Too long had passed. In his room, Katsuki Bakugo stared at a closed envelope, lying face down on a desk, and then another one, right next to it, that had been ripped open. One was his past, and one was his future. One was the light he reached out to in the distance. And one was the chains holding him back. Not made of lead or iron, but of guilt and shame. He hadn't opened the letter, the one that he had left the night he disappeared. Instead, it had sat just where it sat now, on his desk, unopened. He looked away. The night Deku disappeared had been one of the worst nights of his life. The old hag had woken him up, crying and shouting, tears streaming down her face. His dad had been shock-still, attempting weakly to comfort a sobbing Auntie Inko, who read and reread a sheet of paper over and over again. Seeing such a sight had made guilt well up inside him and overflow in the form of choked sobs. That night was the first time he had cried in 10 years, and it stung badly. He looked away back then, too. In 10 months, his mind had been clouded by gut-wrenching guilt and fear for what could have happened to Deku. Had he died? Had he been kidnapped? Had he actually taken the words Bakugo had said to heart and, well, he hoped the nerd wasn't dead, that he'd come home soon, and that he'd come home soon. Meanwhile, in a rundown bar in Kamino, Midoriya Izuku was having a crisis beyond his worst fears. Being a villain, as aforementioned, was very hard work. Especially as a runaway who had eaten barely more than packaging peanuts and moldy sandwiches for 10 months. There was days of bored waiting, hours of running from the police, and of course, one had to look the part. Nope. You cannot make me wear that. I refuse, Midoriya deadpanned, his eyes clamped shut for fear of seeing the monstrosity before him. The monstrosity, as he had named it, was an absolute disaster that made Jiren look like a supermodel. It was, in fact, a suit, but not quite the typical one, for you see, when Shigaraki had been told, find him a suit, or at least something that a magician would wear, he had taken that to mean, buy the first suit you see and return immediately to finish playing Danganronpa. Unfortunately, the item in question was a cheap neon pink suit with a stylish yet elegant print of brightly colored marijuana leaves on it. Needless to say, it looked as though it were begging to be killed. Fortunately, the shop had a 14-day return policy, and so it could easily be taken away. You said to get a suit, and I did. What's your problem? Shigaraki hissed. Midoriya snorted with laughter. My problem is that this so-called suit is an eyesore and deserves to be destroyed in the furnaces of hell. It's disgusting. Kurojirai curtly nodded. While I wouldn't be so extreme, it is a rather, well, face it dude, your taste in clothes fingscks, Izuku stated, not bothering to sugarcoat his words. Kurojirai sighed. In all his days he had never thought he'd end up as a babysitter to a runaway teenager and a 20-year-old maniac, but here he was. Return the suit, Tamura Shigaraki, and I will find something more suitable for magician to wear. Shigaraki huffed. Fine. He began to head to the door, then halted and turned back. Can you warp me there at least? Once Shigaraki was gone, it was just Kurojirai and Midoriya left. In plain silence. I suppose I should fill you in on our first task in preparation for what Tamura Shigaraki wishes to do, Kurojirai stated, wiping down a glass. Drink. Midoriya shrugged. Why not? I'll take a version mojito, if you've got it. Kurojirai nodded, mixed the drink steadily and pushed it over to him. Midoriya thanked him. So, the operation? Kurojirai took a seat. We will be infiltrating UA High School during a training exercise. All Might has taken up teaching, so we will be wiping him out along with the future generation. I see. And when, exactly, is this going to happen? Kurojirai sighed. We don't know. To find that out, we have to get onto the UA computer system and find the schedule. However, neither Tamura Shigaraki or I have that kind of skill, nor do we know anyone who does. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Oh? Really? Yes. In that case, leave it all to me. He started to walk to the exit. Where are you going? Midoriya smiled impishly, full of mischief and mojito. To see an old friend. Don't worry, I'll make sure that we get that schedule. Trust me. With that, he left, leaving Kurojirai all by himself. He sighed. I guess I should look for those clothes now. He shuffled away somberly. Time to get searching. In an abandoned skate park in Nabu, a young woman sat atop the halfpipe, fishnet-clad legs swinging in the breeze as she sked on a lemon lollipop. With glassy eyes, she stared into the yellowing sky and giggled because the sky was the same color as her shirt, and she found that fact funny. She heard a ping from her phone. From Magic Man. Need your help. Meet at pipe in 10? The girl hummed, thinking about what to write back. 2. Magic Man. KK, see you here soon. That seemed about right. 10. Huh? That meant she still had time to kill. Sighing, she flicked her sunshine hair over one shoulder, picked up a translucent yellow skateboard and began to roll down the halfpipe. Her name was Rayon Park, a Korean immigrant with a power as mysterious as the magician, although hers had nothing to do with chance, but rather data. Vast, glorious amounts of data that she could manipulate to heart's content. That power was data manipulation, and in an age of information, she was one of the most powerful cybercriminals out there, a villain no Super Smash could stop. Hey there, Magic Man. What's up? She asked as a tuft of green hair made its way to the halfpipe. Midoriya grinned. Good to see you too, Rayon. They shook hands and sat down at the base of the halfpipe. Now, fess up. Why'd you call me here? She asked, getting straight to the point. I need you to make me a piece of malware. She mulled it over. What's it for? I need to hack into UA's computer system. Rayon almost choked on her lollipop. You wanna what? Dude, that's practically suicide. Why'd you wanna do that? I may have joined a group of villains with similar interests and we're jing to attack UA. What? We're gathering up an army of people who can fight. All we need is the schedule of classes for every teacher, as well as every single student file they have. So, you need basically everything? He didn't respond. There was a pause, and then she groaned loudly. I'd ask if you were serious, but I know you are already, and it SCKS so much. Again, there was a pause as she recollected herself. I'll bite. Gimme 200,000 and I'll do it, and more. You want me to get you 200,000 yen for one piece of malware? Rayon shook her head. I want 200,000 for one piece of malware, a list of lowlife thugs you can use however you want, and to get you all the information you could ever need to take down your target. Seems like a pretty sweet deal to me, don't ya think? To understand why a sweet young woman such as Rayon would do some of the things she does would require a very long explanation. However, there is a much shorter explanation. For her entire life, heroes have screwed her over. She lives in a bad neighborhood, surrounded by bad people. In her poverty-ridden world, every killing is an accident, every crime a mistake that won't happen again, yet always does. To the outside, it's a dirty stain on the side of the road, a slur in spray paint on the underside of the footpath. It doesn't belong, she doesn't belong. And for that, she is angry. Furious, even. That is why she can't stand heroes. Because they're all about helping people and saving people, but when they see a poor suburb where every face is a mask and behind every smile lies murderous intent, suddenly it's not worth it any longer. Midoriya sighed. Yeah, it does. I'll take it. It's a deal. They shook on it. So, I'm going to need about 3 minutes of stable internet, how likely is that out here? She asked, a mischievous glint in her eye. Midoriya caught on. I'd say it's about. His eyes glowed crimson as the numbers rose. 99% chance of that happening. Rayon cracked her knuckles and plugged in a lemon USB drive. That's all I need. Let's do this. With that, her body went still as she entered the world of code. It was always a wonder to watch Rayon do her work. Even though her body didn't move, words and numbers would appear on the screen regardless. Lovely words, like, kill. But, what was even more wonderful, was how even though the words didn't look like much, they could cause a whole lot of harm. It was brilliant, really seeing the formation of a weapon from nothing but letters, numbers and symbols, and just how powerful they really could be. He knew all too well, of course. After all, he had never been injured for very long by sticks or stones, but words had built the gun that shot him. The sun continued to set, yellow fading into orange, which bled into red. It was beautiful, but not in the poetic way that may be written by an overly descriptive author in their book, but in the way that a death scene of a beloved character in a movie is beautiful, but also deeply devastating. Rayon emerged once more after some time from her near-comatose state, and handed him the USB. Here. All you need to do is get this plugged into a UA computer, and it'll give you access to absolutely everything. Cameras, student profiles, schedules and more. He pocketed the item. And the list of people and information? I'll get it to you by the end of tomorrow. Fine. I'll wire you the 200,000 by then. They left the halfpipe in silence, each going back to their respective homes. Or, at least, if not homes then places of residence. The next day, two boys woke up, brushed their teeth, ate breakfast, changed into their uniforms and made way towards UA. It had been a slide of disturbed luck that reporters swarmed the entrance, desperately clamoring for a comment, even just a word. They got none. In the midst of the haze, one boy smirked, as the other scowled. A fallen fruit lay on the ground, temptation incarnate. Hours passed, alarms sounded. A gate crumbled in the distance. A barrier was broken. For the first time in so long, amongst the clamor and clangor of calamity, red eyes stared out of the window, searching frantically. Red met green. Heads met tails. Good and evil briefly flickered, only for a moment as a face faded into the background. It was a familiar face, fleeting, barely alive but not quite dead. Green eyes, green hair and an expression of apathy and forlorn pity stared at him. Then, it disappeared, almost as if it had never been there in the first place. But, at that moment, an unsuspecting man plugged an inconspicuous flash drive into his computer and secured the fall of his Eden. And, not a moment later, as the confused boy took a seat at his desk, he was graced by a 5-yen coin, scraped by ridges of the playground it had landed on 10 years before. Only he who held that coin in one shaking fist knew the truth, but just as it had been said so long ago, to gain the power of knowledge, one must pay the price. And what a price it would be. Days had passed, and the face hadn't appeared again. Bakugo Katsuki was, well, confused. He thought he knew what he'd seen, and he thought he knew what that Dmed coin meant, but, well, the more the thought about it, the less sense it made. It was like an entirely white puzzle with no corners or edges, just an ever-expanding center with no rhyme or reason to it. Unsolvable. He couldn't even tell anyone, because who would believe such a ridiculous accusation? If he were to say he saw a missing and presumably dead kid outside his school, they'd call him a liar. A fake, say he was pretending for attention, that all he wanted was some 15 minutes of fame. So, he stopped thinking at all and poured his energy into his explosions, destroying anything in his path. He always had been a rather wrathful man, after all. In a bar in Kamino, the magician sat at a table, flicking through files on a laptop. He chuckled. He should have known that Rayon would follow up on her promise and more, but this? This was incredible. Class schedules, lists of students and their quirks, their strengths and weaknesses, in-depth reports and maps of the facilities and all their security, and more. She had even gone through each and every one to edit them to show when and where to attack All Might. But, what interested him more, was a certain class of students. Hero students, to be precise. Class 1A. 20 of the best and brightest students in all of Japan, all in training to become future heroes. Incredible new talent, 99% of them, the cream of the crop, the piece de la resistance. All blinded by the lies of the papers and the propaganda of a corrupted hero society obsessed with an outer appearance of peace. The youngest son of Endeavor, the brother of Ingenium, a girl who could make anything, and, most importantly, Kaken. Bakugo Katsuki, in the flesh. Ashy hair, crimson eyes, scowling, jutted lips. It was him. Him. Words echoed in the back of his head. "You'll never be a hero," he had said. Worthless, useless, nothing but a nuisance, too. It brought tears to his eyes to think how ignorant that fool was to call him such things. Although, he did not shed them. After all, wasting his tears on a piece of scum such as that would be a crime within itself, so he did not. He may be a villain, but even he had standards for who he would lend emotion to. He read on. Name, Bakugo Katsuki. Age, birthday, April 20th, blood type, A, quirk, explosion. All facts he knew from years and years of watching. What came next was more interesting. A reference, from his old middle school, dear old Aldera Junior High. A sheet. School with shittier records, and more scandals that could ever be accounted for. Bakugo is a model student with outstanding grades and an impressive quirk. While he could stand to improve his attitude and try not to be so prideful, he is truly an impressive student who would be a great addition to UA High. His fingers hit the keys just a little bit harder from then on. So, what is our next course of action? Shigaraki asked, sitting a few tables away, playing some generic horror game. When do we get to attack? We'll attack when he's far from the main school, in a secluded area. We'll have to get him while he's with a group of students, since that's the best way to attack, and he'll be most vulnerable. My best bet is dash. He turned the screen to face Shigaraki, who had since moved closer to him to get a better view of the screen. This afternoon, when he's at the USJ. And what, Shigaraki hissed, pray tell, is this USJ? Midoriya groaned. How on earth had Shigaraki come this far? The USJ, or Unforeseen Simulation Joint, is a separate facility about half an hour drive from the main campus. It was designed to help students learn how to deal with search and rescue, as well as extreme conditions. He sighed, and stood up. However, because of this, it's also extremely secure. Nobody goes in or out easily. Plus, the whole security system is electronically run. We can easily disable it and lock all communications to the main building. There, destroying, or at the very least disabling, the symbol of peace, would be child's play. Shigaraki thought it over. So far, everything that the magician had said had happened. He wanted an ally, he got one. He wanted an army, he had over 100 men ready to fight for him. He wanted a place to bury the legacy of All Might, he found one. There was no reason not to trust the man. And, to be frank, Shigaraki was impressed. From the minute the brat had arrived, he'd proved himself and beyond. There was no question anymore of whether he was made of the right stuff. The only question now was whether or not they would pull this off. I must warn you, however, that there is still no more than a 78% chance of this working in full. The death of the symbol of peace will almost certainly not come in this one attack. At least, not entirely. Stop talking in circles, it's irritating. The magician gave him a Cheshire grin, flashing shining white teeth. It's simple. We'll break his spirit, then his mind, and, when his body is weakened by his mental deterioration, we'll take it all away from him, and leave him with a fate worse than death, the blood of those students on his hands, and a shattered reputation. He'll be ruined. Not even the best of all reporters could save him. Shigaraki's face contorted with malicious glee. How interesting. To not brack him from the outside in, but the inside out. Crushing a husk would be certainly easier than crushing a monster, and oh how joyous it would be to see the broken expression of a man so well loved by the public be stabbed in the back as all his former friends turn on him. Sure, it would be a while to wait, but, to be honest, it would be worth it. Let's do it. The morning it all started was relatively normal. Early, the magician woke up, got dressed, tried to brush his wild hair, and failed, went to the bar to make breakfast with whatever few ingredients Shigi had bought however long ago. Today, it was rice, natto and leftover mackerel. While he wasn't fond of natto, it was much too stringy and bean-flavored for him, it was all they had in the kitchen, so he had no choice. Yuck. Kurojairi came not much later, started clearing up and setting out all that was needed. Not much longer was left before everything would begin. He set out knives, clubs, broken bottles, whips, you name it he had it. Quite a lot of the stuff, Midoriya had an idea where Kurojairi had acquired them. Others, he had no clue, and quite frankly, he did not want to know, just in case they were not originally intended for fighting with, and rather used for certain other things. People began to trickle in soon after. The army of thugs. Most of them were petty criminals with charges of larceny, theft, armed assault, excessive brute force, and more. There were a few just released after murder, arson, manslaughter, but not many. Most of them had nothing in common, not even their hair color. However, there was one thing that every last one of them had in common: they were all willing to give everything for the downfall of hero society. Their minds, their bodies, their freedom, their lives. Everything. And in return, all they wanted was to bring down the curtain on a society run by gold-plated politicians with minds ruled by money. Nothing else. How sad was it that over 100 men and women, some even younger than him, were willing to sacrifice everything for something so simple? What had gone wrong? Questions no longer worth dwelling on, he decided. No looking back, only forward. Magician, come with me, Kurojairi said. Why? I have something for you. In UA, something felt off. There was no real way to describe it, but something just felt really off, displaced even. The same feeling one has when they have forgotten something somewhere, but does not know what, or where. This feeling surrounded the entire school, wrapped it up like a large blanket. It also wrapped up a bus, heading away from the main school to a small facility not too far away. On it, sat 20 chattering children and a hobo teacher. Do you guys remember that news story last year about the kid who ran away from home? Kirishima asked. Bakugo stiffened. Yeah, but I thought he was kidnapped, wasn't he? Kaminari responded. I mean, that's what the papers said. Oh. My dad works in the bank near the school that kid went to. He saw that guy the day before he disappeared, Hagakure noted, gesturing with her hands. I wonder what happened to him, Jiru said. Pfft, the piece of sheet probably died, Bakugo spat. Hey, dude, you shouldn't say things like that. It's not manly. Bakugo scoffed. Please, it's true. That fucker probably got killed in some back alley while he was wandering home to his mummy. Not cool, dude. Show some empathy. Yeah. You don't know what that kid's been through. He didn't respond. From then, nobody talked on the bus, and attention seemed to press down on them. The bar was crowded. Everyone was there, ready and raring to go. Energy buzzed around the room like a swarm of bees. Finally, a loud tap pulled the horde from its thoughts. They looked up to see their friends, their leaders who brought the ragtag army together. Today, we will strike the heroes with unprecedented force, and show them what we are made of, by destroying the soul of their society. Cheers erupted. But, to do so, you will need to follow the plan. You all know which area you will be stationed at. We will send you students who will be weakened in that area, and you will defeat, but not kill them. Then, when we have shown them how outnumbered they are, we will crush the symbol of peace, and expose the lies of UA. The roars of pride and excitement were deafening, a sea of cacophonous glee. It was magnificent. So many grinning, maddened faces, drunk on the power to change the course of history, and the power to change the world. And, at the center of it all, at the epicenter of the beginning of a rebellion, was not some random stranger with no mind nor body nor reason, but a young boy with more drive than a Formula One race car, and a mind so enigmatic and complex no man could solve it. Well then, magician, shall we go? Shigaraki asked, a hint of cynicism in his voice. We shall. As 13 rambled on, excitedly talking about how much fun they were going to have, and how incredible quirks are, a darkness spread over the facilities. So, any questions? They asked. Bakugo put his hand up. Bakugo. Ask away. The F, is that? He asked, point-eye to a swirling, dark cloud in the middle of the arena. The heroes and their trainees were frozen stiff, paralyzed with fear. People, many of whom none of them recognized, started to enter the space, shambling out with twisted expressions of malice and more weapons than could be counted. However, there was only one of them that he cared about among the sea of angry men and women, a boy with slickly styled viridian hair, sitting on the shoulder of some kind of birdman-brain creature, wearing an olden-day suit with a tailcoat, heeled boots and long gloves, with a black and gold cane in his hands. The boy grinned, his crimson-green eyes wide with petty joy. Hey, Kakin. Kakin's lips curled into a snarl. Fing Deku. The world around them was cold. Gray. It was as if the entire USJ was on pause, and only they were playable. A hero in training with the temper of a rabid gorilla, and a manipulative liar who could change fate itself. Old friends, now enemies, standing on opposite sides of the battlefield. It was an ironic position. Two boys broken apart by a bitter rivalry spun from disbelief and falsified strength raised upon the shoulders of those who supported one. The F, are you doing here, shitstain? Bakugo snarled. The magician slid down from his perch and began to pace. Browsing. You know, just admiring the scenery, taking in the view. He shot a sharp smile at Bakugo, who was standing in shock. How dare such a lowly piece of vermin show such cheek? Who did he think he was, some big shot? Shut the hell up with all these DMN excuses. What are you actually doing here? The smile vanished, replaced by an expression of frustration and disdain. You of all people should know, Katsuki, he spat, his voice dripping with venom. Katsuki. It had been years since the nerd had called him that. Almost 13 years, to be precise. So, he was that set off, huh? After all, you were the one who said I could never be a hero. He stopped and stared dead ahead. Remember that? He did. He remembered those times all too well. All of those times that knives of words just slid off his tongue and stabbed Deku through the heart without anybody noticing. He didn't respond. Why would he? He had no right to, but, more than that, he felt no need to. They both knew the answer already. There was no need to say an unspoken word between them. Although, I guess you were right. I never did become a hero after all, did I? Midoriya's smile returned, wider and more menacing than ever. But, you know, I think that this suits me so much better. Finally, a student plucked up the courage to say something. Bakugo, he mumbled, who is this guy? Do you know him? The madman fixated on him, boring holes through his spirit with two viridian eyes, visibly tinted a blood-red hue. Ah, I know you. You're the one with the hardening quirk. What was it again? Kirishima, right? Kirishima gulped. You see, there are certain things that can set a person on edge, smiling too much, forced eye contact, aggressive body language, passive-aggressive voice, and even more. The guy in front of them, all the way down the staircase, had all of these. He stared so directly at him, even though he was so far away, and, to be honest, it terrified the living hell out of him. Everything about this weirdo screamed big red flag, from the way he walked to the way he talked and how much information he had about all of them. Where on earth had he gotten this knowledge from? That person sighed dramatically. I guess I should expect that you don't know me. After all, it's not like Kakin would ever bother. A cracked, chapped hand grabbed the man's shoulder. Stop stalling, magician. Where is All Might? He's running a bit late. He had a few errands to run this morning, and will be here shortly. Krusty the human crab scowled. Don't worry, the magician reassured, he'll be here soon. You'll have your chance, I'll make sure of it. He straightened up. Oh, and don't worry about your lives, students of Class 1A. I'm not going to kill you. He swiped a thumb across his throat. Well, not unless you get in my way. Eraserhead leapt forwards, cursing and casting out his capture tape. The villains in the middle leapt just out of its range and yanked it forward, sending the hero flying into the asphalt. The sick crunch of bones breaking reverberated through the hall. As he got up, all the students could see of their teacher's face was a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, eyes scarcely protected by the pair of goggles. "Get to safety, kids. Kaminari, try to contact the main school." "I can't." Kaminari frantically responded. "I think someone is jamming the signal." Someone was. Watching from inside the security cameras far above, Rayon giggled at the naivety of all the students. Surely they should have expected their opponents to come prepared? After all, who would go into a gunfight with only a slingshot, other than someone who could manipulate fate, of course? But, the League had not gone into this gunfight with just a slingshot. They'd gone into this gunfight with the entire goddamn arsenal, 2 fleets off of the Navy, and tactical support. To boot. In all honesty, the fight was over before it had even begun. The magician made a sound of annoyance. "Mutations, transformations, take him out," he snarled. "Emitters, advance." They obliged. Numbers scrolled through Midoriya's eyes, up and down and up. Hundreds, no, thousands, of numbers, all different and yet the same. He could see every outcome, every solution within his crimson-tinted eyes. There were so many variables to line up for a win, even for a shot at winning. It was terrifying. But, somehow, at the same time, even though the precariously balanced fate of society was in his hands, he felt freer than ever. Liberated by his misdeeds, he felt safe in what he was doing. Somehow, in some inexplicable, unexplainable way that he was unable to put into words, it felt so much safer to destroy everything than to try and fix it. The carnage was a refuge to him, and while it was bloody, and chaotic, and unpredictable, he was more confident, more in his element than he'd ever been before. He was in control of everything around him, like a puppet master towering over his dolls. With just a blink, he could let someone fall, make them trip and stumble to their death, force them to surrender, and there would be nothing they could do about it. And yet, instead of pulling the world into calamity himself, he let the people themselves be only guided by him, so that when the time came, he would not be guilty, but rather everyone but him would. Just like how they should be. Just like how they were. But, this wasn't revenge for what had happened in the past. Oh no. If he had wanted revenge, he would have gone after those who tormented him, not all of these other people too. That would be cruel, and he was nothing if not uncruel. After all, he was no monster, not like. Well, that didn't matter now, did it? No. This was not revenge. This was a warning. A warning to society to stop, to see what they had done, look around, and find the cracks they had made in the walls of their hierarchical system before it was too late. But, if they could not, then that was on them. He smiled. Everything had begun to fall into place, like the pieces of a very large jigsaw puzzle coming together little by little, one at a time to form an enormous mural of freedom from devastation and suffering at the hands of a totalitarian society ruled by the rich and powerful and greedy. Freedom from their fated future, if they could find the key to it. At the top of the stairs, the students looked down in fear at the grotesque tableau before them, paralyzed by fear. "Bakugo, what's going on? Who is that guy?" Uraraka asked. From where she was, she could see his fist clenched and shaking with fear. He looked more terrified than the rest of them combined, white as a sheet with tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. "Shut the F dash up," he hissed, barely able to control his tone. But she was undeterred. "You know him." "How?" she asked, her voice getting louder and louder as she spoke. "Are you two friends? Enemies?" She was cut off by pops and crackling from his hands. "I said shut the F up, you round-face beach," he roared, turning around to face her. "I don't know that piece of shit Deku, that isn't him." "Is that his name? Deku?" she yelled, her tone accusatory. "Shut up. I said shut up. That can't be him. Stop this bickering at once. We have more pressing matters to attend to." Ida tried to yell, but he was dwarfed by the monstrous arguments of his two classmates. "Everyone, we have to stay calm," 13 ordered. "We can all finish this discussion later, but right now, we have to make sure we GGGHHHH. Unbeknownst to them, as they had all been watching the argument between Bakugo and Uraraka unfurl, Kurojiiri had snuck up behind them and started his quirk up, skiing 13's hollow body inside. Now, all that they could see was the shattered remains of a husk barely holding onto its remaining soul. It wasn't a pleasant sight, nor was it one that anyone wanted to see, but it was the one placed before their eyes, and it was one they could not look away from, no matter how much they tried. Oh my god, what do we do?" Hagakure fretted, her whole body trembling. Screams of torment echoed around the facility. From the middle, Aizawa tried to look up, to reach out, but he couldn't reach and was overpowered by pain and the surrounding horde of villains. I don't know. Jairu whispered, her earphone jacks hanging limply by the sides of her neck. Can we do anything? They're not. Are they? Ashido shakily asked, eyes hidden by her hands. Are they? Noticing the quickly approaching black mist, waiting to engulf them as well, Yayorozu yelled, quick, get out of the way. But she was too late, and nobody heard her, as she watched most of her classmates get swept away in the dark, demonic fog. When she opened her eyes, all she saw in front of her was the few who had heeded her warning and a large empty space in front of them. All the others were gone. Disappeared from the space. Only 6 including her were left, and the husk of 13, of course. What could they do? How could they help? Her mind was running in circles, round and round and round some more, until it was dizzy from spinning too many times. The magician laughed. Truly, this was chaos at its finest. Watching them, helpless, like fish on a dry, sandy bay trying to swim. They couldn't do anything, and they didn't even know. Their struggle was futile, but amusing to watch in its helpless vanity. Across the zones, various students lay trapped in their worst nightmares. Places they were least suited for were all they could see. In the conflagration zone, Todoroki, Hagakure and Tokoyami found themselves surrounded by flames. Trapped on a boat on villain-infested waters, Aoyama and Shiro seemed stranded. In a ruined cityscape, Koda and Ojiro stood at the top of a crumbling building. At the peak of a muddy wasteland, Mineta and Kirishima looked down to where villains were gathering in hordes. At the foot of a rocky mountain, Kaminari and Shoji could see no escape. Surrounded by a blanket of white snow, the toughest challenge of them all was faced by none other than Bakugo, Azui and Uraraka, all of whom were faced not by swaths of goons like their friends and classmates. No. They were faced by only one single villain. The magician himself. The wind howled around them, whispering words of malice in their frostbitten ears. In their boots, the heroes in training were all shaking, trembling with fear and cold. In the haze, they could make out the shape of his body, a tailcoat trailing behind him and a cane in his hands. However, more than anything else, the clearest part of him visible through the icy air, was 2 bloody vermilion eyes and a knife-sharp smile that cut through the wind like a dagger through flesh. What the F did you do, Deku? Bakugo snarled. The magician cackled, his boots tapping through the snow, making a satisfying crunch in the ground. Glad you could drop by, Kaken. I thought we could have a little chat. Behind them, at the base of a tree stump, Uraraka sat in the cold snow, shivering, but still straining as much as she could to listen. From the minute they had arrived, Tsu had been getting sleepier and sleepier, her eyes drooping with fatigue as her body's temperature dropped lower and lower. Now, she was pretty much asleep, unmoving and unresponsive, and it was all that magician's fault. Armed with an iron will, Uraraka had to find out what he was doing, and who he was. And why would I do that? Bakugo threateningly asked. You're quirkless, and I can just blast you into tiny little bits. I have the power here, not you, shitty Deku. Deku tooted, eerily calm. Look around Kaken, we're in the middle of an icy wasteland with nothing around but dirt, ice and snow. The temperatures in this dome have a high of -2, and a low of -30. You have no sweat in your body, so you can't make explosions. He was right. The feeble crackles and sparks coming from his hands were barely enough to kill an ant, let alone a person. So what? You're still quirkless, and you're weak. I could take you down anyways. Now the magician was laughing in mockery, honestly upset by the lack of observation that his old friend had. His judgment wasn't just clouded by his arrogance but entirely blocked off by it instead. Oh, really? Am I so powerless? There was no response. Tell me, do you know what this dash, he tapped his cane on the ground, is? There was still no response as Bakugo tried to comprehend what was happening. It's got many names, varied by where it comes from. The Dolan, the Shikamazu, the Gupti, and other such variations. What's your FING point? Without so much as another syllable from either's lips, the magician pulled the top from the rest of his cane, revealing a blade sharp enough to cut through glass like it were butter, and long enough that it reached from its wielder's foot to his hip. This blade was lifted, then held at Bakugo's, now visibly shaken, face. My point is that you could take a lesson from this sword. Don't judge a book by his cover, Kaken. You're not the one in control. Bakugo, or, as the villain had called him, Kaken, scowled. F you, he scoffed. Tell me why you're here. The magician sighed dramatically. I would think that you of all people would know, Kaken. After all, you're the one responsible for everything that's happening to your little friends right now. With those words, bile rose in Uraraka's throat. Bakugo felt his muscles stiffen with suspense as his eyes narrowed and the corner of his lips curled. Both of them were wondering the same thing, both wanted to know one thing for sure, they had to know it. By the way, Kaken, I didn't quite realize how nosy your little pink adversary is, the magician noted, his eyes trailing across the landscape to where the heroine was perched, stiff in stark fear. How did he know she was here when she should have been hidden? When she had been looking for a place to hide from him, she'd picked the biggest item she could find, a large peak of rock wider than All Might and taller than the block of flats she lived in. It was insane that he could see her, let alone tell she was eavesdropping. If she doesn't mind, would she like to step out here, into the spotlight? Trembling, barely able to move, she forced herself to stand up and step out into the open plains. Fear was welling up inside her faster now, filling her from bottom to top. Every fiber of her being was screaming, "Run, don't go towards him, stay away." But she wasn't going to give up now. She had to find out what was happening, what was going on around her, out of her control. It was the only way. Seeing him more clearly, Uraraka could tell that this Deku guy was quite young, about their age even. He was utterly plain in appearance, with pale skin, green hair slicked over neatly and archaic clothes. However, despite all that normality, there was something unsettling about him to her. Perhaps it was the predatory way he followed her with his eyes, or maybe how he smiled so knowingly and cunningly at her as if he knew something she didn't, a secret of her own that he knew all about. Or maybe, it was that he looked so frail. Not frail in the sense that he was weak or incapable, but rather that he was like a glass full of the wine that is emotion, and one wrong touch would break that glass and spill his emotions everywhere in a gush of rage and desolate, inconsolable despair. Bracing herself, she stood up straight and stared straight ahead, right at him. "Who are you?" He tilted his chin up, looking down upon her. "I guess one could say I'm an old friend, Miss Uraraka Ochako." Undaunted, she asked, "How do you know my name?" Chuckling, he replied, "A little birdie told me." She huffed. It was clear that he wouldn't be giving her any more of a clear answer than that. Thinking carefully, she said, "How do you know Bakugo?" Wouldn't you like to know?" He responded vaguely. "Perhaps we're friends, enemies, allies, maybe even love dash." "Shut the F up, you DMN nerd, and get out of here," Bakugo seethed. Midoriya chuckled. "And why on earth would I do that when I'm having so much fun?" Over in the conflagration zone, far away from the icy showdown, Todoroki was starting to get annoyed. From the minute he had landed, it felt as though it had been getting hotter and hotter everywhere he went. The thick, soup-like air was suffocating him, grabbing at his arms and legs. It was like he was walking through quicksand, so thick and heavy that he was dragged down and down into the muggy mixture with every step he took. "Where is everybody?" he asked nobody in particular. After all, there wasn't anyone to ask in the first place. He was the only person there, as far as he knew. A sharp giggle shattered that thought as a vagrant with short, wild hair and skin as black as soot appeared in view, holding a pitchfork. Their features were like that of a demon, or an imp. A two-pronged, adder-like tongue, glowing chartreuse eyes, twisted, warped horns atop their head and a forked tail that could have been either real or a very well-made fake. Their clothes were ragged and torn, blackened with dust and charred with fire, barely covering more skin than not. Well, what do we have here, I wonder? Half white, half red hair, a big burn over the eye. They flicked their putrid, black tongue out. "You must be the son of Endeavor." They giggled again. "It'll be such fun to play with you." Meanwhile, across the fiery warzone, Hagakure and Tokoyami were surrounded. Tens, no, hundreds of villains encircles them, trapping them in a ring of fire. Many held weapons, while others were armed with just their quirk. From the looks of it, they all had quirks suited to the flames, while the intrepid heroes did not. "Can't you use Dark Shadow?" Hagakure asked fearfully, trying to see if there were any others they had yet to spot. "In this place? Dark Shadow is weakened by light, it won't be enough." Hagakure swore quietly. So far, she had counted about 70, maybe 80 villains in the flames, all of whom looked like they were ready to kill. All she could hope is that the others were doing okay, wherever they were. Back at the lobby, those who had not been relocated were stuck. Having crushed Aizawa, who was still somehow fighting for his dear life, the villains had begun to take their focus towards the remaining students, Ida, Ashido, Sato, Jiro, and Yaoyorozu. What do we do if they try to attack us?" Ashido whimpered, almost pathetically, trying not to cry. "We should try and get help. Ida, maybe you can run out and find someone." "That's a good idea, Yaoyorozu. But, the door is shut, and I think it's locked. How will I get out?" Ida asked, gesturing frantically. They all fell silent. How could they unlock the door? What kind of lock did it even have? How could they get out? "That's it, we're trapped." Zero groaned, slumping on the deck of the ship. He had checked everywhere, and so far, the only way off the wretched boat seemed to lead them to villain-infested waters where his tape and Aoyama's laser would be all but moot. "We shall find a way, Sherry," Aoyama encouraged, only to sit down and hold on to the side. "Or, at least you will. My tummy hurts." Things weren't faring better anywhere else. Stranded on a rickety roof of an office building, neither Ojiro's nor Koda's quirk was of any use to them, and several villains had begun to scale the wall. In the mountains, Kaminari's electricity had been grounded and rendered useless as Shoji tried to look out for villains. Still surrounded by mud, Kirishima was ready to attack Mineta, or, better yet, throw the grape at the villains in place of a weapon. All of this was in the blink of an eye, the time spanned in the act of tossing a coin into the air and watching it land. But, it is not always the big thing that makes the difference, but instead, the minute details added up. The wind howled more strongly. "Why did you leave?" Bakugo asked. "Why did you go, run off and join the villains in their little freak show?" "Because I was a freak," the magician snapped, his words harsher than the chilling air around them. He began to step closer and closer to Bakugo. "Because every waking moment, all I was a freak. An oddity. Something to be wary of. A useless, quirkless Deku. The odd one out, the freak of nature kid who hit rock bottom in the genetic lottery. All I was ever seen as was quirkless. Weak. But I'm not weak, and I'm not just some useless Deku." They were so close that the blade of the sword stick brushed Bakugo's neck as hot tears spilt down the magician's face. He smiled cruelly, the same twisted expression he'd seen his former friend use so many times. The same one he had used on Deku that day at the creek when he'd offered his helping hand. The same one he had used on Deku at school, on the street, in the park, every single day in every single place. He had known, of course, that Deku had hated it, been paralyzed by fear from it. But who knew that he'd feel exactly the same, staring into the face he had used so many times, yet never once seen himself. "I will not be overshadowed any longer by a FING monster like you," he seethed, rage hissing through his lips, malice poisoning his words. "It's my turn to steal the show now, and this time, I'm the one in control." Since he had woken up, All Might had sensed that something was off. It could have just been that his feeble attempt at cooking the night before had upset his stomach, but he knew that wasn't it. The dread ran deeper than that. It ran through his veins, pumping around his body like the blood that kept him alive. He could feel it. Something bad was going to happen. He just didn't know what. Would he get hurt? Would someone else get hurt? Would he fail at cooking for the 387th night in a row? 387 nights. An oddly specific number, one might say. But it was that way for a reason, for it had been exactly 387 nights since he had failed for the first time in a long time. Failed what, though? And no, it was not cooking that he had failed. He had failed a boy. A young, bright-eyed boy with a labyrinth of a mind and a heart of pure gold. Soft, malleable, and dazzling to behold. But, when he had been given the choice to shine that heart with hope or to twist it with despair, what had he chosen to do? He couldn't bear to say it aloud. That next day when he saw the news, he could hardly believe his eyes. Local boy missing, believed to have run away. The story was short, no more than a paragraph or two, written as some sob story about a troubled kid who had been unable to fit in due to his unfortunate lack of a quirk and pathological lying. As the reporter, one Higo Shinbun, said, the reportedly missing child, Izuku Midoriya, lied about having a quirk for several years, claiming to have a quirk that could alter an event's outcome. The second he'd seen the boy's photo in the paper, he'd begun to see it everywhere. On advertisements tacked up on top of buildings, in schools, reflected through the windows that gazed into a monotone lesson, on posters and magazines, staring at him, all of them saying one thing. "Look at what you've done, murderer." Murderer was right. He had crushed this young, pure-hearted, courageous, daring boy's heart, and for what? To reflect on his own misdeeds? What kind of a hero does something like that? What kind of a symbol of peace, a pillar of hope, a beacon of everything good in this world, does something like that? He was no hero anymore. His cape had been hung on a hook of shame the second those words had left his lips and the eyes of that sweet boy had lost their spark. No, he wasn't a hero. He was a monster. "You look horrible, All Might," Nizu commented as the skeletal figure dragged himself into the room. "Sit down, have some tea." "Sorry, I have to get down to the USJ." All Might declined, hauling himself to his desk to grab the folder of teaching materials he'd compiled. "I was supposed to be there dash." Nizu cut him off. "If you go down there like that, you'll give yourself away." He was right. In his weakened state, he was helpless. It'd give him away in an instant. Why not sit down, have some tea, listen to one of my teaching philosophies, and then go down to give a little speech at the end? He mulled the idea over, before agreeing and sitting down opposite his former teacher. Meanwhile, as All Might took a long swig of tea, Todoroki was confronted by the face of hell. Namely, a villain with the features of a demon, and a wicked smile to match. "Who are you?" Todoroki asked them as they inattentively twirled their pitchfork. "Who, little old me?" They gave a cunning smirk. "I'm your worst nightmare, obviously." In his mind, Todoroki wanted nothing more than to say, "But you aren't my dad," but he knew to keep his lips sealed and his guard up. This thing was dangerous. It was in his best interest to shut his mouth and keep himself alive if nothing else. "Ah, right. You mean my name." There was a glimmer of cheek in their bright burning eyes. "I'm Blaskine." The temperature soared, and the ground felt as though it was becoming soft. Sweat trickled from his brow to his boots as he desperately tried to make ice to cool himself with. Nothing. No ice, not even water. Just a trickle of steam. "Oh, would you look at that? The great Todoroki, son of Endeavor, is rendered helpless." "Wow, how surprising." Blaskine cackled, staring on in glee at their helpless prey. "What did you do?" he asked, furious. "I used my quirk, darling. Vibrato, it's called. By causing the air around me to vibrate real quick I can raise the temperature, or I can slow the air to a halt and make the world cold." The villain took a step towards him. "You can't use your ice in here, it'll melt. And if you even try and use your flames," well, they held up a string that trailed down the road, around the corner to what he could just make out to be an enormous pile of explosives, gasoline, and flammable material. Boom. If well over a few 100 pounds of explosives were to go off in a fire zone, everyone in the USJ would end up barbecued. They'd all die a gruesome, grisly death, including him. And, while he didn't have much to live for, he quite enjoyed what he did have, and wasn't entirely ready to lose it all just yet. He was trapped between steam and a whole lot of explosives, and there was no way out. In that same amount of time, the magician had stood back up, resheathed his sword and straightened his jacket, before putting one finger to his ear. "Magician Ta Promenade. The symbol of peace is at UA's main campus." Rayon commanded. "Send out the lure. I'll be there as soon as Kurogyri can get me out of here." "Gotcha. Did you clear up all o' ya personnel business?" After a beat, he bitterly responded, just loud enough for Bakugo to hear. "It will never be sorted. But for now, I'll leave it be. There are more pressing matters at hand. Just see to it that everything goes smoothly." On it. A black mist appeared behind him, and the magician looked back at his enemy. Pathetic. Even now, the traitor couldn't bear to lift his head and see what had become of his misdeeds. How low could one person stoop to not even look at what they'd done, and accept their wrongdoings? There were no tears left to cry. He left, and the three heroes in training were alone in a cold, white world. Alone, just like he had been. Alone. Watching from above, Rayon laughed. People were so easy to manipulate. They could be moved to tears by the smallest of actions, and driven into steaming rage by the loudest and boldest of words. Every human was different, sure, but they all had weaknesses. Some cared too much, some too little. Some felt things that weren't there, some felt nothing when they shouldn't have. Some were put on edge by just a single atom out of place, while others couldn't stand order and structure. But, it didn't matter what their weakness was, so long as it could be found, exposed, and exploited. That was just the way it was. The natural order of things, so it was said. No matter how hard one tried to outrun it, nature would catch up with them, and they would burn in the fires of karmic retribution, be crushed by the hands of time, be destroyed by the cycles of creation and destruction, outbid by fate itself. There was no way to escape it, so they might as well accept it. But now was no time for monologues. She swiftly moved on, swimming through the vast seas of data to find a single thread. Command after command drifted by her, surrounding her in a web of ifs and whens and whiles until she finally found what she was looking for. A way to get her message through. "Magic man, I found what I was looking for. You want me to do it now?" she asked cheerily. "Give me a status report on the other areas. Have we subdued anyone else?" She sifted through the data to find the video feeds, then pulled the screens up in front of her. The digital abyss brightened from the glaring light. "Ocean Zone ain't looking good for the heroes. Got Twinkle Toes down, looks like ease bout ta hurl. Tapeface seems fine though. They ain't moving from the ship," she reported diligently. He smirked. "And the other zones? Metropolis they ain't coming down either. I've sent Drillo up ta get 'em with that other weirdo. Mountains and Mud are both struggling, but not as much as I'd like. Also, there's a perv in the Mud place. He's got lots o' ball on his EAD. Whatcha wanna do bout it?" Midoriya groaned. When he'd boned through UA's backed-up surveillance footage to find out more about the students, the student in question, Mineta Minoru, had caught his eye, and not for a good reason. That student was worse than a lot of villains, and that was saying something. Throughout what couldn't have been more than a week or two of attending UA, he had already made lewd comments towards several of his female classmates, tried to assault a particularly shy second year, and made fun of several mentally and physically disabled students for their disadvantages. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was even in UA at all, considering his practical scores, and the fact that his middle school report even warned of this behavior, and yet he got into the school was just appalling. We can't very well kill him, or it'll ruin everything. Rough him up a bit, make him hurt, you know the drill, he decided, his tone firm. Rayon snickered but relayed the instructions to the women at that zone. The most feared all-female gang in all of Muzurafu would definitely have fun with this one. Finally, the fire zone. Blazzy's taking care of the hero boy, the other two are surrounded. Nothing news appearing in the snow place. Calmly, the magician walked over to where Eraserhead lay, surrounded by tired villains. Send the birdie in, Rayon. Cracking her knuckles, she yanked the thread, eyes scanning every letter before slowly and carefully beginning to remove and add. You see, to create and destroy was simple. All she had to do was create a string, or snap it in two. But to edit was a whole different story. It required patience, endurance, a will to listen to the code itself and retune it to make it work another way. That was what Rayon was doing. Like a harpist playing a gentle tune, she plucked each bit of a bite delicately, watching zeros become ones and ones become zeros, until everything was in place, a jigsaw puzzle finally complete. In the staff room of UA High School, Nizu had finished up his tea and had gone to refill the kettle, leaving his former student alone. Without warning, the lights went out, plunging all might into darkness. Every computer screen turned on, began to flicker with static. A picture of a lemon appeared, replaced by comic writing of USJ, followed by a cartoon, caricature explosion, all on loop, again and again. All Might's eyes went wide. He knew what the lemon meant, every hero in Japan did. It was a trademark, a badge of honor of one of the most illustrious, notorious cybercriminals in the country. Nobody knew his name, of course, just that he existed, and left a lemon on the screen of every computer he hacked. It had appeared in banks, military strongholds, government laptops, and even more. Now, it was here, and it was everywhere. He didn't think twice before running, his suit flapping in the wind. Maybe, if he'd thought first and ran second, things would have happened differently. But, the symbol of peace was a hero, and heroes never think about anyone but themselves and their own corrupt morality. That was just the way it was. Boiling. There was no other sensation to explain how he felt other than that. Boiling, tepid, steaming hot, burning with fires of rage and fires of, well, fire. Here he was, Todoroki Shoto, son of Japan's number 2 hero, born with not one, but 2, quirks, and he was trapped, helpless and boiling. It had been not too long since he had felt like this. Helplessness is a feeling you get used to with such an enormous shitbag for a father, but this was one of the first times he'd felt so at mercy to someone else. The temperature was still rising, even though the USJ's temperature limiters should have kicked in. This was definitely warmer than the human body should be. Why haven't the limiters kicked in? There are meant to be some in the building, isn't there? He asked, his tone wavering, yet still mostly steady. Blaskine laughed and revealed a large bundle of wires taped together with white electrical tape that had a crudely drawn caricature of a thermometer on it. Would you happen to mean what these were controlling? They asked, wearing a mask of false innocence. I guess I just accidentally ripped them out of that tricksy machine. Didn't even see it there. They stopped laughing and grinned widely, dropping the wires to the ground. Sparks of electricity crackled from them. Without these, those pesky limiters won't be a problem. I can turn up the heat as much as I want now. A surge of hot air rose through the road, swelling then bursting. Fires roared, beginning to close in. He could hear the devious crackling of flames on steel and rubber, the click-clack of Blaskine's shoes on the asphalt, and a girl screaming for help. This, he decided, was the worst field trip ever. Meanwhile, over in the mudslide zone, Kirishima was beginning to have enough. It had to have been at least 15 minutes, and already, Mineta's comments were doing his head in. He'd been wary of him from day one after a girl in 1D had asked if Kirishima could tell Mineta that she had gone home for the day if he asked where she'd gone because she didn't want to talk to such a little slimeball, but after hearing all of the abhorrent words he spewed from his mouth, he was ready to yeet Mineta to the villains. Just look, Kirishima. They're all so hot, I wonder if I can get close enough to touch their dash. That's enough. Kirishima snapped. Look, I don't know what kind of psycho told you it's okay to talk about women that way, but it's not. They aren't objects, they aren't animals, they're people, and they deserve respect. A firm hand grasped his shoulder. He turned around to see a tough, punk woman with all the colors of the rainbow in her half-shaved hair, and a sleeve of tattoos on each arm. You know, for a hero, you aren't so bad if you can think like that. She removed her hand from Kirishima's shoulder and cracked her knuckles, readying herself in a fighting stance. However, your disgusting little friend is barely even a person, let alone a hero, and nobody talks about me and my crew like that. Mineta huffed. You old, ugly beaches are just jealous. I'll beat you black and blue. Rainbow Hair picked up Mineta by the neck, pinching the space where the throat was, as all her friends surrounded him. Actually, honey, I think you're the one who's going to be beaten black and blue. As they proceeded to show Mineta what happens when you mess with a woman, Kirishima felt that it was such a shame that he just could not hear the tortured cries for help over the sound of all that sweet, sweet justice. It may not have been manly, but it was, at that moment, the best thing to do. In the snow zone, there was no foreseeable escape. Ever since that black portal had vanished, along with the magician, their hope of escape had vanished too. With no way out, they'd taken refuge by clustering together snow to form an igloo-like structure. It wasn't the best, but with the support of some sticks and a bit of zero gravity, it was as best as they would get in an icy plane. What did he mean? Uraraka asked dully, neither voice nor face expressing anything at all. Huh? He said that you were responsible. That he hit rock bottom in the genetic lottery. That you were a monster and you weren't in control anymore. That he would steal the show. There was a pause. What did it all mean? I don't dash. Bullshit. She yelled, slamming her hand down on the ground. Ajui's eyelids fluttered, then drifted back closed. You know him somehow. I don't know how, but I know that you and him have a history. So, either answer me, or there will be consequences. He mulled it over for a moment, then quietly responded, fine. I'll tell you. She sighed in relief. But, if you tell anyone, I'll kill you. Got it. All right. Now, who is that guy, why did he come here, and how are you involved in all this? He took a deep breath. His name is Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Our mums are friends, so we went to the same school until this year. He goes to a different school now? Bakugo shook his head. That piece of sheet went missing last spring. Everyone thought he was kidnapped, or that he was killed. But, he wasn't. He ran away, didn't he? Bakugo nodded. Yeah. I didn't know, but I had a feeling he did. That pathetic nerd was too smart to get kidnapped, and the body would have been found if he were dead. Plus, he left things behind. Things, Bakugo confirmed. A letter for Auntie Inko, a letter for me, and a poster of All Might that was ripped, or slashed, or something down the face. There was another pause as the wind rose again. What did he mean when he said that you were a monster? There was a longer pause. That's enough questions for now. Hey, you said you'd answer me. And I said that that's enough for now, so just shut the F up. He snarled, shoving her away. For a moment, she looked as scared as Deku used to, but it faded quickly, replaced by stormy fury. No. What did you just say? I said no, she plainly stated, standing. What are you going to do about it, huh? He scrunched up his face, ready to launch back with an argument, only to realize that in this cold, his argument would be moot. Instead, he settled for scowling at her and balling his fists as she triumphantly smirked at him. I thought so. They stared each other down for a few seconds, before both sitting down as a chilling gust slapped them out of their petty squabble. Nothing more was said on the matter, but, if there had been, perhaps the seeds of curiosity would not have been planted in young Uraraka's head. In the epicenter of it all, the magician stood tall and proud, staring down the remaining students, all of whom looked terrified of him, shocked still, frozen in time and in place. Their eyes were wide with fear, their jaws slack with worry. I wouldn't bother trying to get out if I were you, he said calmly, watching Ida try and pry the door open. The main building has already been notified. Our guest of honor will be here soon. Yaoyorozu hardened her jaw, a shield developing from her arm. Stay back, she yelled. Don't worry, I have no reason to hurt you. You did nothing to me, you just so happen to be in the same class as someone who has hurt me. Sighing in relief, naive Yaoyorozu let down her guard, returning to a stood-still position. Back straight, chin up, the way her parents always told her to stand. But, the second she did, a thick, sticky thread wrapped itself around her, as well as her classmates, tying them together and hauling them up to the ceiling. However, Kumo here does, considering that it was the esteemed Yaoyorozu family that took everything away from him and left him homeless, jobless, penniless and unable to ever find a normal job ever again. Her face paled at such an accusation. How could someone say something like that? What has her family ever done? It wasn't like she remembered someone with such a bizarre name working under her parents, and besides, they were such kind, loving people. Surely this was just some kind of ruse or joke to rile her up. Yes, that had to be it. She gritted her teeth and bit her tongue. Words were useless here, and until someone came to their rescue, they were nothing more than a human chandelier, watching as the magician kicked their unconscious teacher's body, writing in a little black book with blood spattered on the cover. As he sprinted down the worn track that led to the USJ, All Might couldn't help but imagine every single worst-case scenario possible. Entering the USJ only to find the bloody, mauled corpses of his students, or perhaps seeing them all fighting a horde of villains, all of whom were years better in their skill and strategy, or even witnessing the lot of them get captured. Even worse, what would happen if he arrived, only to see the door locked, unable to open for him? What if he was too late to save them? It was a horrible thought, one he wished he'd never have thought. Who likes the thought of all their students dying? Regardless, it was one of the many perks of being such an old hero. He'd seen his fair share of times when a smile wasn't enough to save the day, or, even worse, when there was nobody to smile to. Like that boy, Izuku Midoriya. A small fellow, burning with a spark of passion like he'd never seen before, and full to the brim with knowledge. Unfortunately, as unfair as it was, passion and knowledge were no longer what it took to be a hero. There was no real integrity to it, he knew that all too well, but rather one had to be good at faking integrity. A hero, in the eyes of a hero, was just a really good liar who enjoyed fixing problems. That was it. There was no real justice in the job. It was a bit like politics, in a way. You could promise anything to anyone, and so long as you had a good social standing, you could never fulfill that promise and nothing would happen. Nothing at all. No repercussions, no questions, it would be swept under the rug. Sometimes, he wondered where that kid was. After hearing of his disappearance, All Might had been devastated. He knew that something in his words had caused it, something, but he didn't know quite what. Was he being oblivious? Probably, but it didn't stop his thoughts from meandering, trying to say what did and didn't happen. Whatever did happen, he just hoped that the boy was happy and safe. Nothing more, nothing less. Just safe. The thumping of his shoes on the road matched the pace of his racing heart as blood pumped through his body quicker and quicker. It didn't matter that his side was beginning to ache, or that he could taste metallic blood and acidic bile building up in his throat. What mattered was getting to the USJ in time, before it was too late. Many things had originally drawn Rayon Park to Izuku Midoriya, and, watching from above, she could see them displayed all around the USJ. His knowledge of quirks, intuition, ruthlessness, drive, passion, resourcefulness and incredible use of his quirk were just a small number of those things. At first glance, she'd thought he was plain boring, uninspired, just another corrupted wannabe begging for pity. One of the dime a dozen hero hopefuls who never really stood a chance. But, the longer she looked, the more she saw. It was like every time she found out something new about him, she took one step forward, 2 steps back until she was so far away that he was nowhere to be seen. She chuckled and looked away. There was no need to interfere. The time would come when it would all go to shit, and only then would she, maybe, play their little game. Surrounded by a blazing fire on every side, Todoroki felt helpless. It reminded him of his father. Of training with him for hours and hours until he was vomiting blood, crying, screaming for someone, anyone to help him. But nobody came. Ah, is the wee little baby scared? Blaskine cooed mockingly. Wants to run off to his mummykins? They paused, before suddenly, in mock realization, making an almost cartoonish expression of shock. Oh, wait, never mind. Seething, Todoroki hissed, shut up. How dare you talk about my mother that way, you bstrd. They laughed shrilly, flicking their tail through the flames. Ah, hit a nerve, did I? They clenched Todoroki's jaw in one hand and lifted his face to meet theirs. You better be grateful I was ordered not to kill you, son of Endeavor, or your charred carcass would be all that's left of you by now. They dropped Todoroki's face harshly, standing up tall. You know, I bet you still can't tell who I am, can you? There was no response. I remember you though. Little Mr. Special, all dolled up. You were his little pet, always holding his attention, never straying too far. But while his attention was all over you, trying to raise you higher and higher. They scowled. Disgusting. How do you know me? They scoffed. Of course I can't expect you to know me. Just another lowly peasant under your boot. I don't know who you are. If you have a problem with me, then you can stop avoiding it and just tell me what it is, Todoroki seethed, his patience wearing thin. Blaskine's eyes narrowed. My problem? You want to know what my problem is? Oh, I'll tell you my problem, you little piece of shit. They were almost shouting, their face contorted with pure, undiluted rage. My problem is that you ruined everything I worked so damn hard to gain. Control over my quirk, a place in Endeavor's agency, reputation as a hero. But, the second you came, the very second your horrible quirk appeared, everything changed. Your father destroyed me and took away everything I worked for. Everything. My reputation, my job, and without my job I had no money, not to mention I lost my home too. And guess what? It's all because of you. That would have been over 10 years ago, why are you so sad about it now? Because I want revenge. I know I'll never get my life back, and that I'll never be able to have a normal life, but if I kill you, then at least I'll know that I've gotten even with that son of a bitch, and taken away someone he cares about as well. In his head, Todoroki wanted to scream, bold of you to assume my father gives a flying F about me, but he didn't. It wouldn't help anything, and, as much as he wanted to give this a-hole a piece of his mind, his first priority at this point was survival. Looking around, there wasn't any real way out. The only nearby objects were a car with melting tires, a toolbox, and a can of gasoline just close enough to reach. So, naturally, he reached out, snatched the gasoline, splashed it in Blaskind's eyes, flung a fiery fist at them, and ran as that demonic villain shrieked, their eyes burning. Oh well. Not his fault. Now it was the time to go and help anyone else trapped there before it was too late. Outside, All Might was growing tired. He felt like the road was too long, like it was magically extending with every step he took. Fatigue was beginning to grasp at his ankles, forcing him to stop for a second before he started to see things. His students, trapped and crying. His colleagues, scared and cut off. That would send him running right back into a vicious cycle of self-SDSM. Mental and physical torture, that's what it was. Of course, the instigator of this cruel act realized this. Laughing, they watched mercilessly, pulling at the strings all around them, controlling their puppet's every move. His every step, his every breath, all of it was because of them. Everything was because of them. Without them, the world was nothing. A shell. An empty, buggy program full of holes and loose ends. Every time someone smiled, laughed, cried, swore retribution or declared love, it all happened because of them. Oi, magic boy, he's on his way here, you want me to let him in yet, or nah? Rayon asked, watching with cautious eyes. The magician sighed overdramatically. No, let his tire himself out as he tries to open the door. Just make sure he doesn't get in just yet. Gotcha, she cheerily said. The communication cut, and she grinned maliciously. With pleasure, my friend. Oblivious to the happenings around them, Tokoyami and Hagakure had been separated, with Tokoyami trapped inside the fire zone, and Hagakure not trapped. She had escaped in the carnage in the hope of getting help, but it was no use. She had tried to get into another zone, but it was impossible for someone with a stealth quirk. There were no gaps in the wall, not even a crack to slide through. So, here she was, stuck in a back room with an extremely heavy door and a mini fridge full of beer and gummy worms. Supposedly, this was a kind of break room, a place for any visiting staff to rest up and recollect their sanity. It looked a lot more like some old guy's man cave, complete with the shitty couch and old, kind of working TV that you had to whack a few times to unfreeze occasionally. It wasn't the worst place in the world to be trapped, after all, she'd literally just escaped a burning hellscape, but there was one item that bothered her. A mirror. A full-length, shiny, beautiful mirror in a thin black frame. The kind that a glitzy Hollywood celebrity might use to see how they look before a career-changing award ceremony, or that a politician might use before making an incredible announcement. One of those mirrors that makes your confidence skyrocket the second you look into it and think, DMN, I look great. But that wasn't the case for Hagakure. It never was. She couldn't look in the mirror and see her shiny hair, or her smooth, clear skin, or her dazzling eyes bright with wonder. She couldn't see anything. There was nothing there for her to see but thin air, whatever objects were around her, and a few hovering clothes where a bright, cheerful, exuberant young girl should be, and it made her sad. It made her feel worthless, alienated, like a monster. Invisible. She looked away, afraid that she'd start to see pitiful tears in the mirror soon. In the snow zone, too long had passed. Azui was shivering, frost creeping up her skin as she tried to stay warm. Uraraka's teeth chattered and she curled up into a ball, like a hamster in hibernation. Bakugo groaned. Admittedly, he was the least cold of the three, what with his quirk making him quite warm, but even he was starting to feel the bite of the cold. Plus, his costume left his arms open and vulnerable to the chilly wind's touch, and it was starting to get annoying. He stood up. We should look for an exit, he declared. Uraraka looked at him as if he were the dumbest person on the planet. We're barely hanging on as it is. If we waste our energy, we could get frostbite or hypothermia, she reasoned. A fresh gust of wind blew past them as if to prove her point. Besides, Tsu's still asleep. There's no way she can walk, and it'll be difficult to carry her in this weather. Bakugo thought a little bit before responding, then asked, Do you have any rope? Rope? Why? Just answer the question, Roundface. She huffed. No, of course not. What do you think, that every girl just carries rope around? What would you even use it for? If you used your quirk on Frogface and tied a rope to her and you, then we could carry her, he responded. That is not a bad idea, she said slowly, as if in disbelief. Of course it isn't, I came up with it so it must be good. And there it was, Bakugo's pride rearing its ugly head. Of course, even in the direst of situations it just had to make an appearance, like the extremely well-timed cartoon villain it was. Oh, how much she would give to pound it into the floor with a large mallet. Not the point, Bakugo, she hissed. Anyways, there's nothing here to use like that. She hesitated in deep thought, unless. Unless what? We could use your belt. She pointed to the object in question that sat snugly around his waist. He gave her an almost offended look before grumbling and handing it over at her death stare. There. Was that so hard? F you, he mumbled under his breath, just loud enough for her to hear. Uraraka, ignoring him, tapped Azui with her hand and quickly tied the belt to both their wrists, making sure that it was tight enough before standing up. There, all done. But, we'll have to be quick. Where do we start? They looked around, staring at the vast, open plains of white. Where could they start? In the main promenade, Shigaraki was growing impatient. He wanted All Might not to torture a bunch of helpless, dumb children. Plus, he'd been banned from touching Eraserhead, and he had no choice but to listen. It was pathetic. Here he was, the great Shigaraki Tamura, taking orders from a high schooler with a goddamn probability quirk. It was infuriating to no end how quickly he had become powerless, like putty in the magician's hand, just another pawn on the chessboard for him to use. But he didn't want to be used. Shigaraki wanted to play, not to be played, and yet he couldn't. This player was on another level, one far higher than him, one he could never hope to attain. He hated it. When is he coming? He snarled. The magician stayed calm and smiled like nothing was wrong. It was unnerving, seeing such a facial expression surrounded by carnage as if the man who wore it was unbothered, a robot. Soon. You'll see, the magician answered, tapping his cane. He'll be here when the time is right. We'll make sure of it. Rayon laughed. With pleasure, Magic Man. Should I let him in just yet, or give it another min? Now is fine. Fuckhands McMike over here is getting bored. We might as well get him some entertainment. He looked up at the students who had been strung at the top of the hall by Kumo's web. What do you think? They didn't answer, only cried out in vain through their GGS. It was pointless, they'd never be heard. Yeah, let him in. On it. As All Might began to slow, panting and wheezing, he saw something in the distance. A building, big and tall and gray, with a domed roof. The USJ. He smiled through the pain and started to run again, this time faster and with more passion and zeal behind each step. Every step brought him closer to his students, and closer to getting them out safe. 5 more, 4, 3, 2, 1. The doors opened without him even touching them, strangely welcoming, and yet not at the same time. He rushed in without a second thought, and they slammed shut behind him. Inside, he could see the former shell of 13, the crumpled form of Aizawa, and students dangling from the ceiling, screeching and wailing. His heart sank as he looked around, surrounded by chaos and misery. He was too late. Footsteps thundered through the center as villains parted like the Red Sea. A birdman creature stomped through, fists clenched and ready to fight, with a boy in an old suit on its shoulder, smiling and holding a cane. Green hair, deep viridian eyes, for freckles on each cheek. With cold realization, a tidal wave of memory hit him. That day on the roof, with the sludge villain. That boy on the roof who had been attacked, who had asked him if he had a hope of being a hero. He was here again, sat tall and proud and strong, but not as a hero. Hello, All Might, the boy cheerily said, his words laced with daggers. Did you miss me? No, he was not a hero. He would never be a hero. That pure, sweet, innocent boy who had looked up to him so much was a villain. Many emotions rushed through All Might in that split second when he saw the magician. Fear, despair, shock, worry, but most of all, regret. Guilt and regret welled up inside him, filling him up then overflowing. Even though he was in his muscle form, working in overdrive with his heart going both a mile a minute and not at all, he felt vulnerable. Scared. As if he was nothing before this. This child who held more power in his pinky than All Might did in his entire body. And he had told this young boy that he could never be a hero. How could he? How could he say such a thing? He had already regretted it before, knowing it was a mistake the second the words spilt from his lips, but now? Now it was his deepest shame. A failure, an embarrassment, his biggest mistake. But it wasn't just that he had failed a child in their greatest moment of need. No. The worst part was that he couldn't take it back. It was a sad truth, but a truth nonetheless, that sometimes the bullet that hits you isn't metal. Sometimes the trigger you pull exists not in your hand but on your tongue. Sometimes the gun you fire is the words you speak. Those are the worst kinds of killings, the ones that devour you slowly, taking your soul, then your mind, then your body. That was how All Might had killed Izuku Midoriya, and it was a killing he could never take back. Speechless? He asked, a sickly sweet smile plastered across his face. All Might, slack-jawed, did not respond. He wanted to scream, to cry, to do something, but his body wouldn't respond. I understand. After all, it's not often you get to see the consequence of your actions. Take a good look, but don't just pathetically stare. It's unbecoming of you. But he couldn't move. He was frozen in place, trapped under a spell of cold terror. Hey, fuck Hands McMike. A man with hands all over his body, not even attached to anything, just disembodied hands, and pale, stringy hair that hung down to his shoulders in greasy knots. Your prize is here. Just remember to send him back in at least 3 pieces. We don't want to get too overzealous just yet, do we? His tone was controlling, his voice sharp and questioning, like he was daring his acquaintance to defy those words. Sourly, the acquaintance nodded. What have you done? All Might asked, his voice shaky. Where are the rest of my students? Somewhere. They could be anywhere really. Muffled screams cried down from above. Could be over here, over there, or maybe even right over your head. All Might looked up to see the sickening chandelier of his strung-up students and went pale. They were crying and screeching, begging for help and never being heard. It must have been awful for them, he imagined, being trapped up there for so long. And what was that rope? Silken, long, stick in appearance. Spider's thread? It wasn't until he realized he had said those words aloud did he feel the breath on the back of his neck and a charming voice said, correct. The same white silk strapped itself around his wrists and ankles, making it impossible for him to move. A shadow loomed over him, cracking its knuckles. Oh, that's right, you two haven't met, have you? The magician crooned, batting his eyelashes innocently. I'll let Shiggy here introduce you too. Have fun, All Might. Wait, the hero cried. As uneasy as the magician made him feel, his friend oozed desperation everywhere he went, and All Might did not want to be stuck with such a person. Wait. But nobody came. Just like nobody came for the magician at his lowest point, nobody came for All Might. Nobody at all. Now then, let's have some fun. All Might. In the snowy wasteland, Uraraka and Bakugo could hear the shadows of screams but paid no attention. They had more pressing issues to deal with. I told you to take a right. Why did you take a left? She asked, frustration seeping through the cracks in her words. Because you never said if it was my right or your right. My right? Why the hell would I be talking about yours? I don't know, maybe because I was the one asking? Uraraka took a deep breath, shut her eyes, pinched the bridge of her nose, then stood up straight, weary. Let's just retrace our steps. Maybe we'll find something back there. They looked behind them only to see that their tracks had been recovered in snow, reclaimed by the weather. Or, we could just keep going. They trudged on, Azui floating behind them, motionless. It would be a long time before they got out. In the fire zone, Todoroki ran and ran and ran. He ran past buildings, alleyways, cars, buses. He never stopped. Until he reached a doorway. A big, black, solid doorway made from steel or some other kind of metal. A stronghold, or something else perhaps. No time to think. With all his might, he shoved the door, praying for it to budge. It did not. He tried again, and again, and again. Nothing. He groaned and hit his head on the door. Stupid. How was he meant to move some 20-odd tons of metal? It was impossible. No. No giving up anymore. Standing his ground, he narrowed his eyes and pushed as hard as he could, grunting and groaning from the effort, until, finally, it worked, and the door opened to reveal a dark room filled with echoing sobs, old beer, and a large mirror. What's with all the crying? He asked nobody in particular. The sobbing stopped and a frail voice said, Todoroki? Who is that? It's me, Hagakure. He heard footsteps approach him. How did you get here? She sniffled. We were surrounded, then a barrel of something knocked over. While they were all distracted, Tokoyami and I started running, but we got separated, and somehow I ended up here. Where are we? I don't know. I think this is some kind of faculty room or a surveillance area of some kind. Either way, I don't think the villains know about it, so we're safe here. He exhaled, relieved at those words. Good. I hope Tokoyami's okay. We should try and find out if we can contact someone from here. If it's a surveillance room or a faculty lounge, there should be some emergency way of communicating the main building. You're a genius. Of course. Hagakure squeaked. We should look around and see if we can find anything. Little did they know that someone was watching them. She laughed and smiled, enamored by their confidence. They wouldn't find it, and if they even got close, then she would stop them. How foolish they were. Or perhaps not, she thought, as Todoroki pressed his hand against a panel in the wall, right next to the mirror. It glowed, and the looking glass swung forwards, nearly hitting poor Hagakure in the face. Behind it was a long, dark corridor. Do you think we should be doing this? Hagakure asked. I mean, it doesn't seem a little odd to you that this creepy corridor exists? I don't care, Hagakure, I just want to get out of the USJ, he responded tersely. Besides, if they wanted a device to communicate to remain hidden, it would make sense for it to be in here, hidden. A dimly light emerged from the end of the corridor. A room. Come on. Let's see what's in there. Meanwhile, the failing body of All Might slumped in the center of the plaza. Nomu, the creature built to destroy him, had been beating him up for 10 minutes, if not more. His face was bruised, his limbs sore and battered, his clothes destroyed, and his reputation was beyond repair. It was awful, a nightmare. How could he even call himself a hero? Then again, it wasn't like he'd just given up. He had tried to fight back, tried to free himself from the web-spun shackles, but they were just too tight on him. He couldn't move. Far up above him, the students who hung were hopeless. They had watched as All Might, in their view, just lay down and gave up, giving in time and time again to the Nomu's punches and kicks. He seemed so weak. It was disheartening. Yes, that was the right word for it. Disheartening. This is terrible. Ashido fretted. Her entire body was tense, rigid with fear. If only we could get out somehow. Couldn't you use your acid to melt the web? Satu asked frantically. Do you want to end up as a highly heroic pancake? We'll die if we fall from all the way up here, Jairu grumbled, her earphone jack swinging wildly. Besides, I don't feel like entering the villain mosh pit at the moment, we're safer up here. Jairu is correct, Yaoyorozu said. We don't seem to be in harm's way up here, and if we go down now it's either death by villains or by falling, and I think all of us would prefer to live at the moment. There was a despondent silence, which was eventually broken by Ashido. So, anyone want to play I Spy? Back in the creepy corridor, neither Todoroki nor Hagakure could believe what they were seeing. A room smaller than the last, with monitors on every wall, door, and even the ceiling, and a fluorescent beanbag on the floor next to a bottle of knockoff Sprite, called Spite, and a take-out pizza, half-eaten. It looked like the paradise of an agoraphobic nutcase. But, what was even more surprising than the computer nook was that there was a person inside, slumped on the beanbag. A young woman, just a little older than them, if at all, with sunshine hair, glazed yellow eyes left ajar, skin pale as papyrus parchment, and a lollipop hanging from her mouth. Do you think she's dead? Their worries were disproven as the girl's eyes flickered to life and settled on them. Of all the students I thought would find me, I never expected you to, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. She spoke softly and evenly, with a tone so controlled yet natural that it seemed suspicious. Oh, relax, I won't harm you. Who are you? Todoroki asked, demanding. She smiled, put a finger to her lips and stood up. It was jarring, seeing her drawn to her full height. She was so much shorter than they expected, around Hagakure's height, only a few centimeters smaller, and yet she seemed about 20 meters tall, unreachable to the both of them. It's not me you should be worried about, but her. The sound of metal clanking against metal pulled them out of their racing thoughts as they turned around to see another woman, this one quite different from the last. Her was like the night personified, with dark skin dotted with star-like freckles that one could see constellations in if they looked closely enough, and shimmering hair spun from the moonlight that trailed across the floor. They couldn't see her eyes, she had covered them with white bandages and painted crescents where she would usually see from. The clothes she wore were unusual too. Sheer silk trousers with white shorts underneath, a short lavender top that left her midriff and arms exposed, and gold. Gold bangles and bracelets, gold hairpins and headdresses, gold anklets and necklaces, gold earrings and other body piercings, they were everywhere. She pressed a finger to each of their foreheads, and their visions began to fade. Hush now, and go to sleep, she said, and let the star, Polaris, guide you in your dreams. And like that, they were out, and Polaris carried them away and closed off the trove of secrets that they had uncovered behind them, never to be seen again. When she returned, Rayon thanked her. How did they even get in here? Polaris asked. I thought this area was unfindable. Just a minor slip-up. I guess EY found another way in air, Rayon responded. Now get out of air, and help win this fight. Polaris bowed and left, closing the door behind her. In the room, Rayon sighed and sat back down. She had a feeling that this would be very interesting indeed. I spy. Something red? There was a pause as everyone began to think. Blood? Nope. There was another pause. Yamamo's hero costume? DMN it. Silence. It had been so long. Well, it probably hadn't been more than 10 minutes, maybe 15, but it still felt a lot longer. Ashido groaned loudly, rocking the threads that held them up as she tried to stretch. Careful, or we're going to go splat, Jairu reprimanded, her earphone jack swinging sullenly below her head. Blood had been rushing into her face and it was starting to hurt, clouding her complexion with a cherry pink hue. This SCKS. I want to be down there. So do I, but it would be pointless to go down there. We'd never make it, Ida reminded. Yamamo, are you okay? Jairu asked quietly so that nobody else could hear. I don't know. Truth be told, she didn't have the slightest hint as to how she felt. Over and over she had tried to figure out why her family would have done something so horrible to a presumably innocent man. Had he maybe done something bad, or were her parents really to blame? There had never been anything off with how her parents treated their employees, always paying them on time with the right amount of cash, ensuring that everything was perfect for them and their workers. Heck, they even paid all their taxes, something which many rich families did not do. Plus, they were her parents. The same people who loved her dearly and always ensured nothing bad ever happened to her. They couldn't be bad. Right? The magician smiled and slashed All Might's bare shoulder, causing him to cry in pain. Such a pleasant sound it was, the cries of a slowly dying man. He was surprised that the symbol of peace was still breathing, let alone standing, what with how much blood was spilt on the floor. It was nothing short of a miracle. Or, perchance, nothing short of an act performed by Lady Luck for him. You know, he kicked the poor soul in the crack side of his ribs. I thought you'd be more of a challenge. The blade slid up All Might's chest, stopping at his neck. This is just pathetic. Why are you doing this? He choked out. Why? He twirled his cane in his hands, circling the crumpled form of his former hero. Because this shitty hero society is broken. There are people like me out there, who are ignored, bullied, left behind, all because nobody could see that I have power, and not just in my quirk, but also my intelligence. In my personality. In my passion. He looked at All Might directly in the eyes, piercing his soul. And you, who claims to be so incredible, a savior of the people and beacon of hope for all the lost souls, you too were too blinded by the fame and so-called glory to see it too. I was dash. Don't try and lie. The magician bellowed, digging the pointed blade into All Might's side. Don't try and hide the truth that has just been laid bare in front of you. He looked away and kicked the ground. And even if you aren't lying, and you think that your society is a sham, then you still take part in it, hold it up on your shoulders, and do nothing about those who do abuse it. Either way, you're still more of a villain than me. Hagakure opened her bleary eyes. How long had it been since they'd closed? Around her, there was nothing. Where was she? How had she gotten here? This wasn't the surveillance room, and it certainly wasn't the conflagration zone, wherein the cloying smell of smoke would have choked her dry by now. She sighed and stood up. Her heart was pounding. It had been a long time since she had felt like this, so scared and vulnerable. So invisible. The room she had awoken in was small, barely large enough for more than 2 people, with only a chair inside. Other than that, there was nothing. I wonder if the others are worried about me. She wondered aloud, before laughing bitterly to herself. Yeah, right. Them, worried about her? Nah. Who was she kidding? She was invisible, literally and metaphorically. It was a miracle she'd made it into UA, let alone not been booted on her first day, but she'd still made no real friends. Sure, she could hold a friendly conversation with most of the girls in her class and even some of the boys, but it didn't change her scarred heart, marred by the years of bullying and teasing of her past. Meanwhile, in a similar room not too far away, Todoroki had been quietly looking around every single nook and cranny for a way out. Being in such a small space made him feel trapped, and he didn't like it. It made him feel small, weak, incomplete in the grand scheme of things. That was never a good feeling. The feeling where his voice got stuck in his throat and his body was grabbed by 100 invisible hands. Panic. In the blizzard zone, the cold was seeping under Uraraka's skin. She wasn't the least tolerant person in her family to the cold, but that didn't mean she was very good with it. In fact, she was pretty freaking terrible with the cold. It chilled her to the bone, causing her to shiver and shudder until she felt she'd fall apart. How much longer do you think we'll have tea to walk? Uraraka asked, her teeth chattering. Huh? Speak up, round face, Bakugo gruffly responded. Can't hear you. She huffed, a cold mist appearing before her face. I said how much longer do you think we'll be walking? Don't ask me, I have no idea. He responded. Trust me, I don't like this any more than you do. They trudged slowly through the snow. How aren't you cold? She asked, a hint of jealousy tinting her tone. It's got tea to be below 0. Dunno. Guess it's just my quirk. Uraraka pouted. LKY. Silence weighed down heavily on them. How long had they been walking, she wondered. Minutes? Hours? It was unlikely to be days, but here, in a world where white was all they could see, who knew? Perhaps this was all a lie, and she would close her eyes and suddenly she'd be in her bedroom having just awoken from a hellish nightmare. Hopeful, she squeezed her eyes closed, then opened them a few seconds later. Nope, nothing. Still the same blank world all around her. The never-ending walk was going to kill her, she decided, and, at this point, she would be glad to go down to her grave. Blood splattered onto the ground. Hacking coughs echoed through the USJ as All Might choked blood out from his throat. It was a miracle he was still alive. Shigaraki sighed and moved away. This is no fun. Yeah, no kidding, the magician replied, narrowing his eyes into slits. This is getting boring. Repetitive. He sighed. Oh well, I got what I came for, you got what you wanted. Let's go. Shigaraki mulled it over for a moment before realizing that it wasn't a suggestion. It was an order. Fine, he grumbled. We'll leave for now. The magician's grin widened. You heard the man, Rayon. Let's get out of here. You can call in the puppets now. With pleasure, love. Rayon cackled and began to set the last phase of their plan into motion. Surrounded by burning flames, Blaskine was dying. Unable to see and covered in gasoline, it was no surprise. But, it wasn't the Todoroki kid that had done them in, surprisingly. It was a building that had become unstable in the heat of the moment, amongst the chaos. A large chunk had crushed their legs and abdomen, and a smaller piece had hit them on the head. Still, they dragged their limp body to the side, surrounded themselves with a pocket of cool air and took out a smashed flip phone, just barely hanging on. With shallow breaths, he began to type out a number. +81, ring. 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 Hamura? Is everything okay? A woman on the other end of the line asked, worry filling her voice. They smiled serenely. Hey, babe. I just wanted to let you know that I love you. Babe laughed. That's it? And I wanted to hear your voice. Babe laughed again. Well, I love you too, honey. You want mabwa tofu for dinner? Now it was Blaskine, or Hamura's, turn to laugh. You know me too well. There was a pause as they caught to catch their breath. Hey. Keiho? Promise. Promise me you'll always love me, no matter what. I promise, darling. You are the light of my life, my sweet flame. Closing their eyes, the phone began to slip out of their hand. Thanks, Keiho. Their breath became scarce. I'll love you, forever. And always. With that, Blaskine's eyes closed, and the world forever went black as a single tear dripped down their cheek. They may have despised the world and all that was in it, but, despite all that darkness, they would never forget the light that was Keiho Miyazuki, their one true love. Inside UA, the day had been moving more slowly than normal. I mean, it always moved slowly when teenagers were being taught, but, for some reason, time seemed to be moving even slower than normal, and normally it moved at the pace of molasses traveling uphill. So, can anyone tell me why dash? Can all heroics teachers please report to the staff room immediately? All students may leave early. The tannoy blared. Satisfied with the announcement, both the students and teachers rushed out to their respective destinations. By the time Present Mike, the last hero to make it, got to the staff room, the other teachers were already in a heated discussion. What does it mean? Snipe raspily asked. What does it mean? You're kidding me, right? It means we're in danger. Midnight slammed her hands down on the table. Damn it. Hold up, what's going on? Mike asked, confused. Ectoplasm sighed. You know the cybercriminal who practically destroyed the Koanchosacho last year? Mike hummed in affirmation. He's attacked us, and, if Nizu's pieced together the clues correctly, villains are attacking the USJ right now. What? Mike screeched so loudly everyone could have sworn his quirk was on. Then we should get going. Now, hold on there, Nizu reasoned, hoisting himself onto a chair. I didn't call you all here so that we can argue, I called you all here so that we can talk like civilized adults and come to a mutual agreement. Murmurs rippled through the room. Now then, 13 and Aizawa are both at the USJ, and I assume that All Might is there with them. That's 3 heroes already, plus all of Class 1A. Yeah, but that lemon means danger. We need to get down there and help out, Cementos retaliated. You're right. However, we also need to keep some people back here to make sure that this isn't just a ruse to get us out of the main building. So, let's divide into groups. Okay, who'll go to the USJ? Midnight, Cementos, Present Mike and Snipe go down to the USJ. Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, Vlad King and I will stay back here. Are we in agreement? With a resounding yes, the two groups split up and began to get to work. The run to the USJ felt short. Too short, like each step forwards was 10. Time was moving faster now, minutes feeling like seconds. As the teachers huffed and panted, trying to sprint to their students' rescue, the world had been put on fast forward. The closer the heroes got, the bigger the portal away became as villains began to shamble back through it. The students watched in surprise, trying to figure out what was going on. In the corner of Snipe's eye, he could just begin to see the USJ. "Come on, we're almost here," he yelled back to his colleagues. They began to speed up, running faster than ever before. All the zones had been cleared of living villains, leaving only the bloody remains of those who were unfortunate enough to die behind. Only the last few were exiting as Rayon, Izuku, and Shigaraki watched. The doors opened, light slipping into the bloody arena. "Well then, heroes," the magician announced in an overdramatic fashion, "it's been fun, really, but I'll be on my way now." Snipe unholstered his gun and fired off a shot. The bullet flew through the air, twisting and turning as to hit the boy in the shoulder. It should have hit. But then, something happened. The boy caught the bullet in his fingers, flicked it to the side, and gave Snipe the most terrifying grin he'd ever seen. Now then, stay tuned. Just as Snipe fired a second shot, right as the bullet should have gone through the rapidly closing portal, the villains vanished, leaving several stunned heroes, piles upon piles of exhausted bodies, and a sea of crimson blood in their wake. The line went dead. Lights went out. The world was plunged into darkness as they tried to comprehend what had just happened. Nothing was certain, their whole world had just been turned upside down. There was only one thing that was certain, now, as a woman carefully placed down her phone on the kitchen counter, tears sullenly dripping down her face from her dark eyes, clouded with anger. This was not the end of the war, nor even the end of the battle. This was the beginning of something new, and something big. This was the beginning of the end. A bright light shines into the eyes of the one being interviewed. Tsukachi Naomasa takes a seat, his face grave. "Where were you during the attack?" "Bakugo, I got put in some crappy snow zone." "Uraraka, I was transported to the blizzard zone alongside Bakugo." "Yaoyorozu, I was stuck in the central plaza alongside many of my classmates." "Are the others okay?" "Todoroki, I was in the fire zone." "Hagakure and Tokoyami were there too, but I didn't see Tokoyami." "Who was there with you? Any villains?" "Ashido, I don't know how many, but there were tons." "Todoroki, yes. I only fought one, but I saw quite a few others." Yaoyorozu, pauses. Yes. There were a lot of them, but most of them were quite weak." I'm sorry, I don't know any more than that." "Uraraka, miffed, maybe you should be asking Bakugo about that, he knows one of them." "Bakugo, she said that?" Scoff speech. "I did know one of them, but not in the way she thinks, so don't listen to her." "Did you recognize any of the villains you faced? Did any of them recognize you?" "Ida, of course not. I had no idea who any of them were." "But..." Quieter, "I think Yaoyorozu might have known one of them." "Yaoyorozu, I didn't know him personally, but the one who tied me and some of the others to the ceiling knew my family. He said he used to work for us and that my family ruined him. I think he said his name was Kumo?" "Uraraka, we only saw one villain, who called himself the Magician. He knew Bakugo from their childhood, but I don't know any more than that." "Bakugo, yeah, I knew that guy." "What about it?" "He's just some shitty loser." "Todoroki, one of them recognized me from my father, but I didn't remember him." "Hagakure, I. What can you tell us about the villains you faced and recognized?" "Uraraka, he was scary. I mean, it's not like he was aggressive or anything, but he was just unsettling." "Kirishima, yeah, man. That guy was mega creepy. He looked young, but somehow he just felt off." "Yaoyorozu, he was tall, and he was really like a spider." "I'm sorry, I can't remember much more than that. It's just so shocking." "Bakugo, his name is Midoriya Izuku." "Yeah, like the kid who went missing a while back." "Same one. I knew him in elementary and middle school. The old hag and Auntie Inko are friends." "Todoroki, he looked like a demon." "Hagakure, I'm sorry, my head just hurts a lot whenever I try and remember. The last thing I can recall, I was heading down this long passage with Todoroki, and then we just somehow ended up in those two other rooms. I wish I could be more help." "Todoroki, we were headed down the same corridor, and then it's just like what Hagakure said. I can't remember anything either. Apologies." "All right. Thank you for your time, kids. You've been a huge help. Is there anything else you'd like to add?" "Uraraka, yeah. What happened to the magician? What did Bakugo do to him, and why does he hate heroes so much? Thank you for your time." As the children walked out to the waiting room, huddling together in small clumps, Tsukachi leaned back in his chair. He wasn't getting paid enough for this. "So, what happened?" Nizu asked, hopping onto a stool. To be honest, I haven't got any clue. The security camera files were all corrupted, so we couldn't see anything, and from what those kids have told me, this was more than one attack. Was there anyone asking more questions than they should? Well, that sweet-looking girl with the pink cheeks asked a lot about a specific villain, but it was probably just nerves, Tsukachi said, jotting down notes on a piece of paper. Well, one case closes, 20 more open. Oh? The morose detective nodded. From what I understand, the kid who was reported missing last year, Midoriya Izuku. He's the magician. I see, Nizu mumbled, lost in thought. Do you think it's anything to worry about? Kind of. Supposedly he masterminded the whole thing. If a 15-year-old can do that, then just think of what else he might be able to do. Tsukachi made a point. For as long as he could remember, Nizu had always thought of humans as being dumb, selfish creatures focused only on themselves. However, sometimes, the most dangerous thing a human could be was selfless, because it meant they would fight twice as hard. This human, the magician, sounded just like that. He was a force of terror, and they would have to deal with him quickly. And what about Uraraka? If you're talking about that pink-cheeked girl, I don't think it's too much trouble. She was probably just shaken. However, I'd keep an eye out for her. I think she might be a bit suspicious now. She was. Clenching her fists, Uraraka couldn't help but think back to seeing the magician, Midoriya Izuku. Something about him, despite how scheming he acted, made her want to trust him. Seeing him and hearing what both he and Bakugo had said made her doubt herself and her belief in heroes. Were they all they were cracked up to be if poor Midoriya was the product of their actions? Was this what happened in the cracks on the pavement when nobody was looking? She wanted to look for answers. Any answer, so long as it could help her unravel the mysteries of the world she had been raised to accept so blindly. It didn't matter what the outcome was, she just had to know. No matter what. On the other side of Muzurafu, by the edges of Nabu and Kamino, a young woman dressed in black stalked the streets. Her name was Keiho Miyazuki, 24 years old. A secretary by day, criminal conwoman by night, and one true love of her fiancé, Hamura Tezuka. Her dead fiancé. She wiped her eyes with a leather-gloved hand. White wisps of hair floated in front of her face, masking her icy eyes. The day had gone gray, causing her naturally paper-pale appearance to both blend in and stand out. Her appearance was an odd one, with almost frostbitten skin like chalk, wild and wispy hair of the same pallor, and two sunken eyes like frozen lakes so bright you could see them in the dark. Compared to her firecracker of a significant other, she was the complete opposite of them. Their antithesis, if you will. She was the winter to their summer, the cold to their scorching. They had been the perfect match. Now they were nothing. Now, Hamura was nothing, and she was all alone. With the click-clacking of her heels on the asphalt, she turned towards the door of the local police station. Hamura had always told her that if they were ever hurt, an old friend by the name of Hinata Tadabana could help her recover all remaining belongings of theirs. The door opened before her blue-blooded, literally, presence. "Excuse me," she said quietly, placing her inky black bag on the counter, "I need to speak to Detective Tadabana, please." "Hamura's girl?" a voice asked. "That's me. Come round back." Hinata Tadabana was a short woman, and the sister-in-law of the late Hamura Tezuka, having married their sister just 2 years before. "So, do you need anything?" Yes. Shakily, she exhaled. "Hamura has been killed." "Oh." The atmosphere went still. "I see. Would you like some tea, or maybe a hot chocolate? I'd ask if you wanted some booze, but I think that might be a bit inappropriate considering." "Yeah. No, it's okay. I just need the key to their old apartment, the one in Gahiko Estate. They had some stuff there still, I should probably go and get it." "MHM. Yeah, alright. It's back at my place though. Mind hanging around and waiting until my shift ends? We can go and get it then." Keiho nodded slowly, numbly. "Sounds good." Behind the scenes, Nizu was troubled. In all his wildest dreams, he'd never seen himself having to make this kind of a decision. Not in the past, not in the future, and certainly not right now. There were only two options. Option 1, expel the student in question for no good reason, thus damaging UA's reputation as well as the student's. Option 2, give a mild nudge to an old friend and let everything else play out, leaving the blame in someone else's hands and the problem in a cell. Either way, he couldn't allow that student to return to UA. If he did, then all manner of things could happen. Black beady eyes looked at her silhouette as she dialed a number on an old, beat-up flip phone. It would be a shame to lose someone as driven as her, but one has to do what they have to do to survive, even if it meant some sacrifices. He swiped his phone screen, clicked, call, and waited. Hello? Is that you, Suzuki? Yeah. Is there a problem? Nizu looked away from his student. I need you to do me a favor. Oh? What kind? You know the project that you wanted to do on Gahiko Estate, the big renovation? What about it? Have you selected who's going to lead it? Not yet. Why? Put Uraraka Foundation's building on the job immediately, and get them there by tomorrow. Uraraka Foundations? Sure, I guess. What's this for? You'll see. Suzuki sighed on the other side of the phone. You know best, I suppose. I'll get to it, okay? Thank you, Suzuki. Nizu hung up and looked back to where his student sat, nervously twiddling her fingers and staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Her heart was so pure, so genuine, so full of love and joy and determination. In her was the makings of a true hero. But true heroes don't exist anymore. Heroes nowadays are a farce, a game played to impress the people. It's all scripted, every line pre-written to create an image. There's nothing pure, or genuine, or full of love and joy in heroics. All there was to see was a diseased cesspool of lies and slander. Besides, she'd be unhappy if she went through with this, right? It would be for the child's own good in the end. At least she would never be subjected to the daily abuse of the tabloids or the systematic sexism that kept on beating down female heroes day in and day out. Yes. That was all it was. An intervention to stop her from getting hurt. It was just for her own good, that was all. Oh, if only the rat knew how wrong he was. Now, however, was not the time to dwell upon mistakes to be made yet, but rather it was the time to tie up loose ends. That all started with one woman. It had been a long time since Inko Midoriya had been happy. Ever since her son disappeared all those months ago, Inko had been a mess. Her once tied back hair now hung limply around her face, which had wasted away alongside her body over time. All her clothes were now too large for her, and while she could buy more, there was no energy in her body. It was spent on crying, walking, talking, doing minuscule tasks day in day out. At first, she hadn't even been able to do those. At first, when she had woken up to see her son's bed empty and his belongings packed, it had been so hard for her to do anything. Almost an entire 3 months went by before Mitsuki barged through the door and ordered her to get the hell up, before promptly shoving her into the shower, giving her a clean-ish change of clothes and forcing some warm miso soup down her throat. Now, Mitsuki still visited frequently, making sure that Inko took all her antidepressants and paid the bills on time, or even just to chat. But mostly she was alone. So, when the doorbell rang loudly at such a late time, which Mitsuki would never visit at, Inko Midoriya was pleasantly surprised to have some company. "Can I get you some tea? Coffee? Milk?" she asked, fretting. "I'm sorry it's not cleaner in here, I wasn't expecting anyone to stop by today." The nice man, who had introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi, sheepishly chuckled. "I'll take tea, and I recommend you do as well. This might be a bit hard to stomach for you, Mrs. Midoriya." She carefully boiled the tea, steeping it to perfection. Inko may not have been good for much anymore, but making tea was always a speciality of hers. "What brings you here today, sir?" she asked, blowing on the tepid liquid. "It's unusual for a detective to stop by this area." He pursed his lips, set down his cup and buried his face in his hands before looking back up at her. "Ma'am, your son disappeared not too long ago, correct?" he asked, softly. "Yes. That's right. We believe he was seen today at the USJ in a villain attack." "Oh my goodness, is he okay? Is he alive? Safe? Was he taken hostage or something?" Questions flowed from her in an endless stream as tears leaked from her eyes. "Where is he?" "Ma'am. That's what I came to talk to you about." With a grave expression and tears welling up in his own eyes to match hers, he took a deep breath in to break the news. "I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but Izuku Midoriya was no hostage today." Her heart stopped, face as white as bone. He was a villain. When the sun had set and the detective had left, leaving her his contact info, Inko walked down the hall to the second door. An old, battered nameplate hung on it, reading Izuku. She opened the door. Ever since Izuku had left, his room was the only place she'd kept clean. Every poster stuck in the same place, every figurine at the same angle. The night light he'd kept by his bedside for so long still stood there, turned off. Inko sat on the edge of his bed, on the all-might blanket. That glowing, beaming face once brought her comfort and joy. Now it was just a stabbing reminder of how empty she was. A letter sat next to her, one that had been unopened and unnoticed for years. She picked it up. "Dear Mum. When I was a kid, and I asked you if you thought I could be a hero, you told me you wished things could be different. But that isn't what I needed to hear. What I needed to hear was yes. I needed to hear that it was possible to be a hero, even if it was a lie. Do you think that a child can appreciate an ugly truth for all it's worth? Because I couldn't. Hearing you tell me I could never be a hero was one of the hardest things in the world, and it hurt me. No, it didn't just hurt me. It killed me. Don't blame yourself entirely for this, Mum. It's not all your fault. I know you were just trying to keep me safe from all the hurt, but it just hurt more. Kaken bullied me, everyone thought I was a joke, hell, even my idol, All Might, told me I could never hope to be a hero. What was I meant to do? Give up? Please. I may be worthless, but at least I've got my drive left. You may have told me I have no quirk, but I will always have my tenacity. I'm going to become someone else. Someone new, with a new face and a new name for myself. I don't care if I'm found, or if I die, or if heroes hunt me for my head on a stake. They're all liars anyway, it doesn't matter what they say. I'll be free, faceless in the crowd, and then I'll show you that I was never lying when I said that I could do something cool. I'm sorry you could never be proud of me. Don't look for me when I'm gone. From, Izuku. Tears smudged the last few words, both hers and her child's. Only one thought remained in her mind as the letter fell to the floor, slipping out of her grasp. What have I done? Katsuki Bakugo had been lying in the dark for a long time. A villain. That DMN Deku was a villain. A criminal, a cretin, a fraud. He hid in a cloak of shadows and behind a mask of lies and falsified smiles, pulling strings of the criminal underworld. Bakugo looked at the envelope on his desk. The letter that Deku had left him. Should he read it? Yes. Swinging his legs out, Bakugo yanked the letter from his desk and ripped it open. Kaken. First of all, F you. You ruined my life, ripped it from my hands and stomped on it until it died. You aren't a hero, and you never will be one. You are a villain. Yes, a villain, and you're worse than any villain I've ever seen. Why? Because you don't know when you're wrong. You think the world owes you everything and should expect nothing in return, and don't try and argue with me about it, you know I'm right. But you were wrong. I'm not defenseless. I never was. I always had power, more so than you'll ever know, and you never believed me. Remember all those times I'd tell you? I'd say, hey, Kaken, look at what I can do, and you would call me a nothing. A quirkless wannabe grasping at straws. You don't know what you're doing. You just think this is all fun and games, but it's not. Sleep with one eye open, Katsuki, because I'm leaving. But when I come back, you'll wish you had never hurt me to begin with. Yours faithfully, the magician. Creases formed in the side as a red raging fist clenched the letter. Smoke curdled in the air around him. As much as it pained Bakugo to admit it, the nerd was right. He did wish that he had never hurt Deku to begin with, more than anything in the world. Almost a week later, the day had arrived. Not a day for troubles or tribulations, but a day of peace. A day of watching and waiting and learning. The day of the sports festival. In the old, rundown bar, Izuku Midoriya shambled down from his bedroom. It wasn't a big room, no bigger than his previous one, but it was surprisingly nice, with a cracked window overlooking the city streets below, 2 small potted plants, cacti, naturally, and an old bed rescued and restored from a skip. There was a chest of drawers in the far right corner where he kept his limited clothing, a mirror to the side of it, and opposite that, a desk with 3 legs. The other one had broken off a long time ago, so a large stack of old CD cases served as the replacement. I see you've finally awoken, magician, Kurojairi noted, wiping down a plate. Breakfast will be ready soon. Thanks, Kurojairi. Where's Shig? Using the computer. I expect he'll be watching the sports festival. TV still not working? Much like everything else in the bar, it rarely worked if at all. They'd been trying to fix it recently, but nothing seemed to work. Unfortunately not. Izuku sighed and took a seat on one of the stools. All right, I'm going to go through the probabilities for today. This was a common occurrence. Every morning, without fail, he would come downstairs, chat for a bit, then zone out while searching for worst possible outcomes. Sometimes there were interesting ones, sometimes they were just plain random. Many times, he would throw heroes off their course for fun, increase and decrease small chances by tiny amounts. Other times, he would just lean back in his chair with a resigned expression and hold his hand out wordlessly for breakfast. However, today was no ordinary day, was it? Today was the day of the sports festival. So he searched harder, looked more carefully at each individual variable, seeing even the smallest possibility. This went on for about 5 minutes before he did something highly uncharacteristic. He froze. One might laugh this off and think it to be nothing. Kurojairi did not. He had only known this kid for a short amount of time, but it was enough to know that he never sat still. The boy was always squirming, fidgeting, doing something, even in his sleep. Not right now. Now he was still as a statue. Is something wrong? I need to go. With that, he bolted upstairs to change out of his pajamas, nearly running straight into a wall or 3 on the way. Has something bad happened to one of our comrades? No, but something bad for both sides will happen, and I need to find a way to stop it. Shigaraki walked in, scowling beneath the hand on his face. Can't you just use your quirk? Running back down, now clad in a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, blue contacts and a pale pink wig to disguise his appearance, Izuku rolled his eyes. Do you really think my quirk is some kind of deus ex machina? No response. He scoffed. I can see and manipulate the probabilities of any possible event happening in the near future to a degree, so long as I am near enough to the event. However, how much I can change it by depends on the event. What do you mean? I mean that it's not as simple as I make it sound. Something like flipping a coin is simple to change, and can generally be manipulated on a full range of 100 to however, not everything in life is as easy as a coin toss. He walked over to Shigaraki and tapped the hand. Let's say I wanted to raise the probability of that hand falling off your face. Right now, that's at about 18%. How high do you think I can raise that? To 100, Shigaraki hissed. Obviously. Wrong. Kurogyri? Perhaps about 70, then? Still wrong. The actual probability, which is dependent based on how tight its grip on Krusty's crusty face is as well as anything being used to attach it there, is 57.8923%. He pried 2 fingers off of Shigaraki's face. Now the baseline is at the new highest is 86.95471. The hand fell of Shigaraki's face. As well, I can only control the likelihood of things that can possibly happen. I can't, say, make the hand zoom back up onto your face since gravity is a thing. It's simply undoable. Izuku made headway for the door. Now, I'm heading towards UA. Kurogyri, can you warp me there, or do I need to take the train? At UA, the students were all gearing up to fight for their pride. The sports festival was a golden opportunity for them to shine, show their abilities to the world and announce themselves as the heroes of new. Everyone was ready. But, something was there in the background, amidst the excitement and anticipation. Despite their joy, everyone was still unsure. The USJ attack had shaken them to their very cores, forcing them to doubt their abilities and themselves. Not a single one of them had come out unscathed, each of them bearing scars from that day, even if they weren't physical. You excited, Uraraka? Ashido asked cheerfully. Oh. Yeah, it should be fun. I can't wait to fight. What about you, Hagakure? Azui laughed. You were so excited about it. I'm going to have to work hard out there to get noticed. I just hope someone sees me. That'll be tough, you're invisible. The whole class burst into peals of laughter. Kind laughter, but laughter all the same. Anyway, we should get going to the gates. We need to come on soon, right? Ashido said. Come on, let's race. You're on. So, that's the last of it? The old apartment key, as it turned out, had gotten lost amongst some of Hinata's old possessions. A likely story, but one Keiho had to hope was true for the sake of her plan. Yep. Which means the key should be in this box. The box in question was the size of a washing machine and a half, and turgid with random bullshit. Keiho sighed. This would take a while. So, what do you even do in here? Your house looks like an unaired episode of Hoarders, Keiho noted, reaching for a piece of clothing before recoiling at the amount of dust on it. She couldn't stand dust. Crack mostly. Sometimes MDMA when I'm feeling a little frisky or a tidbit of LSD. If he's back early enough, though, then my husband. Keiho blinked owlishly. I meant an activity, not your drag addiction, she deadpanned, scowling. Oh. Hinata cracked a grin. The list doesn't change. You're insufferable. Oi, don't act all high and mighty, you're no angel yourself. I've seen how many cigs you smoke a day, your lungs must be black as sin by now. You'd know, Keiho retorted quietly, refraining from saying anything more. Either Hinata didn't notice the snide comment, or she ignored it. Regardless, they both continued to dig through piles of junk. Dust and grime covered Hinata's hands and Keiho's gloves as they rifled through knockoff purses, old clothes, pieces of trash that should have been thrown away long ago, not a single one in mint condition. To be fair, nothing in Hinata's apartment was. From the ratty kook H with springs sticking out from the grease-stained fabric to the two-legged TV stand that looked ready to lie flat at any moment. None of the taps worked quite how they should, with some spurting scalding hot water at the face of whoever dared use it, and others only trickling out freezing sludge that probably wasn't water. Not much more of this left to endure, Keiho. You can endure it. For Hamura, she told herself. A whole week had already been wasted in her plan just trying to find this DMN key. At this rate, someone would figure out what she was up to before she could implement her plan successfully. She didn't want to be stopped. She just wanted to reunite with her dearest Hamura and be together with them once more, no matter the cost. When she had heard of how they had died, in a place of heroism, her heart had told her that it must have been the heroes who did this. They must have killed him. But, in her head, she knew that wasn't right. Something didn't add up. Heroes would have never allowed them to call her and say, "I love you," one last time. No, this wasn't the work of heroes, this was something else. But, whether it was heroes or giant mutant alien jellyfish, Keiho didn't care. She wasn't going to stick around in such a dreary and cold world anyway, not without her darling, and she could never leave without leaving something behind. A legacy. A story. She wasn't going to go quietly, she was going to use the power in her heart to go out with a bang. One last time. Then, it would all be over, and she would finally be free. The sports festival had started and the second game was drawing to a close. Uraraka, much to her surprise, had pulled through in a makeshift team with some other students. It had been rough, and nobody had played easy, but it was worth it to see her name up there on the screen and hear people cheering for her victory. Now wasn't the time to think about that, though. Now was time for lunch. "So, what do you think Lunch Rush will have for us?" Yaoyorozu asked. "Who knows? All I know is that I'm starved," Kirishima announced, a grin covering his face. They all laughed and began to theorize what they could have to eat. A hand tapped Uraraka's shoulder. She turned to see a young boy, about the same age as her. "Oh, hi, are you lost?" she asked. I wanted to talk to you. You looked so cool out there, and I love quirks, so I was wondering if I could ask you about yours," he asked shyly, ruffling his rosy hair. Only if it's not too much trouble." "Oh, sure thing." She turned to face her class. "You guys go ahead, I'll meet up with you in a bit." Sufficiently relaxed, the rest of the class nodded in agreement and headed off. "We should go somewhere a bit quieter. Follow me," she ushered him to follow. They walked for 5 or so minutes and came to a stop at a bench. Nobody else was anywhere near, and they weren't in the open. Perfect. The sweet little pink-haired boy grinned, turning it into a smile when Uraraka turned around. "So, what did you want to ask me?" He sat down and laughed, before lifting the side of his wig to reveal green curls. "It's not that I came to ask you anything, Uraraka Ochako, but rather that I came to warn you." Her eyes widened and her heart stopped. The magician. He was here, in the flesh, right in front of her. She could catch him, warn someone, get a pro-hero, anything. She had him in a position that most people would die to get him in, trapped and alone and vulnerable. And yet, she didn't do any of those things. She had no intention of doing so. Did he somehow know that? Or was he willingly risking himself and his league? "Why are you telling me who you are? I could easily get a pro-hero, you know." "You won't. Not when I bring such an important message." "Oh? Really?" His face was grave, his eyes sincere. "I know that I'm a villain, and you have no reason to trust me, but I'm not heartless. You deserve the right to change the outcome of this situation." "What situation?" "Look, I can't tell you much, just in case, but I need you to do something. Don't let your parents go to a place called Gehiko Estate. Not today at least." "And how am I meant to trust you? You said it yourself, you're a villain. You can't be trusted. So you think heroes are more trustworthy?" She stayed quiet. "I don't know yet. Look, I don't give a shit what happens, this isn't my problem. But this is out of my control now. Whatever you do, you can't let your parents go to Gehiko Estate. Something bad will almost certainly happen there today. If you value them, then you'll tell them to stay away. So then tell me what'll happen." She hissed, louder than she should have. "You've told me nothing so far, and you think I'll just blindly trust? Hell no." Pursing his lips, Izuku finally replied, "What do you want to know?" Uraraka smiled. Finally, some answers were coming her way. She didn't know it at the time, but the answers she would get would change everything she had ever known, for better or for worse. The first thing she asked was, "Why does Bakugo not like you?" That was certainly quite the question to start with. It wasn't like there was a concrete answer for that, after all. It's not like he could say, "Oh, yeah, well I didn't mention my quirk for like 10 years and so Kaken bullied me for being quirkless and told me to go die. So," he sighed and said, "it's a long story. Are you sure want to hear it? I have time." So he told her all of it. The pain of being misdiagnosed, how much it troubled him to be left behind, remembered only as a quirkless wannabe and nothing more. His dreams for being remembered as something, anything more. By the end of it, Uraraka felt she understood him better. He wasn't just doing all of this for fun, and he wasn't just some fragile little flower rooted in thorns. He was just trying to make peace, getting rid of those who destroyed it. "Anything else you wanted to ask? Why can my parents not go to that estate?" This time, his breath hitched. He pursed his lips, thinking whether or not to tell her. "It's complicated." Uraraka scoffed. "I've just listened to your entire tragic backstory and a half. I think complicated is just fine by me. Fine, but you asked for it. He took out his phone and opened up the photo gallery to show a photo of a beautiful woman, pale as a ghost from the ends of her hair to the polished ends of her fingertips. The only exception to her paper-like pallor was her electrifying blue eyes, brighter than the sky, and splotches of the same hue around them. Who is this? Her name is Keiho Miyazuki. A con woman. She's stolen millions from rich men, then vanishes without so much as a trace. They never suspect her, never see her nor remember her. And why does that matter? Is she going to try to do the same to my parents? He shook his head and chuckled before swiping to the next photo. The same woman was in it, only this time she was standing with a lanky vagrant with horns sticking out of their head and a wide, fang-filled grin. This is her fiancé, Hamura. He was killed in the USJ attack by falling rubble after being blinded by one of your classmates. He shut the phone off and stuffed it back in his pocket. After hearing what happened, Keiho decided that she was going to take drastic measures to make the world see how heroes were so bad while destroying a project that took something special away. I don't understand. She wants to destroy a block of flats because she's in grieving. Not quite. He stood up. What do you know about the Gahiko estate? That it's a large block of flats for super rich people, like pro heroes and top actors or athletes? Bingo. But, did you know that it was where the two of them first met, while Hamura still had his original job? What does that have to do with anything? It has to do with everything. That flat was none other than the place where they met, where their relationship started. But, after Hamura was framed for something he didn't do, the two of them were kicked out from the building. Society turned its back on them, and so did the manager of Gahiko estate. Uraraka realized what he meant. So she wants to take it back? No response. She knew she was right. Fine, I'll take your word for it with a grain of salt. How is she going to blow up a giant apartment building? He leant in close and whispered something in her ear. Her face paled. He stood up and began to walk away. You don't have to trust me, and it makes no difference to me whether or not you do. I just thought you ought to know. Why? She asked, her voice forceful. Why are you telling me this? He stopped and turned to face her. There was a sadness, a lonely glare in his eye. When I chose this life, I never got to say goodbye to my mother. All she has to remember me by is a letter, and whatever I left behind. It's one of my biggest regrets. It could have been the light, but Uraraka could have sworn she saw tears begin to form. I just don't want you, or anyone else, to have to feel that kind of regret. And he left, leaving her behind, staring into the empty distance, wondering. What should she do? Aha! Here it is. Hinata trilled, brandishing the key as if it were the most precious item in the world. A smile lit up Keiho's face, and she could feel her heart hum with delight. Soon it would be gone. Thanks, Hinata, Keiho said, pocketing the key. I owe you one. With this, I'll be able to get to where I need to be. The blue patches began to glow and crackle. I'll be able to go home. All right, now, get out of here, I'm having my daily vodka and gambling session. Keiho obliged, politely bowing once she put her boots on. Once the door closed, Hinata turned on the lights and put her hands behind her head. A man, her boss, came out from where he had been hidden in the shadows. There, I gave that thing to her, just like you wanted. Happy now? She hissed, keeping her head low. Very. I think that we can forget about your little incidents now, Detective Tatabana. Hinata began to turn around. Really? Oh, thank you C-. She never finished her sentence. The bang of a gunshot and a cold bullet piercing her skull stopped her dead in her tracks as she slumped to the ground. But first, we'll have to get rid of any potential leaks. You know how it is. The train station wasn't crowded. If anything, it was the opposite. Not a single person stood on the platform when usually, there would be too many to count. Next train will be arriving in 2 minutes, the announcer droned. The crackling glow in her eyes hissed, splintering. Her heart felt as if it were to break. She could not let it. Not yet. After all, once it broke, there was no going back. Once it broke, nobody, not even she could stop the ensuing madness. Everyone in there would die, even her, and it would be over. It would finally be over. The train pulled into the station and opened its welcoming doors. She stepped in and watched the world go by one last time. The final matches of the sports festival were always the most harrowing. 16 teenagers beat each other up for an overwhelming amount of glory and cash. It sounded like the plot of a dystopian novel, but no, it was just the UA Sports Festival finals. A whirlwind of violence and power. From the second Uraraka stepped into the ring, Bakugo could feel anger surrounding her. In her eyes, he could see bloodthirsty rage, all-consuming, swallowing her whole. Start. She ran at him, faster than he'd seen her run before. Straight towards him. Quickly, he ignited the nitroglycerin settled in his palm and let the explosion knock her backwards. Usually, the blast he sent at her would have stopped someone for a few seconds, make them halt and re-evaluate the situation. But she didn't. Instead, she hoisted herself up and ran at him again, her whole body low. Through the smoke, he could see the faint outlines of her shirt. He sent an explosion at it, standing his ground. Then, he saw it flutter to the ground and realized what she had done. Turning sharply, he made another explosion, knocking her down again. You know, I was going to go easy on you since you're a girl and weak, but now, I'll destroy you. She stood back up, wiping the blood off of her cheek. Like how you destroyed the magician and told him to go kill himself? He went cold. How did she know about that? He never told her, and he doubted the police had. Momentarily, he lost focus and by the time it was regained, she was gone. Footsteps ran towards him from the left. He let the sparks in his hands crackle before turning them into something wholly more devastating. This fight would be harder than he thought. Uraraka was furious. When she heard about what Bakugo had done, as well as All Might, so much became clearer. Why he hated heroes. Why he attacked their class at the USJ. Why he wanted them all to pay. But at the same time, so many questions had begun to fill her mind. What did he mean when he said those words? He didn't want her to feel what he felt. What did it mean? Why? Why did he care so much about someone he didn't know? Why was it so important that she save her parents? What did he know and not tell her? She also wondered about what he had whispered in her ear. That one phrase had been enough to make her heart stop, mainly because something like that should be impossible. It didn't seem right, not in the slightest. What an awful life that poor woman must have led, with something like that. A burdening heart, one that she could not be rid of. It made sense why such a person would feel forced to turn to villainy. Nobody would accept someone like that. Words of questioning and sorrow clouded Uraraka's mind as she thought harder and harder, trying to make sense of a senseless situation. She couldn't. There was nothing there, no loose end to tug at so that the mess came unraveled. It was a Gordian knot of pure madness, chaos in its purest form. No beginning, no end, just an infinite loop of twisted and tangled questions, answers few and far between. For now, all she could do was sprint. Her body ached, her feet were screaming in pain, her arms and legs were marred with bleeding cuts and purple-black bruises. Even breathing was hard, every inhale and exhale burning her throat, rubbing it raw. She kept running, kept fighting. There wasn't much more she could do. You heard me, Bakugo, she seethed. I know what you've done. He sent another blast at her, this one bigger than the ones before. She was undeterred. Shut up, he seethed. You don't have a fing clue what you're talking about. She ran at him once again, her fingers skimming the concrete. Oh really, she yelled, throwing herself towards him. He sent her flying back with another powerful blast. Because from what I heard, I'm not the one who bullied someone to the point where they became a fing villain. Now Bakugo was the one seething with white-hot anger, his expression seared with rage. Oh, I'm sorry, did I hit a nerve there? Uraraka asked, her tone scathing, dripping with sarcasm. Or are you seriously that much of a prick that you get mad at the truth? He knocked her back once more, right into the ground. Blood dripped from her lips, spilling red onto the ground. She stood up. You know, I didn't like you from the beginning, but now? She gave a hollow laugh. Now I know who the real villain here is, and it's not him. I said shut the F up. He roared, blasting her away again. How many times had he done this? It seemed like thousands. She just laughed, unfazed. The pain didn't matter, not when her whole body was lit alight by adrenaline. You don't know a goddamn thing. That BSTRD lied to me. You don't know a goddamn thing, do you? She said. He never lied to you, not one bit. You just never believed what he had to say, even when he told you. Shut up. Just shut up. He yelled. Around him, the arena was in tatters. A faint smile worked its way onto Uraraka's battered face. Release. As they looked up, rubble began to fall from the sky, like meteors. Unpredictable. She could tell that Bakugo was unsure of what to do now. Then, he did something she didn't anticipate. He sent out a blast, bigger than any he'd sent out before, blowing all the rubble away. Now, shut up, and don't talk to me about what I know or don't know, you worthless beach. She stood her ground, watching as everything she'd worked towards crumble into nothingness. You know, you talk a whole lot of shit, but I bet you're just jealous because you have nothing. Stop it, Bakugo, she gritted out, clenching her jaw. I bet you don't have any friends. Bakugo, I asked you to stop. Her fists tightened, nails digging into the palms of her hands. I bet all that nice girl stuff is all an act. Quit it, Bakugo, now. A faint glow began to surround her. The arena trembled. You know, I bet not even your parents love you. Something snapped inside her, A switch flipped, a bulb shattered, a glass tumbled to the proverbial floor and split into a million tiny shards. Then everything began to float. Spectators, fallen rubble, even Bakugo himself. In the announcer's box, present Mike began to ask what was going on. People called for the match to be stopped, saying it was going too far. Some began to whisper "monster," although it was unclear which one they were talking about. I said shut up. She bellowed, her voice distorted by wrath. Release. Everything came crashing down. People landed roughly in the stands. Midnight and Cementos ended up on the ground. Bakugo, however, was caught by Uraraka, her hand around his throat. Never say something like that about my parents again. She growled, tossing him to the floor. He scowled and stood back up, ready to retort, until he saw her teetering. She tried to run at him again, but her eyes, threatening to close, didn't let her see straight. One leg was bent at an odd angle. How long had it been that way? Blood trickled down her face, cuts and scratches and scrapes scarring her bruised and blemished skin. And yet, despite her injuries, she still wanted to fight. She still wanted him to pay. But her body wouldn't allow it, and she collapsed, crying, crawling her way to him, dragging herself across the asphalt. Then, she went slack, and the fight was over. He had won, but really, there was no winner. Not anymore. When she woke up, so long had passed. The first round had fully passed her by, as well as the second. The semi-finals were being fought valiantly, with her classmates battling it out. She left the stands and ventured down the corridor, finding a quiet space to sit, her eyes puffy from crying. She dialed a number. Mom, the number you have dialed is not available at this time. Please call again at another time, or leave a message after the tone. She hung up. Of course, they were busy. Fantastic. She slumped down, fiddling with her phone. Her mind drifted back to earlier, to her fight with. She sighed and stood up. This all was making her head hurt, and she wanted to see the final battle. The UA Sports Arena wasn't the only place brimming with tension. Hosu City was as well, as blood ran through the streets. A man grinned and wiped his tongue across his blade, letting the crimson drip down his throat. He called himself Stain, the hero killer. A fitting name considering the mark he left on the world. His ideology was a blessing to those in the shadows. He stood out and let the world feel the fear they should. You know, I'm a big fan of your work, hero killer, Izuku said, flipping a 5-yen coin. 17 heroes murdered and 23 crippled to the point where they had to retire. He flicked his eyes lazily to the crumpled hero on the ground. Well, 24, if this one doesn't get to the hospital soon. Who are you? Izuku smiled. Someone who can help you achieve your dreams. A black abyss opened up behind him. Now then, come with me. I think we have much to discuss. Stain knew that if he left now, the hero would still live. He'd be gravely injured, but still alive. But, the way this boy spoke, the way that this little child spoke with such grandeur made him want to leave. So he did. He walked straight through the void to meet his crossroads and Shigaraki Tamura. Once Stain had passed through and Izuku was sure that he would not see, he looked at the crumpled hero. Ingenium. One of the very few heroes with an almost entirely clean record. A hero who regularly took on sidekicks who didn't have much formal training and led an impressive team. One of the very few heroes that Izuku could still stand. He had a 4.23697% chance of being able to ever move his twisted legs again, and it was steadily decreasing. In all likelihood, he'd never move again. Never be able to run around the city blocks on patrol again. Never be able to take a stroll with his brother, or race him down the park. I can't do much for you, and I know you are a hero, but nobody deserves to lose their idol, nor do they deserve to lose their family. He crouched down beside Ingenium. Just remember that this is a one-time thing, and I'm only doing this because statistics show that you are a real hero, and wear the word with pride. Slowly, with great effort, the number began to rise, from 4 to 5 to 10 until it reached 50 on the dot. A burner phone was placed by Ingenium, along with the coin that had been flipped earlier. Call an ambulance with it. With that, the magician left, glad that he could help someone who deserved it. There weren't many heroes left, but Ingenium was one of them. He didn't deserve to die. Not now, at least, when so many people needed him. He may not like heroes, but he had a heart, and nobody deserved to lose family without a chance to say goodbye. Not even a hero. The sports festival final battle had ended. The arena, no longer in tatters, had been rebuilt for prize giving. 3 platforms stood in the center, with the winners all stood before their classmates. In third, Tokoyami humbly accepted his place, bowing as he received the bronze medal. Ida should have been up there, but due to family complications, he was unavailable. Uraraka hoped he was okay. In second, Todoroki was also accepting of his defeat, quiet the whole time. He spoke not a word and looked distant as if he weren't there. Perhaps he was just lost in thought. Nobody would ever know. However, in first, there was someone not so accepting of his victory. This seems like a bit much. Too much seemed like an understatement. Bakugo had been chained to a post, muzzle over his mouth and some kind of heavy-duty handcuff on his arms. Regardless, he screamed and shouted underneath it all, muffled noises of rage only just about emerging. In the stands, lost in the crowd, Izuku was howling with laughter. Having delivered Stain to the league, he had returned to the arena hoping to boo some of the last competitors, only to be met with the most brilliantly crafted sight his young eyes had ever seen. Katsuki Bakugo, a school bully who told him to go kill himself, was chained up and writhing, like a wild animal. Like a villain. It was incredible, hilarious. The second All Might removed the muzzle, Sparky Boom Boom Man began to shout and scream about how his victory was worthless, how nothing mattered and he wouldn't accept it. By this point, half the arena was staring at Izuku, who was cackling like a madman, his head about to fall off with laughter. Tears brimmed in his eyes, threatening to spill over in their mirth. The sun shone overhead, glaring upon the crowd as they began to shuffle out. Once the arena had been emptied, he stopped laughing and called for a portal, stepping in quietly. There was still something left to do today. Gihiko Estate was very beautiful. Anyone who lived there, or even worked there, could tell you that much. Each building had a marble lobby the size of a tennis court inside, at the bottom of a stack of vast, sleek apartments, all of which housed equally snobby and prim residents. The doors were tall and mahogany, the floors were shined and insured for any scratch or drop of Prosecco that dared spill on it. All day, young women in their 20s, trophy wives, would stream in and out with their Prada handbags in tow, necks and faces and feet adorned with only the finest money could buy. All night, businessmen would come home with their mistresses, their boss, from meetings and beer to a warm home and a crystal glass of sparkling water before heading to sleep in their silk-sheeted king-size beds. At least, that was probably what the plain couple next to Keiho in the elevator thought. Compared to Keiho, in her, admittedly old and worn, Armani trenchcoat, high-heeled shoes and unripped tights, these people looked undoubtedly drab. The rosy-cheeked woman had brown hair to her shoulders, just below the neckline of her pale yellow shirt, paired with tired blue jeans and sneakers from a decade ago. The man wore similarly old clothes and had patches of graying stubble forming across his jaw. Neither looked like they belonged. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the numbers rose on the elevator screen, so too did the glow in Keiho's eyes, surging from dim to bright in a matter of seconds. The idle chatter of the couple was drowned out by the electric ticking and humming in her heart. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She closed her eyes, trying to drown out the tiny voice of reason left in her mind. It was bugging her. 9, 10. The ticking took over and she could feel her foot begin to tap along to the rhythm. 11, 12. The voice of reason broke and disappeared. She could feel the jagged rifts in her sanity and her heart grow wider and wider. 13. The ticking stopped. The doors opened. She stepped out of the elevator and into the marble corridor, walking down the hallway to her end. As Uraraka changed back into her regular uniform, she listened carefully to the other girls' conversation. "You were so cool, Yamamo." "Oh, I don't know. I was knocked out of there within seconds. I didn't do that well." "Well, at least you got noticed." "I didn't get an opportunity to show off what I can do." Hagakure whined. "Yeah, but I think it would be pretty hard to notice you anyway, since you're invisible," Jairu jested back. "I just wish I could have done better." "I'm sure we'll get another chance," Tsuyu reasoned. "We still have another 2 years, plus the rest of this year and there's bound to be other opportunities." "Yeah, I guess you're right," Ashido sighed. "Still would have been nice to do more this time around." There was a moment of silence. "Hey, Uraraka, are you all right?" She turned to face them. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Just a little bit tired." "If you say so," Jairu said. "Just tell up if you need anything." Uraraka nodded, never meeting their eyes. She couldn't see anything in them but lies. Once they all had left, and she was alone, Uraraka opened her phone and dialed her mother's number. "Ochako? Is something wrong, dearie?" She smiled, relieved. "Hey, Mum. Did you see the sports festival?" "Yes, we did. Your father and I watched it on the train. You did so well, honey. We're so proud of you." "I didn't do that well." She started to cry, rubbing the tears out of her eyes with her hand. "Hey, Mum? I'm sorry that I couldn't do more." "Oh, sweetie, you've done more than enough for us." "But I didn't win. I wanted to win so that dash." "Now you listen here, honey," her dad said in his firm yet caring voice. "You owe us nothing, all right? We are so proud of you, so proud. As long as you're happy, and you live your life how you want to, then we're happy. And, hey, if you make money, then you can take us on a nice holiday somewhere, okay? Why yeah, I guess. We love you, honey, her mother softly whispered. Where are you, anyway? You never take the trains anywhere. Oh, we must have forgotten to mention it. We've got the lead role on a big project. Uraraka smiled at her mother's enthusiasm. That's great. Where is it? It's at that big, fancy block of flats, right uptown. Uraraka paled. You know, the Gehiko estate. The click-clack of Keiho's heels echoed down the corridor. She clasped her hands together, watching the numbers on the doors. 1301, 1302, 1303, 1304, 1305, 1306, 1307, 1308, 1309, 1310, 1311, apartment 13 on the 13th floor. The place Hamura had lived when they first met. Keiho herself hadn't actually lived on the estate at the time, but rather was working as a part-time DLVRY worker. A resident on the same floor, only a few apartments down, had ordered a new coat for her corgi, and Keiho just so happened to go to the wrong door. Luckily, the cute person who opened the door was very nice about it, telling her where to go. They didn't see each other for a while after that but ran into each other during a villain attack. It was there that she found out that they were a sidekick at the Endeavor Hero Agency, using their quirk and close combat skills to help save people. After that, they started to see one another more often. At coffee shops, the gym, even once at 3 a.m. in a nightclub. With all those encounters, they became tentative friends, exchanged numbers, and started to get closer and closer until finally, one day, she mustered up the courage to ask him out. It wasn't anything special, just a blushed, rushed question of, "Will you please go on a date with me?" Thankfully, they said yes, and they started dating. They were only 19 at the time and some would say that it was a rush, that they barely knew each other. The happy couple knew better. After 2 years of going out, Hamura invited Keiho to come to live with them in the estate. Compared to her old council flat, the Gehiko estate was a dream come true. Naturally, she accepted. From there, she'd gotten herself a nice, well-paying job as the private secretary of a well-established company's CEO, and made a name for herself. Often she'd work from home, so she'd always be there when her loving partner came home, tired from a long day's work. They'd eat dinner, either takeout or home-cooked, watch a movie, play a board game or just spend some quality time together before heading to bed. Then, Hamura was framed for a bank robbery and arson, and everything changed. They lost their job, their license, their home and everything else. They only had Keiho, and she felt so sorry for them. The pair of them ended up having to move to a smaller apartment, both becoming villains to support themselves and still have a little leftover. Shaking the memories off, Keiho turned the key and heard the signature click of the lock, signifying that the door was now open. Gripping the door handle, she opened the door, looked inside, and froze. The train was stuck. Uraraka's parents were probably about to die. And her FING train was stuck. She had never been angrier in her life, with the exception of hearing Bakugo diss her family. "DMN, this SCKS, a man said. I'm going to be late for a meeting at this rate." Yeah, no sheet, she thought. We're all going to be late for important events. Finally, the train started to move. They were still 3 stops away. 3 whole stops. She just hoped she'd get there in time. There was a body. Hamura's body. Hamura's broken, bloody corpse, with its eyes burnt and bones jutting out, burnt skin peeling from the tender flesh. Their horns were broken, tail ripped and wrapped around their throat in a morbid gesture. Newspaper articles, cut out from their place of origin, were strewn around them. Old ones, mottled with age, and with headlines like "Sidekick of Endeavor robs bank" or "Upcoming hero loses future after bank robbery." She felt like she was about to cry, or worse throw up. Her mind lost control of her body and she ran to them, crying, and knelt in front of them, bawling her eyes out. The marble was cold, but the air around them felt colder. She wanted to touch their face, feel the warmth of their hand in hers one last time. But when she reached for it, it was ice cold, lifeless. There was nothing left of them, not really. Just a hollow, soulless vessel, a husk of Hamura. Her heart shattered, and her skin crackled. She sobbed, eyes glowing with more rage than ever before. The patches of blue began to burn as rifts and gorges formed in her skin, cracks on the surface, letting out streams of burning blue light. See, the funny thing about Hamura and Keiho was that everyone assumed she was the diffuser of their relationship. If every relationship, platonic or romantic, has one bomb person and one diffuser person, then most would assume that due to her calm and collected nature, Keiho was the diffuser and Hamura was the bomb. But it was the other way around. Because, she wasn't allowed to be angry, or sad, or anything. When she felt these strong, negative emotions, her heart would start to break. When her heart began to crack, so too would her hold on her quirk. People assumed that Keiho was the diffuser, but they were wrong. Why? Because of her quirk. Her powerful, one-time use quirk. The ultimate weapon of sacrifice that could both save or destroy. Her quirk was called self-destruct, and it would drag her down with it. As Uraraka raced down the street, she could see the estate. She was a minute away at the most. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Her heart was pounding with nervousness. Run faster, go further. But now, I can join you, forever. Get there in time, make it. Save them. I'll be a hero. For you. As Uraraka turned the corner, ran through the gate and up the road, there was an explosion, right at the heart of the building. And oh, she screamed in vain, but it was too late. The building toppled like a house of cards, bodies mixed in with the falling rubble. Screams and the strong, metallic scent of blood filled the air. Chatter and clatter surrounded her as onlookers and passersby started to murmur. One called the police. Within seconds, sirens wailed around the bend. Heroes rushed in. Her feet moved on her own, chasing into the fires. Body after body passed her by, but she was only interested in two. After minutes, she found them, bleeding out under a slab of marble. Ochako. Sweetie? Her mother hoarsely whispered. Is that you? Black tears dripped down her face. Of all the days to wear makeup, Uraraka had to choose today. Mum. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Ochako, I love you. I'll get you out of here, Mum, just hold on. She started desperately trying to move the rubble out of the way. Please, just hold on. Please. Be happy, Oka.ko. Mum, no. Please just hold on. She screamed, her voice cracking. Remem.br o.cha.ko. No. Her mother's eyes closed. Her head went limp. A hand reached out to Uraraka. She turned to see her father, nearly as limp as her mother was. Dad, you have to hang on, I'll save you. We're proud of you. Ochako. No, stop it, Dad. I'll get you out of here. I love you. My little infinity girl. No. Hands grasped her, holding her back and hoisting her up. No, don't leave me. They dragged her away, still kicking and screaming. Mum, Dad. No. As she screamed, everything began to float, trembling and shuddering as it rose. The heroes holding her were thrown off, and tightened their grip, hoping she wouldn't escape. They drugged her, stabbing tranquilizer through her veins. She went lax. They dragged her away, limp as her parents' corpses as she continued to whimper and whine. Why go to such lengths? I still don't quite understand, sir, the head guard asked, watching as the new inmate was tied up and locked away in hell. Nedzu sighed and took a sip of his tea. You see, Shizuki, when there is a weed in a garden of flowers, what do you do with it? You kill it. Exactly. I needed to kill a weed. In this case, Ochako Uraraka. However, there was also the case of Keiho Miyazuki, a loose end. Alright, I get that much, but why the parents too? Doesn't that seem a bit cold to you? No, not really. He took another sip of his tea. After all, if you want to get rid of a weed, you don't just cut it out. He set down the cup on the saucer. You have to get rid of its roots too. As he stared at the soulless, crushed expression of his former student, Nedzu knew that he had won. The thorn in his bush of roses had been destroyed. Ochako Uraraka was defeated in this battle, but the fate of the war was more undecided than ever before. Dark. Pitch black darkness. An inky void. Black. Soulsking. Empty. Subject 1 F190 opened her eyes to try and look around. Nothing. She turned her head to the left, then the right, then up and down. Nothing. Everything was black, void, nothingness. She tried to cry, to scream out for help, but nothing came out. Her lips didn't even move. To everyone else, she seemed like a human marionette, a puppet detached from her strings. The door opened. Subject 1 F190's head rolled to the side, eyes boring holes through the guard. Get up, he ordered. She didn't move, turning her head away once more. I said get up. I'll never do what you say. I'll never let you win, she thought vehemently. Her toes scraped against the concrete floor. The guard grabbed her and lifted her off the ground. When he let go, there was a bruise blossoming across her bare arm. How long had passed since she had been taken here? She didn't know. Time didn't dare to exist where she was. People called it Tartarus or hell, but she couldn't tell if they were joking or not. Perhaps that was just as well. If she could see how long or short of a time she'd been there, she'd cry and become riddled with insanity. Finally, she was thrown into another room, knocked against the wall. This room was white, somehow worse than the darkness. At least in the dark, she could pretend she was asleep. Here, she could see everything. It was sterile, freakily pristine, and so soft. Here, there were no sounds of scraping chains or clicking locks. No dripping taps or ticking clocks to keep her distracted from her bleak existence, a barely breathing reality where imagination wrapped itself around her neck like a noose, choking her slowly until she was gasping for air. As the door locked and the world became nothingness, Uraraka wondered how her friends were doing, before falling into a wordless slumber, held down by the heavy shackles around her arms, neck and legs. Are you shitting me right now? Izuku Midoriya had hope. Hope that Shigaraki would, for one in his goddamn life, do something slightly right, and not everything up. However, he shouldn't have hoped. It only led to disappointment when he saw Kurojairi breaking up a fight between Stain and the aforementioned prick named Tamura Shigaraki. Ah, welcome back, ma dash. Don't you magician me, Kurojairi, Izuku hissed, throwing his wig down on a table, letting green curls fly out haphazardly. I have not had a good day today, and I'm not in the mood to play nice with a bunch of petulant little beaches who can't pull their heads out of their arses. Both the petulant beaches shrunk like children being scolded. Now then, either drop your weapons, or hands in Krusty's case and sit down before I make you. Am I clear? Not wanting to argue with the deranged-sounding boy, both villains turned to one another, back to him, and nodded. Good. Now then, Kurojairi, get me something to drink. What do you want? Something as dark and bitter as my soul, Izuku sarcastically replied, throwing his hands up in the air. Within 5 seconds, Kurojairi tapped on his shoulder. This glass of hot milk should suffice, he responded, setting it down on the table and shuffling off before any real damage could be done. Taking a swig of his milk from the dinosaur-themed cup, where, and why, had Kurojairi even gotten that? Izuku sighed and asked, alright, so why were you two fighting? You, Shigaraki scowled. 2 of the legs on his chair gave out and he collapsed to the floor. What the hell was that for? For being in butt, Izuku replied, nonchalant. And because I dislike you. He set the cup down. Stain, what's the issue? He refuses to see that All Might is worthy, Stain explained. Izuku frowned. Why is he worthy? He honors the hero code and embodies the meaning of being a hero. Izuku wanted to burst out laughing at that statement. Honors the hero code? Bullshit. Unless the hero code was to make children cry and become villains, All Might was a traitor to the hero code. What's so funny? Izuku wiped tears from his eyes before letting his face fall back into a terrifyingly neutral expression. If he's a hero, then I'm Mother Teresa. All Might is dash. Oh, save me the sob story, Izuku snapped harshly, causing everyone to recoil in fear. Do you know what All Might has done to me? Do you? No response. All Might shattered my dreams. He made me stop believing. He made me want to kill myself, made me think that I wasn't worthy of living in this pathetic, vermin-ridden society. The color in Stain's face drained. And that's not all he's done. So many people out there have been hurt by him, by his ideals. I'm just one of them. Stain had never truly doubted himself. It was something he took pride in, being certain of where he stood at all times, regardless of the situation. But, hearing the magician speak so vehemently about All Might, and tell him these horrifying facts, made him feel unsteady. Like he was standing on a seesaw. What was he meant to do? You don't have to decide if you want to join us right away, the boy said stoically. Take a few days. Mull it over. Think about what you want to change in society. Then, we can talk. Stain stood up. Fine. Try and stay out of trouble, though. I can't guarantee your safety out there, and heroes are already hunting for you. Stay low until we come for you. All right. As he was leaving, Stain could have sworn he heard the boy saying, thank you, to him, and wondered why. Perhaps, though, it was just his imagination. That was the way of the mad, after all. The steady, sedentary beeping of machines was a horrible sound. Ever since Ida had arrived at the hospital ward, it was the only sound he'd heard. Tensei was barely awake, his mother was waiting in the hallway, unable to look at her child as he suffered, and their father was at work, trying desperately to drown out his sorrows in paperwork. Tensei looked horrible, in a nutshell. His face, arms and torso were all covered in cuts and scrapes, gashes marring his skin. The metal on his costume had been so dented and scratched that in places, it had completely broken open, leaving jagged edges near vital arteries. The worst though was his legs, both at odd angles when he'd first been found, and one foot slightly flat, comparable to a deflated balloon. Tenya? Tensei asked, his voice raspy. Tensei? Ida asked, suddenly jolting up. You're awake? Tensei smiled. Yeah, I think so. How are you? How am I? You're in a hospital bed, brother, I think I'm the one who gets to ask that. That made him chuckle. True. All right then, ask away. Fine. How are you? What happened? I've been better. It hurts a lot, but I think I'll be okay. Ida collapsed into his chair. The doctor said I was lucky. Any later they'd arrived, and I could have died. Bled out in an alleyway, or something. Will you be okay? Tensei didn't reply so swiftly. I don't know. They're keeping me under observation, for now, and recovery girls being called in for backup. He looked at Tenya, his little brother, who looked so grown up now. There's a possibility that I'll never be able to walk again, but it's low. With some healing, a few weeks in the hospital, and a bit of therapy and stuff, I'll be able to walk again by the end of the year. Maybe, at some point, I could go back to work. Tensei looked away. But I don't think I will. Ida's blood ran cold. What? I think I'm going to retire, or at least take a break from heroics. In the bar in Kamino, Izuku climbed the dingy stairs to his bedroom. He'd finished dinner, looked through the nightly statistics, talked to Rayon who had stopped by to ask Kurogyri for something or other, said goodnight to the lot of them, and now just had to go to sleep. His feet felt heavy, his heart even worse. For the entire time since he'd gotten back, he'd tried to hold his tears in, tried to keep his composure. Now, it was falling apart. He was falling apart, trying desperately to hold himself together. Izuku stumbled down the corridor, swinging the rickety door open into his room, then slamming it shut and leaning on the old, worn wood, sliding down into a crumpled heap. Tears trickled down his cheeks, gathering in puddles, soaking into his shirt. He felt helpless, more so than all the times he was bullied into SBMSN by his former friends. Why? Why was he so sorry for something out of his control? Surely it wasn't his fault, what had happened. So then why did he feel guilty for it? Someone knocked on the door. Zuku? Ya in there? Oh. It was just Rayon. Why yeah, I'm in here. He stood up, wiping the tears from his eyes. Just a bit busy, that's all. Are you decent? She asked, causing him to flush crimson red. Of course I am. What do you think I'm doing in here? There was a pause. That's rhetorical. She opened the door and smiled sadly when she saw his puffed eyes and damp face. For someone who usually stuck to wearing fishnets and crop tops, Rayon was unusually modest and casual today in a yellow mini dress and white cardigan with her usual sunshine trainers. Even her hair, which was usually pulled back with two bow-tied hairbands, was in a simple plait with something called a daeng gi. According to her, it was a Korean hairstyle, with a few flyaway strands hanging in front of her face. Bad day? She asked, outstretching her arms. He nodded, and collapsed into them, letting her embrace him. She could feel him nodding, even if he didn't say anything. Daya wanna talk about it? He shook his head and shuddered with tears. He was crying, which was quite normal, but not like this. When he cried, Izuku was generally vocal about why. Whether it be a cute cat video that was too adorable or a bad dream about his past, Rayon could usually expect a reason for Izuku's tears. But, in the rare few times that his tears came from a deep place in his heart, a vast crevice where he didn't know what to feel, he wouldn't give her a reason. Not for a while. Instead, he would let his tears flow, cry himself into a state of apathy and then, only then, tell her what had happened. It broke her heart. But, hey, what could she do? She just let him cry and hoped he'd be back soon. She needed him, just as much as he needed her. By the time he stopped crying, it was dark. Both Rayon and Izuku were still awake. Daya wanna talk about it now? He faltered, unknowing of what to say. I failed to save her. I failed to save that girl and her family. I killed them. Rayon hugged him tightly. No, you didn't. You ain't responsible for any of this. If I hadn't talked to her then she wouldn't have gotten suspicious, and then Nedzu wouldn't have gone and dash. She took his face in her hands and squished his cheeks between her palms, shoving him at eye level to her. Now you listen here, Izuku, she said, her accent muted by fury at his self-loathing. You did nothing wrong. Do you hear me? Nothing. This is the fault of the heroes who think of people who doubt them as a weakness, not you. You tried to save her. You went to her, to a place where you weren't safe just so that you could warn her. You tried so hard, and it isn't your fault. But I'm meant to be able to control Proba Dash. Your Quirk can't control everything. You know that. You aren't invincible. You can't do everything, and sometimes, you'll lose. That's okay. What matters isn't what's been done, it's what you can do to help this girl now. She let go of him and he rubbed his cheeks, now red from the force of her grip strength. So then what do I do? How do I help her? Rayon shrugged. I can't help ya, bud. I wish I could. Izuku sighed, dejected. But, I know someone who can. What do you mean you're going to stop being a hero? You're Ingenium, the turbo hero. You save people all over. Ida fretted, his hands flying freely. You can't just stop. Tenya. I'll have to take time off for at least a year anyway to recover. Probably more. But, it's not just that. You can't tell this to anyone, okay? Tell what, Tensei? Remember that villain they talked about on the news, the one who was involved in the attack on the USJ? The warp guy? No, the other one. The hand guy? No, the other one. The kid? Yeah, him. Tensei paused. He saved me. There was a moment of calm before Ida suddenly screeched, "What?" and went into another rant. Tenya, calm down. How can I calm down? You saw a villain and he supposedly saved you. How? Why? He must have some ulterior motive. He didn't. Tenya stopped ranting and turned to face his brother. Tensei looked peaceful. He didn't even touch me. All he did was put a phone next to me, and 5 yen. I called the ambulance, that was it. I didn't even get to thank him properly. He just left. They both stopped talking, both sat down and quiet, thinking. Tenya? What is it? Can you do something for me? Of course, whatever you need. Tensei looked him dead in the eyes. I want you to take the Ingenium name for me, and carry on my legacy. 3 days had passed since then. Atop a moonlit rooftop, Polaris skipped, carrying her shaman staff of dreams. Silent as a shadow, she picked the window's lock and slunk inside. Her target, Miyahikari, was a young woman who had suffered from insomnia and PTSD for years after surviving an abusive relationship. She looked so scared, eyes closed as she lay awake in her bed, shuddering and writhing. Polaris smiled and touched the head of her staff to Mia's forehead. Hush now, and go to sleep, she said, and let the star, Polaris, guide you in your dreams. Memories flowed from Mia to Polaris, white strings of pain and suffering. All the sadness that Mia had felt, and now, it was gone. From behind her bandages, Polaris could see her visibly calm down, become at peace. That was her quirk, Dreamcatcher. It allowed her to see and steal the memories of those who she touched, and show them to others like a film, either by transference or projection. She didn't use it for bad though, as many expected she would when hearing that she would break into people's homes to steal their memories. Because Polaris never stole the good memories, the happy ones that glowed goldenly. She stole the bad ones, the ones that brought pain and misery. Pleased with her work, she slipped back out the window and hoisted herself gracefully back onto the rooftops. A hand tapped on her bare shoulder, and she turned around. Behind her stood the magician, a man whose talent had been praised by Rayon. I need your help. The world was nothing. Well, that wasn't quite true. The world was not nothing, but it was a very small, white room which Uraraka Ochako was locked inside of, unable to move. Even if she wanted to, or had the energy to, her arms, neck and legs were all weighed down by large metal cuffs, with one leg on a ball and chain. How many days and nights had she missed behind these walls? Her hair had grown longer, her cheeks more sunken and hollow. Her only meals were some kind of unpalatable mush and water that tasted eerily unhygienic. Even so, she was made to drink the water, at the very least, and take 2 tablets thrice a day. They made her sleepy, made her see spots of blue and black and then forget why she was here in the first place. She wanted to go home, to see her parents. Who would look after her apartment while she was gone? What lies had Aizawa? He didn't deserve to be called anything else after letting her be taken, told her classmates to stop them from coming, or had they never given 2 sheets in the first place? Did anyone notice she was gone, or was she just a distant memory, lost to the paths of time? Her mother had a dress. A little black dress with pink and purple ruffles on one side that burst from the waist out to past the knee. Ochako had loved it, saying that it was the prettiest dress in all the world and that she would wear it too, just like her mother. Mum had said, when you're older, and we aren't with you anymore, you can wear my dress, okay? Now, who would wear that dress? Would it just rot away, wasted like her parents' corpses, or would it burn in smoldering flames? She did not know. She did not know anything anymore. She just wanted to be free. Help? I need you to help me save Uraraka. Polaris hummed in thought. She's in Tartarus. I don't think there is much I can do. She began to turn away until Izuku caught her arm. Please. I'll do whatever I can to ensure your safety during this, but I have no chance by myself. I need you to help me. She studied him. He wasn't much to look at, even by her standards. But, he was sincere. She could tell. His eyes were genuine. All right. What would you like me to do? He smiled and told her the plan. It would be tough, but they both knew that it was something only Polaris could pull off. Walking through the streets of Hosu, Ida Tenya felt conflicted. He'd chosen to come to a respectable agency for his work placement, near enough to home that he could feel safe. But that did nothing to quell his sorrow. He remembered their conversation like yesterday. Asking Tensei why? Why won't you go back? It's complicated, Tenya. It wasn't. It wouldn't feel right. Well, this felt wrong too. I need some time. Time waited for nobody, and Tensei was giving up his. It made no sense. Why was he going back? I just don't know what to think. I need to take some time away, heal properly. One day, I might be able to return, but right now? I'm sorry, Tenya, but my pride won't let me. I was saved by a villain, even though heroes couldn't come to my aid. It just seems off. That's what he had said. Bullshit. Someone had to be messing with Tensei's mind. Stain, perhaps? Or that magician fellow. Regardless of who, someone had kindled the fire in Ida's heart. Pain, guilt, anger was overflowing him, burning brighter and faster than ever before. It was consuming him, a parasite feeding on all his worst fears. He had to confront that man, that Stain. He had to get rid of the hero killer, the same man who got rid of his brother's spirit. Kurogiri was conflicted, he decided, watching the Nomu he'd ordered in from the master enter the bar. On the one hand, Shigaraki was very happy, giggling maniacally to himself behind his father's hand. On the other hand, the magician had specifically asked them both to leave Stain alone, don't do anything stupid and try to stay out of trouble. This probably qualified as doing at least one of those things, if not more. Are you sure you want to do this, Tamura Shigaraki? He asked, mildly exasperated. Shut up and open a warp gate, Kurogiri, Shigaraki ordered. Kurogiri sighed but did as instructed. He just hoped that the news did not get back to the magician. Drip 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 went the water pipes, above the subject's head. Click click clack went the guard's shoes, around the subject's door. Whoosh went the wind, chilling her to the bone. Pitter patter went her fingers, tapping on the floor. She blinked lazily, trying to see past her own eyes. She felt sleepy, drowsy and unaware, like some things were missing. Her body couldn't move, her mouth couldn't speak, her mind couldn't think, no matter how hard she tried. The sound of her heartbeat thumped on her chest painfully, drumming away at her ribcage. It hurt, these emotions. She could feel every single one, each only seconds long, but all passing by in bursts and rushes that made her feel sick. If only she could be free of them. If only she could be gone. Stain had never intended to get into a fight. While sure, he wasn't complaining about getting to take down a hero, he wasn't exactly happy about blowing his cover in the middle of Hosu, especially when he had said he'd keep a low profile. Plus, he didn't actually know the hero native very well. He had only cut him a little so that the guy wouldn't stop him as he went back home. There was a very good TV special on that night, and he wanted to watch it. That, and he never counted on Ingenium's little brother showing up, yelling about how Stain's fight with him had ruined his brother, and that even if there was a chance his brother would be alright, he'd never forgive Stain. Not that Stain cared much whether someone would forgive him or not. It didn't matter much to him at this point. But, was he going to say that? No. So, letting his ego get the better of him, he did the worst thing possible at that moment. He egged the armored little sheet on. Weak, pathetic, just as bad as that second-rate hero. In hindsight, it was one of the worst decisions of his life. But, then again, he thought, trying to block out the pain of the blade through his chest, hindsight is always 20. Breaking and entering had become something of a speciality of Polaris. She had done it so many times now that it was second nature. Turning the hairpin in the lock until it clicked just right, tiptoeing over the creaky-looking floorboards, jumping soundlessly over loose planks or stray pets. However, she'd never broken into an empty house before. Usually, the houses she entered had people in them, either awake or asleep. Sometimes, there was more than one person. Once, she'd even walked into the house while its patrons were partaking in activities of a certain nature that involve two people who love each other very much. But she'd never gone into a house with nobody else present. Even her mattress, her home, in the alley behind the arcade, usually had other people in it, or at the very least nearby. Here, nobody. She tiptoed through the house, scanning her eyes over the polished countertops. The plush sofa. The small TV, on top of a dented coffee table. Nothing here looked new, nothing here looked old. Just a normal family house. Polaris huffed and leapt upstairs, her landing delicate as always. She entered a bedroom, a family photo on the bedside table. A rosy-cheeked woman and her stubble-faced husband held their bright-eyed daughter up, all three smiling and laughing. Those times were long gone now, weren't they? She opened the wardrobe and began to rifle through the closet. Shirts, jeans, skirts, jumpers, nothing out of the ordinary. Just plain, casual clothes for the most part, with a few suits thrown in. Except, that is, for one thing. A little black dress, right at the back, made from a soft satin material that felt more expensive than all the gold in Polaris piercings. The sleeves were sheer, the neckline deep, the detail fine. All in all, it looked like your typical LBD. Then, Polaris took it out. Color. Pinks, salmons, purples, all exploding from the side into a cascading waterfall of kaleidoscopic color. Yes, this was the one. This was what that woman had treasured so much in her memories. This was what she would take. When Izuku had said, "Leave Stain alone, don't do anything stupid and try to stay out of trouble," he had expected at least one of those things to get through Shigaraki's thick skull. Unfortunately, once again, he had deeply underestimated how stupid Shigaraki was. "I swear to God, I'll kill him," he muttered darkly. Pursing his lips, he went to his room, changed into his villain outfit, picked up his cane and called Kurojairi. "Get me a gate to Hosu, Kurojairi. I'm going to need to clean up your mess. But don't you FING test me. The probability of you and Shigaraki getting anything worthwhile out of this is less than 1%, and right now, I need to get to Hosu. So, either make the warp gate, or I'll go there myself and be a lot less amicable towards the FING Nomu you dragged through with you shitty excuse for a mediator." There was dead silence on the other end of the line as Izuku tried to recollect himself. A warp gate opened. "Thank you." Kurojairi hung up. Probably a wise decision. Polaris slunk through the shadows, holding the brown paper package close to her chest. Tartarus wasn't an unfamiliar place to her, it was a place she'd stayed in once when she went by a different name. However, her stay had been relatively short. Compared to what that poor girl was probably going through, her stay had been a nightmare. Left, then round the corner, past the kitchens, not that they held much food, and through the yard. Up the corridor, 3 flights of stairs, wait behind the door as 2 guards walk past, then 5 doors down. Subject 1 F190's room. At least, that was what was printed on the door. It was locked, unfortunately, with a keycard lock. One which Polaris didn't have the corresponding key for. It was set to open with any guard's key, probably. Her ears perked up. Whistling. A guard. She whipped her head around to see the man walking down the corridor, leisurely, barely paying any attention to her presence. This was her chance at getting that keycard. As the guard walked past, staring straight ahead, she jumped out, whacking him over the head with her staff multiple times until he was definitely out cold. She could tell. No conscious person would have a little bit of blood leaking out from their skull. Swiping the keycard on the door, it opened, and she stepped in. 2 brown eyes stared at her, clouded. "Who are you?" "I am Polaris. And you are Uraraka. How do you know my name?" "I was told by the memories." "The memories?" Polaris didn't answer but instead sat down in front of Ochako. Finally, she muttered out, "I leave you with a package." "Who from?" "The magician." Ochako furrowed her brow. "What is it?" "Don't open it just yet. There's something else, too." "What is it?" Polaris untied the cloth over her eyes and let it fall to the floor, still keeping them shut. "I come with both the package and an offer." "An offer?" "My quirk, Dreamcatcher, allows me to take and give memories as I please, from any person, so long as their brain is intact. But, the memories I take don't have to come from people who are alive. I make a habit of visiting crime scenes to steal the memories of those who died there, and the families of those people, if for nothing else but to find their families and inform them of the tragedy. But, a few days ago, I came across the Gahiko estate and took it upon myself to visit. Imagine my surprise when I learned whose memories I stole." Uraraka's eyes widened. "You have my parents' memories," she whispered, her voice almost non-existent. Polaris bowed her head and outstretched her hand. "If you like, I can show you what happened. I can show you all of it." Ochako lifted her head. "Then show me." Izuku was said. That much should have been obvious. But he wasn't just said at Shigaraki and Kurojairi. No, he was said at Stain too. Trying to navigate Hosu to find the Nomu had been easy for the most part, they were very big, dumb and loud after all. There was only one he hadn't found yet, and in the process of finding it, he had stumbled upon an alleyway where 3 people were fighting. Namely, Stain, Tenya Ida, and Shoto Todoroki. From the rooftop, he could see ice rising and melting, hear the manic laughter and derogatory insults as the 2 students valiantly tried to hold Stain away. That still wasn't what made him so sad though. What did it was what he heard Stain saying. "You are no true hero, just like your brother. Only All Might is worthy, and nobody will ever take his place." The Ida boy hit the wall. "My brother was a true hero, and now he's given up. You've done something to him, what was it?" "Come on, Ida, we should get out of here." Todoroki hissed, creating a glacial wall of ice. "I have to find out why my brother won't fight." "Oh." Izuku felt his heart sink. So Ingenium's spirit was the price for his legs. See, the world works in funny ways. For what it gives, it must take. Probability is built around this rule, and for everything that Izuku changed, he knew something else must counteract that change to keep a balance. If he were to make a train late, the increase in probability for a red signal to last a long time, or a faulty line, would have to increase. The same applied to people. If he were to fix one thing, something else would have to break in its place. He bit his lower lip and jumped down into the alley, landing on his scarlet toes. Polaris opened her eyes and stared into Ochako's own. They were unusual, a bit like Ashido's with the blackish sclera, only Polaris was speckled with little white spots, like stars. The iris of her eyes, and the pupil, which normally would be bursting with vibrant color, were instead white. Blank. Devoid of anything. They looked like the moon. As Ochako stared into them, she could feel her consciousness slipping. Her eyelids fluttered, trying to stay open, but they succumbed eventually. Polaris put a single finger to her lips. "Hush now, and go to sleep," she said, "and let the star, Polaris, guide you in your dreams." "You," Stain sneered, his blades poised and at the ready. Izuku didn't smile. "Me." He began to walk towards Stain. "You know, I expected you to at the very least consider my offer instead of just rushing off and fighting the first people you saw." "Killing helps me think," Stain said, clearly uncomfortable. "Ah, yes, because clearly murdering 2 children is the answer to life's problems." No response. "Look, I've got a killer headache, and I don't feel like dealing with more than 2 idiots and their brainless puppets. Either come with me and we can sort this out in a civil manner, or I'm going to fight you myself." This time, Stain grinned and threw one of his blades, just narrowly missing Izuku's head. "You asked for it." A jade aura began to surround him as emerald sparks surrounded his body. "Don't say I didn't warn you, though." Darkness. Deep, void-like darkness. But, this darkness wasn't cold, or unwelcoming. It was warm. Homely. Like one of her mother's hugs. Ochako. Invisible hands seemed to drag her down, not gripping her like the guards, but guiding her, like her papa. Ochako. Light and darkness seemed to swirl together, dancing around one another in an endless waltz. Nothing became everything, everything became nothing. Ochako. Suddenly, the darkness was no more. She was standing in a park, surrounded by greenery. A girl, no more than 4 years old, sat in the tall grass, laughing. A woman picked her up and the girl laughed, squealing as her mother tickled her. "Gotcha, darling." This was a memory, one that Ochako herself vividly remembered. She was 4 years old here, just turned 4. It was a hot July morning, and her parents had taken her out to Muzurufu's Central Park for the day. She tried to reach out, to touch her mother, make her see, but it didn't work. Ochako just passed straight through. Her dad hugged his wife from behind, kissing her on the cheek. "Now then, who's ready to eat?" He lay out a picnic blanket and set some sandwiches down. "Papa, Papa, I want one," young Ochako demanded, excited. "All right. Here you go." She grabbed it and started to eat, happily munching away while her parents took photos and cooed. At some point, young Ochako finished the sandwich and, bored, began to try reaching for the bottle of cold tea. "Ochako, do you want some?" her mother asked. She didn't listen, still trying to reach it without standing up. "Do you want me to give it to you?" Finally, the little version of her touched the bottle, just barely grabbing onto it before her dad picked it up, pouring himself a glass. "Oh, sorry Ochako, did you want some?" She nodded, her mouth curled into an adorable pout. He chuckled sheepishly and set it down. Only, it didn't stay down. This was the memory of the first time Ochako used her quirk, she realized, as the bottle began to float upwards. This was where it all began. Fear is a wonderful thing. It can make people stop in their tracks, rethink all their life choices. At least that's what it was doing to Stain, as he backed away from the jaded teenager slowly approaching him, eyes like steel with a blade unsheathed and ready to attack. Behind him, both the students were also terrified, all reasonable thoughts skedaddling away. This was the force that had saved Ingenium, that had destroyed the hero's false sense of security. He didn't look like a little kid right now, grinning like a madman out of hell. He looked like a demon. The scene changed, fading from the park into their house. The living room, to be specific. "I want to help you. Then you'll be really happy," young Ochako wailed, clutching her dress. This was one of those times that she had begged her parents to let her do something for them, she remembered. They chuckled. "Oh, sweetie, the best thing you can do for us is to be happy." "Well, then I'll become a hero, and I'll earn lots and lots of money for you," she indignantly replied. Taken aback, her parents looked visibly shocked, before appearing calm. Her dad smiled and picked her up. "If you do, don't spend it all on us. We don't need you to do that. All we want is for you to be happy, and if you want to be a hero then we'll support you every step of the way. And, if you do make lots of money, you can take us on a nice vacation somewhere, all right?" He planted a soft kiss on her forehead. "I just want you to do what you love, my little infinity girl." A tear dripped down Ochako's face, both old and young. The scene changed again, this time to the present day. "Thank you, sir. We won't let you down," her mother excitedly said, almost jumping with joy. She put down the phone and squealed, hugging her husband. "You all good, sweetie?" he asked, hugging her back. "We got it. We're leading the Gahiko estate project." Her father lit up. "Really? That's great. We need to head over now to sign a few agreements at the estate, but once it's done, we'll be officially on the team." They both smiled and laughed, so thrilled. Ochako just stood there, watching sullenly. They looked so happy, so thrilled to have gotten this job. If only they knew the consequence. The memory faded, and now they were on a train, sitting down. A woman walked on, dressed all in black, with chalk pallor skin and the most vividly blue eyes to ever be seen. She was crying. The train carried on. Her parents were watching something on her dad's phone. When she looked, it was her fight at the sports festival. They were both looking avidly, silently cheering her on, occasionally yelling yes, or go Ochako, before apologizing to the disgruntled other passengers. She wanted to yell, cry out for them and tell them she was sorry. But she couldn't. To them, she was but a ghost. Non-existent. They disappeared, and the train became an apartment. There was an older man, graying and wrinkled, handing them a pen, talking in a hushed voice to her parents. She couldn't hear, nor understand, what they were saying. It was all technical jargon. Then, the hush was broken, just as her mother lifted the pen off the paper, having signed the last form. An explosion, bright as the summer sky, crumpled the building. Her mother screamed, trying to reach out to her father. He, in turn, tried to reach back, straining himself. They both stretched and stretched, but never could reach. Then, they hit the ground, and everything went black. Not hesitating for a single second, he rushed forward, eyes tinted crimson as his blade pierced flesh and the smell of blood filled the alleyway. Stain's body crumpled to the ground as Izuku pulled the blade out, blood pooling around them. "I did think you would be a good addition to our ranks, Stain, but you just had to go and throw it all away." He sheathed his blade and faced the two terrified students. "Apologies for the rude introduction. You shouldn't have had to see that." There were a few seconds as Ida tried to form words. In the end, only one came out. "Why?" Izuku looked confused. "What do you mean? Why did you save him? What did you do to break him?" Ah, now Izuku understood. He gravely smiled. "I didn't mean to. Not to make him stop being a hero, anyway." He took a deep breath. "I looked up to Ingenium a lot as a child. He was one of my favorite heroes. Always on the lookout, never doing it for anyone but himself. As I got older, he was always one of my favorites, especially since he believed that anyone could be a hero." "So you took that away from him?" Izuku paused, trying to word his answer correctly. The boy was precarious. I didn't know that was the price he'd pay. I thought it would be okay for me to surpass the limits so that he would be okay. So that he'd have a chance to see you again." There was silence as Ida processed what he was hearing. A villain had saved Tensei. Just to give the guy a chance to see the people he loved? Somehow, no matter how wrong it sounded, no matter how much the confession of the magician's reasoning ground up his morals, there was no lying in his tone. He was sincere. He had been trying to help. "I'll be on my way now. Get yourself and that beaten-up hero to Hosu General, they'll help you." "You're letting us go?" the other one asked. Todoroki. "Yeah. Why, do you want to fight?" "Because if you do, I'm pretty sure that using your quirks to fight without a license is illegal." No response. Just a smoldering, smoking fist, shaking at his side. "Well then, in that case, I think I'll get going. Adieu, boys." He began to walk away, and the pair had never felt more confused in their life. Suddenly, Todoroki shoved Ida. "Watch out!" A pair of clawed feet grabbed Todoroki swiftly, lifting him off the ground. Izuku looked up and saw them. A Nomu, and a boy. Heroes ran around the corner, conflicted as to who they should go after. Izuku groaned. Why was everyone else so useless? He stuck his hand into the inside pocket he'd stitched into his jacket and pulled out his last resort, a weapon he despised using but could in dire situations. Surrounding himself in the same green sparks, he aimed and fired, hitting the Nomu square in the brain, before running off towards it and catching the Todoroki kid in his arms. The Nomu hit the floor, and Izuku landed, letting the green glow slew off. Blood burned the back of his throat. He set Todoroki down. "Something tells me that you're more than just your father's son," Izuku said, lost in thought. Endeavor ran around the corner, yelling, "Shutuu!" But, Izuku shrugged, "I guess we'll have to wait to find out." With that, and nothing more, he left, leaping up onto the rooftops and disappearing into the night, nowhere to be seen. Darkness. Deep, void-like darkness. But this darkness wasn't cold or unwelcoming. It was warm, homely, like one of her mother's hugs. Invisible hands seemed to drag her down, not gripping her like the guards, but guiding her, like her papa. Light and darkness seemed to swirl together, dancing around one another in an endless waltz. Nothing became everything, everything became nothing. Glowing orbs began to drift upwards, away from her, each one containing something. A word, a song, a feeling, an object, rose into the vast blackness above, becoming a star in an endless sky. Then, she hit a wall, and pain exploded through her. It hurt, more than she could ever express. Burning, searing pain, so bold that it made her feel like she was splitting into a million pieces. Then, everything was white. Pure, sterile white. But this wasn't the white of her cell. Not the controlling, authority-commanding white she'd grown accustomed to. This white was like snow. Invisible hands seemed to hold her, letting her down gently, like those of angels. Light and darkness seemed to swirl together, dancing around one another in an endless waltz. Nothing became everything, everything became nothing. She felt at peace, finally able to say she knew the whole story. The glowing orbs began to fall, drifting down like the petals of the sakura trees. I love you, my little infinity girl. More than you'll ever know. And then, she woke up, and there were tears in her eyes. Great big black tears, rolling down her cheeks in waves, and she realized she never got to say goodbye. Never got to eat the last mochi with her mother. Never got to play the last game of cards with her father. Now, she'd never get to do those things again. Finally, Polaris spoke, her tone hushed. You're hurting. I can make the pain go away. How? I can take your memories of them away. You'll be happy then. You'll be safe. Ochako shook her head. Then I don't want the pain to go away. Polaris blinked. Why? Because if I forget them, nobody will remember them. I want to remember my parents because even though I'm sad now, I'll be happy one day. Polaris didn't understand. How could she? Everyone wanted to forget the bad, to wish the pain away. Of course, then again, there was someone else who didn't want to do so. Two people, both of whom had earned Polaris' ultimate respect and admiration, but neither of whom she followed. In fact, she felt rather curious about them. But you're unhappy now. I still want my memory. I'll become happy one day, for them if not me. I don't understand. Perhaps it was simply because she had a few screws loose, no space for sense or sensibility. Since she was young, Polaris had had little control over herself, gripped by trauma and grief. Every memory she took stayed with her forever, even if she were to give it away. Every heartbreak, every war, every agony became a part of her, crumbling her happiness until it became but a shadow of her, intangible. Even if she were to give all the memories she stole back, she'd retain her knowledge, a copy of sorts of that memory. She could never be free. So then why would someone who could be free not want to? Then I hope one day, you will, Ochako defiantly said. Thank you, for showing me those memories. They helped me. But you're crying? Polaris asked, blinking her moonlight eyes. Ochako nodded. Yes. But crying is only temporary. One day, someday, I'll stop crying, and I'll smile for them instead. But right now, I need to cry. Crying is just the liquidation of our emotions, and if we don't cry, then they'll stay with us forever. Polaris stiffened, then nodded. I'll be going now, she mumbled, and slipped back out the open door, swiftly as she came. Walking away, she felt odd. It was unusual for someone to be so truthful to her, to give her such an answer. Somehow, she felt liberated. Freer than before. Almost happy. Perhaps though, it was just her imagination. That was the way of the mad, after all. Back in her cell, Ochako opened her package, careful not to rip the paper too much. Out of it fell a letter, a dress, a hair tie, some flowers, and a cloak. First, she opened the letter. Dear Uraraka. I'm sorry I couldn't save your parents. My quirk allows me to change the probability of any outcome, and yet, even if I pushed myself, I couldn't stop it. I wanted so badly to save them, to give you the chance I never got. But I can't make up for it now, or ever. So, I asked Polaris to get this package to you and to give you the memories she stole. She's a bit strange, but she's harmless to you since I've told her not to steal from you. In this package, you'll find something special from your past and a cloak. I can't help you very much right now, but, if you ever wish to find me, then go to this address. There was a crudely drawn map with a dot where the hideout was, and an address written below. From, the magician, Izuku Midoriya. She set down the letter and examined the cloak. On one side, it was black as the night, so black it looked like a gaping hole in space. On the other side, it was a beautiful vibrant pink, glowing almost under the light. Then, she saw the dress, and she almost cried. It was the dress her mother had worn, the little black one with the pink and purple ruffles. Not a stitch was out of place. Silently, she slipped it on, stretching the sleeves a little as they went over the shackles, and wrapped the cloak on top. Lastly, she tied her hair with the elastic into a high ponytail, leaving only her bangs behind, and tucked the flowers in. She couldn't see how she looked, but, somehow, she felt so grown up and independent. She wished her mother could see her now. Now then. How should I do this? She asked the space around her. Oh well. She looked up. I guess I'll just figure it out as I go. Slowly, she summoned all her energy, listened to the world around her. As she listened, it began to vibrate, shaking and crumbling, trying to fight both her and the natural pull of gravity. Push and pull and push, fighting one another for dominance. Push, pull, snap. The room shattered, rising in 100 pieces of rubble and debris. She opened her eyes, looking at the city below her. She was flying, she whispered. I'm flying. Tentative, she looked down. The floating piece of rubble she was standing on drifted from under her feet. She tried to step out, leaping to the next piece and made it. A smile spread across her face and she began to laugh, jumping from shard to shard. I'm flying. I'm flying. She tapped each shackle and the ball on her chain, making them all light as feathers. I'm flying. Below her, guards and prisoners stared, watching the black and pink-clad figure dance through the air. Miss, get back down here, or we will shoot. We are giving you the count of 3. She looked down and watched 50 men ready their guns. 1. Sighing, she tapped her nails on a shackle. Do you ever shut up? She asked boredly. 2. Or not, she decided, standing up. Oh well. They asked for it. Release. The rubble fell as she launched herself back, hovering above the city. They screamed, running from the falling meteors of debris. Many were hit, she couldn't see the exact number. The rest ran away, cowards. She smiled. Finally, she was free. But, there was still one thing left to do. At 2 in the morning, a bar in Kamino was paid an unexpected visit. A rap knock at the door told them that much. I'll get it, Izuku sluggishly yelled, rubbing his tired eyes. He trudged down the stairs, past the empty bar and to the door, opening it. When he saw who it was, he blinked in shock. You made it, he stated plainly. She nodded. I did. They were quiet. Come in. She entered, quietly thanking him for his hospitality before sitting down. So, you got the package. I did. More awkward silence. Look, he said, I'm sorry. I'm not here for an apology, she tersely responded. I've seen my parents' memories. I know what happened. It's not your fault. It's not my fault either. That's not what matters now. He relaxed, shoulders sagging. I want to join you, and take back what I've lost. Izuku perked up. I've lost pretty much everything in less than 1 week. I have no family, no friends, no home to go back to. She took a breath, wiping tears from her eyes. So, if you'll have me, I want to join you. He smiled and shook her hand. Welcome to the team, then. Do you have a villain name? She thought. And thought. What would she call herself, Gravitron? Then it clicked. She laughed a bittersweet laugh and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Infinity, she responded. Call me Infinity. By the end of the week, there wasn't a reporter in Japan who hadn't covered both the escape of Ochako and the death of Stain. Headlines like, Crazed Student Kills Brave Officers, Hero Killer Dies, at the Hands of Another Villain, or even the slightly strange, Villain Steals Hero Spotlight. Rumors ran like streams. Through the population, trickles at first, the gushing rivers after a few days. Whispers of how the student had gone insane after her parents were killed in the alleged suicide bombing at Gahiko Estate swam from person to person. Murmurs of how the son of Endeavor was saved by a villainous teenager while the man himself just stood by and watched were fished out by the Hero Commission and gutted before they could swim too far, replaced by the cover-up of the villain having ulterior motives, and Endeavor merely assessing the situation. Then, there was the video. That god-awful video of phone-recorded footage clipped and compiled with music and text to send a message across the nation. Nobody knew who first uploaded it, nor who reported it the first time. But, every time it was taken down, it reappeared within seconds, blaring its message loud and clear. The villain acted before the hero. The hero paused while the villain acted. The villain won. The villain saved. The villain was the hero. The magician was the hero. When 1A walked into their classmate, they didn't mention the empty desk. It had stood there for a week, 7 days, a quarter of a month with no occupant. Empty. When she'd first disappeared, the day after the sports festival, they didn't know what had happened. The news stories mentioned no names, no faces, nothing. Just a taken-for-granted story of a hopeless suicide bomber in a building, and 2 blurry news clips of a brunette girl screaming and being dragged away. They didn't even see the debris float. "Where's Uraraka?" someone asked at the back of the class once their teacher walked in. "She's at home, sick. Nobody is to visit her as she's highly contagious," he answered robotically from behind his bandages before taking roll call. Bullshit. Not that anyone said that. They were all too busy worrying. 2 days passed. No word from their friend, their little pink adversary. "Where's Uraraka?" someone asked at the back of the class once their teacher walked in. "She's at home, sick. Nobody is to visit her as she's highly contagious," he answered robotically before taking roll call. Bullshit. But nobody said that. They kept their mouths shut and let their worries fester, stayed in line and didn't dare touch a toe out of place. 3 days flew past, then 4. The fires raged through Hosu, many caused by Endeavor, but that was all fake news, and blood ran from an alleyway. One villain died. Another was born. The day they all came back, there was silence. They knew. They all knew, and yet nobody could bring themselves to mention it. Not Ashido, whose pencil seemed to corrode in her fearful grip. Not Kirishima, whose desk appeared scratched by hardened fingertips. Not Jairu, whose jacks hung limp at her sides, swinging to the pace of her slow, tired footsteps as she trudged to her desk. Then, shakily, Ashido asked, "Do you think it's true?" Every head turned to her. "Do you think she's really gone mad?" Yaoyorozu shook her head. "No," she responded as if she was sure, but her timid tone betrayed her. Uraraka was our friend. Our classmate. She wanted to be a hero. Silence. Tension filled the air. Not even Bakugo spoke up, although he had been quiet since the USJ attack, seldom doing more to them than scowling or creating sparks and pops in his hands. The door slid open. Aizawa stepped in and took his place at the podium. "Was that villain in the prison break Uraraka?" one student asked. No response. "Well, was it? I am not allowed to disclose any details about the villain." "That's not fair, though." Kirishima was cut off. "Life isn't fair, Kirishima, and if you want to be a hero you'd better get used to it," Aizawa tersely snapped, narrowing his eyes. She sat down, meekly humbled by the encounter. Now then, time for roll call. As the names were read out, everyone could feel a metaphorical crack form between themselves and the truth. If there was a flat piece of land called truth, with Class 1A on one side, and the heroes on the other, then the thin black line just barely visible was mistrust. Lies. Dishonesty, whether it be from warped perspectives or partial truths. Right now, that gap was small. But it was there. The only question now was what's next? What was going to happen, and when? High above, in his office, Nedzu sipped his tea. The sun was setting over ground Gamma, casting a golden glow across UA's prestigious campus. When he'd been awoken at 3 in the morning about a prison break in Tartarus, he'd been unbothered at first. "Let her run," he'd said. She wouldn't get far. Then, they called him again, just an hour later, about something found at the scene of the crime. A 5-yen coin. Now, loose change wasn't out of the ordinary. Nedzu had some in his pocket right now. What was so unusual, though, was finding loose change at the scene of a crime, especially where the location was a prison. He immediately regretted his decision to let her run. Days passed by, and they had no idea where she was. Hosu, Nabu, Dagoba, Muzutafu, they'd checked everywhere, high and low, but she was untraceable. They knew she was linked to the magician now, and he'd probably helped her escape. The coin told them that much, at the very least. They began to expand the search radius, reaching out to other offices for help, even going so far as to call the Hero Commission to ask for any extra help they could offer. There was a staff meeting today to discuss their options, to get to the bottom of these events and figure out what was going on. Every hero course teacher would be joining them. The door opened and they stepped in. Midnight, Cementos, Snipe, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, 13, who had thankfully recovered, Vlad King, Power Loader, Hound Dog, All Might. "Where's Eraserhead?" Present Mike answered, "He's just finishing up something with his class. He'll be up here soon." Nedzu wasn't sure whether he believed that answer, but, then again, he wasn't Tsukachi. He couldn't tell one from the other, so he let it go. In this instance, trust was all they had. Eraserhead wasn't finishing up with his class. Instead, he was washing his face, examining the scar under his eye. It still hurt with the phantom pain of a knife, or was it a boot, a gun to his face? But that didn't hurt as much as his heart. Aizawa didn't enjoy being a hero. As a kid, he'd always had a dream of fighting bad guys, showing people what it meant to be a hero. That dream had grown with him, blossoming as he fought alongside his 2 friends. Then, one of them. His dream died that day. Withering and shriveling into a husk. Without Shirakumo and Mike there, the world began to feel off, just a little bit darker each day. Then, he graduated, and the light he'd allowed himself to live in was eclipsed, stolen away from him. If he had become a hero in the spotlight, saving the day as everyone watched, then he would become a puppet. All heroes were puppets, but the number of strings could be changed depending on who was watching. Someone like All Might had no freedom, his every move mapped out before him. An underground hero, however, is one who is not made to be seen. They have fewer strings, no ties to the media, and can move, somewhat, freely. He unscrewed the lid of his eye drops and let them fall. Blinking, 1, 2, 3, his eyes began to relax. When he had become a teacher, he hadn't expected to grow so attached to his students. It was a little-known fact about him that he did love all his students, always looking out for them in any way he could. But, Yue wasn't always the best at doing that. Nedzu, in Aizawa's opinion, was warped, and it was obvious that he was the one who dug them into this hole. If Kaminari, who had asked if an egg was a fruit or a vegetable, answer, neither, could tell that his prison escapee ex-classmate was not the one at fault for her transformation, then that was probably a sign that Nedzu needed to get a grip. What hurt the most was not being able to tell them. He wanted to give them an answer, say, yes, that's her, she's the one. But Nedzu had forbidden it. He couldn't tell them anything, not about her parents, or the prison break, or the magician. He began to walk away and closed the door behind him. Aizawa was by no means a religious man, but if there was a god, then he would pray to it for the rest of his life to make sure his students would never have to go through something like this again. Nedzu, let's begin the meeting, shall we? Snipe, what's on the agenda first? Nedzu, Ochako Uraraka. Cementos, she's the one who turned villain, right? From Class 1A? Midnight, poor kids. They must feel awful. Ectoplasm, regardless, our focus should be on stopping her from making contact with the League of Villains. Word on the street is that people are starting to listen to them, what with that video and the recent headlines. Power Loader, some of my contacts in support companies are saying there's been a lot of unlicensed items sold to villains. They're migrating towards a leader. Nedzu, she's been on the run for nearing a week now, and we know that the magician helped her escape from his calling card. She's probably already made contact. Present Mike, so then what's the next step? Nedzu, I think we should let her be for now. Everyone, what? Nedzu, we don't know where she is, or what she can do. Her quirk has mutated itself under the high stress she's been under, and we do not know what she might be able to do now. Plus, we aren't prepared to deal with the League yet. We need to take a step back and assess the situation. Silence. All Might, what about the magician? Is there any more information? Nedzu, nothing much, I'm afraid. We know his real name is Izuku Midoriya, he's 15, the same age as the rest of the first-year students, and he's supposedly quirkless. Midnight, supposedly? Nedzu, he's been registered as quirkless his whole life, however, according to what the student testimonies told us, and that video from the Hosu incident, suggest otherwise. Snipe, so, you think he has a quirk? 13, from the way that he fought at the USJ I'm not sure. He never used any kind of visible emitter quirk, nor did he have a mutation or transformation. It's possible there's just no physical sign, but... Cementos, that's quite rare, isn't it? Nedzu, regardless of his quirk, or lack thereof, he's powerful, and villains all across Japan are listening to him. We need to be careful. Aizawa walks in, shutting the door behind him. He sits next to Midnight. Aizawa, sorry I'm so late, one of my students was asking me for some advice with their training. Nedzu, it's alright, we were just talking about Uraraka and the magician. Nothing new. Hound Dog, where are we going from here? Nedzu, one thing's for sure. We need to find out how they managed to learn when All Might would be in the USJ. That was not a sporadic attack. It was planned, and they knew what they were doing. Present Mike, do you think there's a traitor? Snipe, now don't you go around suggesting things like that. We can't go around not trusting each other. Nedzu, Snipe is right. While that is a possibility, we shouldn't go around suspecting one another. Doubt will only lead to a downfall in the end. But, we shouldn't discount such an idea. Someone may be leaking our secrets. Power Loader, then what can we do about it? Nedzu, for now, we'll just have to keep a closer eye on the students, and try and increase security. Make sure no incidents like this happen again. Everyone, understood. The door swung open, letting in an early evening chill. Shut the door behind you, Jiren, Izuku boredly said, stirring his cocoa. Infinity's asleep and she doesn't like the cold. Sorry, man. He did as he was told. I've got a couple of people here with me. Shigaraki scowled, looking up from his game, some kind of Silent Hill, Slenderman thing with a million jump scares a minute. Who are they? Jiren grinned toothily. They want to help you. They support your cause, or, at least, the magician's cause. Two people stepped out from behind him. One was a girl, not overly tall in stature, but with piercing eyes that had a way of following someone around a room so carefully, it could unnerve even the most hardened of heroes. The other was a young man with many scars on his body and face, blue eyes hidden behind spiky black hair. They're followers of you. They want to join the league. The girl grinned wildly, fang-like teeth bared. Hi. My name's Himiko Toga. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Magic. Your blood smells so good, she babbled, her eyes frazzled. I'm Dabi, the blue-eyed guy said. Izuku looked them over. They were both shabby in appearance, clothes worn and torn from age and use. Neither could be a high-level criminal. What's your quirks? He asked. Toga answered first. I can turn into anyone that I drink the blood of. She answered, giggling. Well, that explained the dented knife she held. My quirk is called cremation. I can create blue flames from anywhere on my body and use them to attack. Interesting. Both powerful quirks in their respect and each seemed to be committed to his cause. They were useful. Plus, from the way Shigaraki was seething in the background, he didn't seem to very much like either of them. And you are willing to fight for our cause? He asked, standing up. Both the recruits nodded. He shook Dabi's hand, then Toga's. If Shigaraki agrees to it, then you may join us. They looked at the pale man in the corner, straw hanging out of his mouth as he tried to poke it into his apple juice carton. He noticed them. What do you want? He asked grumpily. The two of them gave him the sweetest, most innocently ploying expressions they could, begging internally for him to say yes. Do you agree to take on the recruits? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Why should I? Think of it this way, they are useful game pieces. High level. They have the experience which our party currently lacks. Shigaraki contemplated what Izuku was saying for a moment, before finally responding, albeit quietly. Fine. That was all the confirmation he needed. Well then, you heard the man. Welcome to the League of Villains. Weeks passed, and the end of the term arrived. Summer was in full swing. It was a beautiful day. Flowers blooming, birds singing, and the entirety of Class 1A in shock. What do you mean we have to fight the teachers? Yaoyorozu asked carefully. Nedzu crawled out of Aizawa's scarf. I mean exactly that. Principal Nedzu. That's me. Aizawa put the mouse, bear thing, on the ground, and let him stand. Due to the surge in villain activity, we've decided that you should get to have some practical experience with fighting real people. But you guys are pros, and we're students. Isn't that a bit unfair? Jairu asked. We'll be wearing special weights on our wrists and ankles to keep it a bit fairer. They'll slow us down by a considerable amount, Ectoplasm responded, showing off said weights. They were designed by support course student Mei Hatsum. Now then, you'll be fighting us in pairs. 2 students will fight 1 teacher. We've already decided your pairs for you, and who you'll be fighting, based on your strengths and weaknesses. However, Snipe added, since there's an odd number of you, one of you will be fighting on your own. The students weren't given a chance to retort as Nedzu began to speak. The pairs are as follows. 1. Satu and Kirishima vs Cementos. 2. Azui and Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. 3. Ajiru and Ida vs Power Loader. 4. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu vs Eraserhead. 5. Koda and Jairu vs Present Mike. 6. Shoji vs Snipe. 7. Mineta and Siro vs Midnight. 8. Kaminari and Bakugo vs Nedzu. 9. Aoyama and Ashido vs 13. As everyone began to find their partners, someone tugged on Aizawa's scarf. Sorry, but I think you forgot about me, Hagakure said. Who's my partner? In Kamino, Rayon felt like she had wandered into something very strange. She had been on her way back to her apartment in Nabu, having taken a detour from Dagoba after meeting an old friend, Dr. Ujiko, for some coffee and a quick discussion concerning a project of Rayon's. But, when her train was delayed by almost 3 hours, she decided to walk back. Fortunately, that cut down the number of people who would try and talk to her. Unfortunately, that meant that when Izuku texted her about needing some help, she couldn't say, sorry, on the train, and instead had to go and help. Which was how she ended up here, standing in the bar, watching as Himiko Toga tied a pretty pink bow around the 3rd finger on Shigaraki's father. Help, he deadpanned, looking incredibly displeased. Rayon blinked, then blinked again, unsure of what exactly was happening. Here she was, fresh off the street, carrying a large frappe, greeted by the sight of a pale guy holding a disembodied hand with makeup slathered across his face, making him look like a toddler's art project, and several scrunchies and clips stuck in his hair. Then, she burst out laughing. Lookin' good, Shiggy McCrustface. What's with the makeover? She asked. You, he seethed. Get these idiots off of me, he demanded. Rayon took her phone out of her pocket and snapped a photo. I dunno, she snickered. Where's Zuko? Izuku raised his hand from behind the bar. Down here. He called. Rayon peered over the bar to see him unpacking a box. Jiren sent over a support item for Toga to use, but it's not fully set up, he explained, showing her the array of tubes, nozzles and straps. You still have a support license, don't you? She nodded. It's not valid over air though. Korea only. But you know how to make support items? Yeah. Did it for a while back home. I still remember, ta. Why? Think you can set this up for me? I don't know what any of this bullshit is. She jumped over the bar, nearly knocking a few glasses off, much to Kurojire's chagrin, and began examining the item in question. It was quite large and bulky, designed for practicality rather than style. However, it looked relatively simple in design, consisting of already pre-assembled individual parts that just needed to be stuck together. I can get this done. Leave it to me. I'll need about an hour, she said, shooing him. Don't disturb me. Izuku obliged and immediately moved away from her. Before moving from her native country, Rayon had trained in manufacturing support gear and even got her Korean license early. However, when she left in search of greater opportunities in the commercial market, she quickly discovered that her views on heroes and villains as nothing more than a means to an end, as well as her sketchy moral code, meant that her application for license transfer was rejected. Mind you, the arrest record for human experimentation and illegal weapons sales could have had something to with it as well, but that was probably unlikely. So, she had turned to villainy for a paycheck, manufacturing illegal weapons and other tactical gear. Nowadays, she mostly worked in hacking, bounty hunting and other odd jobs involving cybernetics and the likes. However, she was always willing to work on support machines if the opportunity presented itself. By the way, Zuko, I wanted to ask you something, she said. He hummed in response, looking up from the newspaper. Are you still looking for recruits? They be handy, yes, he stated. Why? I know a guy who's been eyeing the league for a while. Big fan o' yours. He wants to join if that's okay with you. What's his quirk? She pulled her phone out again, flicking through her phone until she found a video. Watch it. The video was of a man in a yellow trench coat touching a table and causing it to become a small blue sphere. He then did the same to a TV, a chair and a banana before walking over to the camera and placing the marble-like spheres in Rayon's open palm. We called the quirk compress. Neat, eh? Tell him he's got the job. I think he'll fit in well here. Shigaraki scowled. Do I get a say in this? Shut it, Princess Sparkles, Izuku said, causing Dabi and Ochako to snort with laughter. The person with glitter in his hair for the next month doesn't get a say. Shigaraki frantically ran his fingers through his hair, staring at them as glitter began to clump under his dirty nails. I'm going to kill Toga. The final exam had been going. Well, kind of. After the hacker debacle had been resolved, they paired her with Shoji, the rounds had started. Kirishima and Sada failed miserably, getting trapped in a prison of cement. Azui and Tokoyami passed thanks to ingenious teamwork and a strong plan. Ida and Ojiro's combined speed and brainpower allowed them to forge an escape path, although both asked Recovery Girl to heal them after. But none of that mattered right now. Right now was the fourth match, and it was not going well. Run, Yaoyorozu! Todoroki shouted. She complied, rushing towards the exit as quickly as she could. There was no escape. When Todoroki had thought his plan through, he was sure it would work, no doubt in mind. But when he and Yaoyorozu had entered the arena, and he told her what to do, the look on her face made him doubt himself. She reminded him of his mother, in a way. Both were maternal, kind and strong, leader-like and headstrong, yet flexible, willing to listen to others. And, in the same way, he was a lot like his father, as much as he tried not to be. Both of them were always certain that their idea was the best one, always sure that they could do it himself, without any help, distancing themselves from everyone. And that was his downfall. His weakness. He was so much like his father, and he tried to push it all away, the good and the bad, just because he couldn't accept that part of himself. It was too bad he couldn't see that himself. As Todoroki slumped slackly in the capture scarf, Yaoyorozu ran in the opposite direction he'd told her to. It wasn't that she didn't trust Todoroki, she did trust him a lot. He had shown himself to be an incredible fighter in the sports festival, unlike her, and he clearly had an eye for strategy. But he was so cold, unresponsive, aloof, impossible to get to know behind his icy exterior, angry at something or someone at every given moment. It was like his ice and his fire were constantly at war with each other within his personality. One moment he'd be distant and frozen, the next he'd be burning with quiet rage, seething smoke at the world. Sometimes, Yaoyorozu couldn't tell what was going through his mind. Often she didn't want to know. So she ran, left, right, left towards the lamppost she left him tied to, like a coward, in her opinion, until she reached it. "Todoroki!" she yelled, catching his attention. "Why did you come back?" he asked loudly, although not very angrily. "I told you to run." I don't know. But dash. "Watch out, Mr. Aizawa's coming," he shouted. She looked behind her, and, sure enough, he was running along the power lines, straight towards them. What could she do? What should she do? Where could she go? Could she run? Hide? Fight? Stay? Defend? Her thoughts were cut off by Todoroki. "Yaoyorozu, do you have a plan?" She looked up at him. "I should have asked what it was earlier, and I didn't." She looked away. "But your plan didn't work, so who's to say that mine will? It's probably bad." Frustrated, Todoroki snapped, "Yaoyorozu, you're better suited to this than me. When we were voting for class rep, you got 2 votes. One of those was mine because I thought you would be best in a leadership position. You can do this." Something in his words resonated with her, made her feel a pull on her heart. Mr. Aizawa was nearly there. "Todoroki." She pulled out the matryoshka in her belt, tossing them in the air. "Close your eyes, Todoroki." It was a good thing she had learned how to make these, she thought, as Aizawa looked at them, confused, before kicking them out of the way. Rookie mistake. They weren't just matryoshka, they were flash grenades. She lowered Todoroki as their teacher tried to process what had happened. "Let's run, together," she ordered. "I have a plan." Todoroki wasn't sure what was going on. All he knew was that he was an idiot, and now he was running. To be fair, the first one wasn't old news. He had known he was an idiot for a long time, and that had only been reaffirmed when he had to be rescued by a villain. He knew he was headstrong, and rash, and distant, but he had a good reason. Right? He wasn't sure. Not anymore. Not of anything, really. His brain was jumbled, his senses in a muddle, tripping over one another as his thoughts tried to recollect themselves. Strings crossed, wires tangled themselves into a knot tied by someone other than himself. He caught himself staring in the mirror, looking at his unsightly side, unsure of whether to be scared of it or welcoming towards it. As he stared deeper, looked harder, the sickly, nauseatingly sweet stench of burning flesh would fill his nose, tingle on his taste buds, making him feel ill. It had started when the magician saved them in Hosu when he killed Stain. The 2 young heroes had been backed against the wall, terrified out of their minds, although neither could show it well. Ida's engines were redundant if he couldn't move, and it's not like Todoroki's ice could do that much. But, then he arrived and stabbed the villain dead within seconds. It wasn't even messy, just in and out. A single strike and the hero killer, who had terrorized Japan for weeks on end, was gone. And he apologized. Apologized for causing 2 teenagers, the same age as him, to see such a violent act, even though they'd both seen much worse. Then he did it again when Ida asked about his brother. He apologized for saving Ingenium from death, and there wasn't a hint of a lie in his voice. Not a single drop of insincerity in him as he told them to go to the hospital with Native. Not even a shred of hatred and animosity towards the 2 of them as he walked away without so much as touching them. When the Nomu swept in and took him, he expected to die, even if he could somehow escape. But he lived because of the magician, who acted valiantly before even the heroes, catching him as he fell. "Something tells me that you're more than just your father's son," he had said. What did those words mean? Why did he say that? What purpose was there? "Todoroki, now!" Yaoyorozu yelled. He nodded and let the cold flow through his arm into a gigantic ice wall, cutting off Aizawa where he stood. Good thinking. This would give them some time to strategize and recuperate, as well as use their quirks. "All right, now tell me the rest of the..." As he turned around, he caught a glimpse of what Yaoyorozu was doing and immediately looked the other way as to avoid looking indecently at her. "Is that Aizawa's scarf?" "Yes, although, it's not an exact copy," she replied, letting the material pool around her feet. "I'm not sure of the exact material, so this is my version, with a special material woven in." "And what are we going to do with it?" Yaoyorozu looked a little uncomfortable at that question. "There's nitinol alloy in this capture scarf, a shape memory material that will revert to its original state when exposed to high temperature. So, I won't use my flames," he said, lips pursed in a thin line. "Not in combat." Yaoyorozu took a moment to think. Then, "If you don't want to use them in combat, try and think of it like toasting a marshmallow." "A marshmallow?" She nodded. "Just imagine that the scarf is a marshmallow, and you're toasting it." Even thinking of his flames, he could feel the sizzling sensation spread across his face. I don't know if I can," he said quietly. "I just..." Please, just try it. I'll make something for backup in any case, she promised. He looked at her, right into her determination-filled eyes. All right, I'll give it a try. Aizawa waited. He was interested to see what they'd come up with, especially considering their strengths and weaknesses. He'd put this pair together because they both lacked confidence in their skills. On the one side, Yayorozu was a strong and capable young woman with a powerful quirk and tactical ability to boot that few pros could rival. But, she saw herself as weak, and couldn't see past her insecurities. On the other side was Todoroki, a powerhouse with the utmost faith in his skills. However, for some unknown reason, he refused to fight fire with fire, only using his ice in battle. Whether this was actually due to lack of experience, or another unrelated incident, Aizawa was unsure. All he knew was that for the two of them to thrive as heroes, they would need to see past their doubts and learn to accept their insecurities as a part of themselves. Two black-cloaked figures emerged from behind the ice, shuffling quickly. Yayorozu and Todoroki. Taking off from his perch, Aizawa flung his capture weapon at the cloaks, ensnaring one and yanking it back only to reveal. A mannequin? He asked, confused, before looking down and seeing his student at the ready with a catapult. She pulled down on the lever, launching a long strip of material into the air. Todoroki, now! She yelled. The second cloak came flying off, and flames raised the ground. The material began to harden quickly, tightening. So she had used her quirk to make a special tool. As he landed on the ground and the cool metal of the cuff slid around his wrist, he couldn't help but feel proud. Both had overcome their fears, with Yayorozu using her tactical ability to her advantage, and Todoroki using his flames in combat. They had both grown from this fight, and he knew that they would continue to grow. Congratulations, he said, his tone droning as usual. You did well. Yayorozu was on the verge of tears, smiling and laughing from relief. They both turned to look at Todoroki, hoping to see him overflowing with emotion in some way. Perhaps happiness? Joy? At the very least shock? What they saw instead was Todoroki curled up on the ground, clutching his scar and sobbing, hyperventilating, pale as death. Ice covered his left side, small crystals slowly consuming him as if he was desperately trying to freeze himself to death. When they had wanted to see him overflowing with emotion, this was not what they meant. Hagakure peered around the corner. At this rate, we'll never be able to move from here. Hagakure whined. It's a diversion, Shoji told her. Something fell to the ground. A smoke bomb? It spun, filling the room with smoke. Shoji ran. Hagakure, are you all right? No response. He looked around for her, panicked, then saw her gloves and shoes. So, she was going into full stealth mode, huh? He ran out, standing in the middle of the room. Snipe shot a round of bullets, focused only on Shoji. Good. Got him. Hagakure yelled, attaching the cuff to Snipe. When did you dash? Hagakure beamed. There were times that she was just the slightest bit grateful for her invisibility, and this was one of them. If she could be of use, then she could distract herself from the pain of being unseen. She just hoped it was enough. All done. Rayon exclaimed, holding up the item. Toga scowled. It's not very cute, she mumbled. Well, I can only do so much without proper tools, you know, Rayon retorted, rolling her eyes. Plus, I Aveta get home. If you need anything else, let me know. Izuku turned his head away from his conversation with Ochako and nodded. The door slammed shut as Rayon left. To Ochako, Rayon was an enigma. The two of them had met very few times, but when they had, Ochako found herself learning something new every time. The first time they'd met was the day after Ochako had arrived. Rayon had stumbled into the bar a little lot tipsy looking for Kurojairi and found a crying Ochako instead. Confused but still fairly drunk, Rayon comforted Ochako, listening to her talk about how she missed her classmates. Admittedly, calling her classmates a bunch of beach butt babies who can't get their heads out of their buttes to wake up and see the heroic sunshine shining down their fing teeth that isn't actually real wasn't the best way to cheer Ochako up, but it at least got a giggle out of her. The second time they met, Rayon was probably sober. It was a mid-May morning and Ochako had been quite bored. Kurojairi went to pick up a new crate of adult juice, Shigaraki was in his room and Izuku had gone grocery shopping, leaving Ochako to her own devices. In that conversation, Ochako learned many things about Rayon. For example, she found out that Rayon was an immigrant, she was touchy about her age, her parents had died when she was 18, she studied quirk theory and principles of genetic modification for a long time in Korea, and she had an arrest record for illegal human experimentation and hacking into government computers. What are you thinking about? Izuku asked. Oh, nothing, Ochako responded, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Just how strange you all are. You're one of us, Dabi pointed out. Ochako raised an eyebrow at him. Did I FING stutter? Bakugo was fairly sure that this was the worst day of his life so far, with maybe the exception of the day he read that god-awful letter. He had woken up late, poured gone-off milk into his cereal, it tasted disgusting, forgotten his homework on his desk, and now, he was walking to Ground Gamma to fight the FING principal. What had he done to deserve that? Okay, maybe there were a few things he'd done to deserve this shitty luck. Hey, so what's the dash? Shut up, dunce face, he scowled, shoving him aside. Dude, we need a plan. Kaminari tried to reason. Bakugo ignored him. He wasn't in the mood for another shitty BSTRD to ruin his day. Let's try dash. Blasts fizzled in Bakugo's palm. I said shut up, dunce face before I blow you to bits. The gate opened. They walked into the arena, surrounded by pipes and metal slats built into an industrial labyrinth of gigantic proportions. Start. Everything was quiet, for a moment. Then, a quiet thud, followed by a slightly louder crash. Both boys turned around to find the source of the sound. Neither could until suddenly, Kaminari screamed, "What is that?" That, it turned out, was a very large metal pipe about to fall on his head. Both turned to one another, then ran. I thought the principal was a tiny little mouse. Kaminari screeched, running for dear life. You idiot, he has an intelligence quirk. Bakugo screamed, turning the corner, only to find it was clogged with rubble. He's outsmarting us. So then what do we do? Bakugo grinned evilly. We fight him. Kurojairi tapped on Izuku's shoulder. HM? What is it, Kurojairi? Our master wants to talk to you and Infinity. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You mean that dude that Shigi always talks to? Yes, him. Izuku sighed and both him and Ochako stood up. All right then. When's lunch? Ochako asked. I'm hungry. Kurojairi fought the urge to yell that he was not their babysitter, then remembered that he pretty much was and gave up. In 10 minutes. Is it more natto? Toga whined. I want pomegranates. Pomegranates are expensive, Dabi reasoned. I don't care so long as it's not fish. I'm making akazuke. You can have umebashi, furicake or shiakura with it. Complaints roused from every corner of the room until Kurojairi said, if you eat without complaints, I'll ask Rayon to bring some cake for us. Silence. What kind? Ochako asked suspiciously. Toga nodded. Strawberry roll-up cake from the bakery on Dagoba Coast. You've got yourself a deal. Izuku sighed and tugged Ochako along with him. Come on, let's get this over with. What do you mean you want to fight him? Kaminari squawked. You just said that he outsmarted us. So? That just means we'll get more points for beating him. Kaminari paused. Will we? He wasn't sure. As much as he trusted Bakugo's intelligence over his own, he had to ask if fish drink water, for God's sake. The nagging voice in the back of his mind said that fighting the exceptionally smart rodent was a FING bad idea. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Obviously. Beating a harder opponent shows that we're stronger. Kaminari groaned. Fine. They began to run back, doubts following them all the way. So, you're sure this is a dash? Just shut up and run, idiot. Bakugo yelled. The faster we get here, the more time we have to kick his butt. Left, right, left down the road and through a warehouse, the arena crumbling on all sides. Debris and rubble fell from the sky, rebar just barely missing their heads as they swerved and dodged through sprints. Hurry up you shitty dunce. Bakugo yelled. Kaminari huffed, his throat burning, trying to catch up. I'm trying. Yeah, well try harder. 1, 2, 1, 2 they ran and ran. The path ahead was much clearer, going two ways. This was a single clear stretch of tarmac. One way would lead them to escape. The other would lead them to fight. We go left, Kaminari said at the same time as Bakugo demanded to go right. Ochako and Izuku sat down, looking at the screen, blaring sound only in large purple letters. It's nice to meet you, Magician, Infinity, the voice said, his tone gentle, yet businessmanlike. I take it there is no need for introductions. No, I've heard all about you from Princess Sparkles, Izuku said boredly. There was a pause. Eventually, he cleared his throat. I assume you mean Tamura Shigaraki. Crusty McFuckhands, Izuku snarkily responded. But yeah, the same guy. Infinity stifled her laughter in the background. I wanted to talk to you about another operation against UA. I didn't know we were planning one of those, Infinity mused. I want you to gain more allies from that class. They're powerful. Anyone you had in mind? Izuku asked, tapping his nails on the table. Yes. That boy from the sports festival, the one who was chained up on the podium. Izuku couldn't stop himself from bursting out laughing, tears of mirth in his eyes. Eventually, he stopped. I'm sorry, but you want that dickhead? He seems villainous enough, he replied. You'd have a better chance of getting a talking fish on our side, Infinity deadpanned. He's so stubborn it's ridiculous. Plus, he's had his heart set on being a hero since he was a kid, even if he killed himself trying. It'll do more harm than good. Then what do you suggest? Infinity spoke up next. Our homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, told us about a possible training camp over the summer to help us develop our quirks. We could attack that. Where is it? She shrugged. He wouldn't tell us. Security breach and all that. We can ask Rayon to rifle through their emails, Izuku said. It won't be hard. And what will you do with that information? We can use this as an opportunity to learn more about some of these students, test their limits and see how the heroes are training them, Izuku suggested. Unless there's something else you want us to do. I want you to kidnap a student, he bluntly stated. Which one is most inclined to our cause? Infinity? Izuku asked. She racked her brain. To be honest, I'm not sure, she responded. There's only a couple of people who acted a bit funny after the USJ incident other than me. Who? Well, Todoroki was a bit off, he was really quiet, and Yaoyorozu too. But, they're both super strong. They'd be difficult to take at best. Well, regardless, I think our first order of business should be finding out more about this training camp. Then we'll discuss the finer details. Agreed. Izuku asked. The man behind the screen was quiet. Very well. The line went dead. On the other side, in a dark room, he stared at the screen. He missed his face. Sure, it was a vain thing to miss, seeing one's reflection, but his had been gone for too long. Seeing someone familiar was a luxury long forgotten to him. His once colorful world had become black and yellow so long ago he'd forgotten what any other color looked like. A cold hand clung onto his shoulder, a waspish grin chilling the back of his neck. You're here, I see. A voice as smooth as velvet, rich like silky chocolate laughed. The swish of a skirt grazed the ground. Who let you in? Clack-clicking heels danced on the concrete floor, long hair slicing through the sky. Who said anyone had to let me in? I just walked through the door. The voice purred in a tone of incredulity. Why are you here? To see what choices you're making. I may have left you some freedom as I pursued something else, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to interject. What opinion do you bring? He asked. The voice sighed, lounging across rows upon rows of tubes and canisters. Even after all this time, you do not trust me? Of course not, a silent finger stroked his mask. You've gone against my order several times, and as much as I appreciate chaos, you take the word to a whole new plane of bullshittery. Mocking and ridicule-full as always, it was. I do not need you here right now. The air grew stiller and more silent as the yellow mirth that surrounded the voice faded into black displeasure, murky and luring. The voice leaned over and through his ear saying, Don't be silly. You'll always need me. It faded through him, a paralyzing neurotoxin taking control. I'm the reason you continue to exist, after all, and the reason you weren't beaten all that time ago. Bakugo, maybe we should head back, Kaminari said, his breathing ragged. Bullshit, Bakugo snarled, curling his fists. We've come this far. They could see a wrecking ball tearing down the arena. You do realize we could die if that sheet hits us, right? So? He didn't understand why Kaminari was so against them fighting the principal. This battlefield was made of metal, which meant it would conduct Kaminari's electricity perfectly. Plus, Bakugo was strong. Bakugo knew he was strong. Together, they could win if they played their cards right. The only thing Bakugo couldn't get through his thick skull was that Nedzu already knew what cards they had, and could counter their every move. You do know that we'll be more likely to pass if we run, right? That's the coward's choice, Bakugo retorted, rushing forward recklessly. We will fight. The wrecking ball swung over their heads, hitting the building next to them. Bakugo grinned and rocketed upwards, aiming to get as close as possible. Kaminari looked around, trying to figure out what he should do. Sorry, Bakugo. You'll thank me later. He shouted. 1,000,000 volts, indiscriminate shock. He let the electricity crackle and roar, frying the surroundings. Sparks showered and zaps of lightning surrounded him. He was still under his wattage limit, thankfully, and hadn't quite short-circuited yet. Good. However, the wrecking ball was malfunctioning, its wires jammed and twisted, overloading. They would be out of commission for a while. He ran, only slightly ashamed to leave his teammate behind. It was bad, he knew, and he'd get marked down for it, plus Bakugo would beat him up, but fighting a guy whose quirk made him smarter than humans was a bad idea, and in this case, there was a difference between life and death. He just wasn't ready to die. Not yet. So he ran, 1-2-1, all the way to the exit, praying silently to whatever god or other eldritch horror watched over the world that Bakugo was following him. There was no time to check, No way to see if he was or not. He passed the gate. It was over in an instant. Kaminari and Bakugo pass. Oh, if only it were that simple. The final exams ended, Aoyama and Ishido failed, and Nedzu looked over the points. The failing scores went to Kirishima and Satu, Siro, who got put to sleep, Ishido and Aoyama, and the last one was yet to be decided. Both Kaminari and Bakugo passed, technically, when Kaminari passed the finishing line. However, the electric boy abandoned his teammate. On the other hand, Bakugo was close to defeating Nedzu but had refused to cooperate with his teammate, showing no teamwork skills. It was a tough decision. Only one could pass, logically, since if one passed it meant the other chose the wrong path to go down. So who lost, the path of the fighter or the path of the fleeing? He stamped the paper, wrote in his signature, and lay it to the side. It was a good thing he was smarter than humans, he thought. It meant nobody could question him. Not even when he had to push down his doubts. Summer. A beautiful time of year, where sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, shining on the wooden floor. Where little birds and butterflies perched on the windowsill and warbled for hours on end. Where people spent hours wandering the streets, looking for absolutely nothing. And, it was also apparently the time of year that every time Shigaraki stepped outside, he would burst into flames and come back inside looking very red. Well, you look like sheet, Izuku commented. Shigaraki scowled and noisily slurped his juice. Shut up. Infinity glided down the stairs, stopping to recoil as she saw the peeling, reddened abomination that was Shigaraki's crusty face. Since when did we have a lobster here? F off. Where's breakfast? Kurojire's not up yet, so when he gets up, Dabi mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Plus, what do we even have? Toga opened the fridge. Well, we have some cereal, some yogurt, butter from a few months ago, flour, water, quail eggs, half-moldy strawberries, a jar of umebashi, some suspicious-looking meat that's either chicken, pork or human. And half a pickle. Izuku frowned. I thought we had a whole pickle. What happened to the other half? Dabi guiltily looked away and slunk into the back corner, as if he knew what had happened to the pickle. He did. He had gone downstairs at 3 in the morning, eaten half of it and gone back to bed. Toga closed the fridge. I wanna eat. Well, does anyone want to wake up Kurojire? They all looked at each other, an uncomfortable tension weighing in them. Who wanted to awaken the monster? Or, we could try cooking ourselves? In a very different area of Mizurafu, Shoto Todoroki woke up in his bed, comfy, curled up like a cat. He got up, got dressed, brushed his teeth and hair, stopped in front of the mirror just long enough that the tingling sensation appeared once more before moving away, ignoring the pain that seared across his face. Oh, good morning, Shoto. His sister, Fuyumi, greeted. I didn't think you'd be up so early. Breakfast isn't ready yet. It's fine, he said, taking a seat at the table, pulling out his phone. One notification. From, unknown number. Hey, Todoroki, this is Ishido. You gave me your number so that I could text you about the class trip to the mall? Well, we're going today at 11:30, so if you want to meet us, we'll be at Tattoo and Shopping Mall, so meet us there. He blinked and looked at the time. 10, shoot, I'm out of fish. And a whole bunch of other stuff. Fuyumi muttered. I can get it, Todoroki volunteered. I was invited to go to the Tattoo and Mall today by my class anyway. Are you sure it's not too much trouble? She fretted. I can just go out now and get it. He shook his head. This would be a nice distraction. It's fine. I'll write you a list of things to buy in that case. It's not much, just a couple of necessities. She gave him the paper, 2 whole pages of it, which didn't qualify for necessities, and he put on his shoes. Stay safe. The door closed, and Shoto walked away, head filled with thoughts. Yes, this would be a great distraction from the words plaguing his mind. Kurojire didn't expect much from his charges. He expected them to treat him with basic respect, for them to leave all corpses in the compost heap, not bring in any stray animals, and for them to leave his booze and his kitchen the F alone. So, when he woke up to the smell of smoke, meat and alcohol, he knew that they were up to something, and not the good kind of something. He dressed in a bathrobe, which was technically Dabi's, but he didn't care, put on a pair of pink bunny slippers and prayed to God that the situation wouldn't be too bad. It was bad. Dabi, I don't think that's what the WikiHow meant by seer on an open flame. Infinity chastised. From his position on the floor, shirtless, with meat all over his torso, Dabi looked up at her and scoffed. Oh please, I cook like this all the time. Ew, Shigaraki said, accurately summing up all their feelings towards that. Anyway, it says that for the pancakes, we need 1 whole large egg, Toga read off, staring at the phone screen intensely. We only have tiny eggs, Izuku told her, holding up the box of quail eggs. Who the hell had bought those? So, do we add more of these, or just one? Well, according to this article, a quail egg is 9 grams and a chicken egg is 50 grams, so we can put about 5 or 6 of these in here, Infinity quoted. Izuku picked up 5, tossed them in the mixing bowl and cut another in half before putting it in, still in the shell. Are you meant to put the shell in too? Toga asked, peering into the bowl. Izuku shrugged. It doesn't say not to, he rebutted indignantly. And none of us are good at cooking. Toga did not argue, so she moved away, eyeing the strawberries. What else do we need? We have flour in here. Eggs, oh, we need sugar. I found some icing sugar and something called sanding sugar. Which one? They all looked to each other, unsure. Both, Shigaraki decided, grabbing the bags and dumping in much more than necessary. Not that anyone was complaining, they didn't know what to do. So, I think we need butter. Do we have that? It's gone off, Infinity said, wrinkling her nose and putting down the moldy butter. I don't think we should eat that. Well, what's a good replacement? My dad's used olive oil before, but he's a bad cook so I don't know if I should trust that, Infinity quipped. Found some. Toga yelled, dragging a bottle that just said oil on it in large black handwritten letters. Kurojire's handwriting. Where did you find that? Dabi asked. Cabinet. Why? Which cabinet, idiot? The one under the stairs. Why? Dabi grinned. No reason. Well, regardless, how much do we need? Tablespoon? Infinity read. I think that means tablespoons. The F is the difference between a tablespoon and a regular spoon? Shigaraki asked. I think the big one is a tablespoon, Izuku mumbled. Do we have any? Toga opened the cutlery drawer, which was extremely empty after the disaster that was Shigaraki being asked to operate the old dishwasher and promptly disintegrating the whole thing, along with the cutlery inside. Ask Shiggy. F.U., he responded, skulking away. Just put in 3 cupfuls, Izuku said. Should be roughly the same. Can I put vodka in? Asked Dabi. When nobody answered, he just poured the bottle in anyway. Well, if he gets to put vodka in, I'm adding blood. Toga declared, pouring in some that she collected the previous week. Nobody noticed. They scooped in 3 handfuls and began to stir the goopy mixture, watching as it bubbled and gurgled. Now we need a pan. Izuku grabbed the pan and plopped it down on the stove, lighting the fire underneath. Pour the batter into the pan. It sloshed violently, spilling a bit and hissing. The bits of shell crackled. Something smelled awful, like the back of an exhaust pipe mixed with a sweet shop. Sickly sweet, yet thick as tar. Do you think it'll turn out okay? Infinity asked. The fire alarm went off, blaring. I'd say there's a 100% chance we created an abomination, Izuku replied. Wanna blame Shiggy for it? Todoroki looked around. The train was packed full of people, there was barely enough room to breathe let alone stand. He was in a sea of people, drowning, suffocating, and stuck between a very grumpy man and the door. Next stop is Tatooine Central. That was his stop. The shopping mall was only a 2-minute walk away from there, just across the road and to the left. All his classmates would be there. His classmates. Ever since the final exam, they'd been acting strange around him. Todoroki knew why. It was because of how he acted after the exam finished, writhing like a baby on the floor, unable to control himself as phantom flames consumed him, a scalding membrane enveloping him, boiling him alive from the inside out. Recovery Girl had given him hard candies and sympathetic glances in the corridor. Yaoyorozu had asked him if he was well, of course he was, this wasn't a very unordinary reaction for him. Ashido, Kaminari and Kirishima had given him hugs, refusing to let him out of their constrictive grasps. Ida had told him, it is my duty as class president to ensure your well-being, so please get some rest, the second they met. Even people he didn't know well, like Hagakure, Ojiro and Koda alongside many more, were much more gentle around him. The only one who didn't change much was Bakugo, who just mumbled something about icy hot BSTRD, and not much else. Was it sympathy? Pity? Or a cruel joke to make him fall into a Venus flytrap of trust, SCKED in my honeysweet words and promises of safety? Nice try. He wasn't fooled. Ice crystals formed on the back of his palm just thinking about it. It didn't matter. He didn't care. The door opened and he got off, unperturbed by the chilly air around his body. Perhaps it was just the wind. Izuku was set off. After being discovered by Kurojire in the kitchen, they all had to clean up. They also discovered a fair bit about cooking, such as the fact that you shouldn't leave the shells on the eggs, icing sugar in pancakes is not a great idea, cooking vodka is also pretty stupid, and the oil in the cabinet under the stairs is engine oil, not olive oil. In other words, they F it up, and breakfast was nothing except half a pickle and some lumpy strawberries. The worst part of it all was that with Toga and Dabi stuck cleaning the kitchen until it was spotless, Infinity helping Kurogyuri buy some new cutlery, and Shigaraki grounded for the dishwasher incident, Izuku had to go and buy groceries. But he wasn't just having to go to the local place. Oh no. Kurogyuri had a much worse punishment in mind. Instead of a 5-minute walk down the road, Izuku had to go to the fancy supermarket with good mackerel in Tatooine Mall to buy groceries with the money he helped Dabi win online via a gambling website instead of the general grocery fund. Stupid FING. The automatic doors opened and Izuku stepped inside. "So, we'll meet back here at 1:45? Kirishima announced. Everyone mumbled some form of agreement. Then it's settled. See ya. Everyone went their separate ways, including Todoroki. Now then, where's the supermarket? Izuku took about 2 steps in before becoming overwhelmed. There were so many shelves. Alright, I need. The F is solid guacamole, an avocado? He sighed, decided not to question it, and made his way over to the fruit section where he found them quickly. Next on the list were other strange items, as well as some expensive ones. Why they needed a steak, pomegranate, 3 large mackerel, 5 meters of rope, a large tub of ice cream, lemons, salt, various sanitary products, mochi, spam, cheese in a can, etc., was beyond him. Most of this wasn't too strange, considering the people who asked for them. However, who the F put a durian on the list? Izuku seethed, his arms hurting from wheeling the heavy trolley around the grocery store. Whoever did this to him was getting bleach down their throat when he got home. Durian, in Izuku's humble opinion, was a foul-tasting piece of sheet fruit that deserved to die, along with whatever the hell a century egg is. He grumbled quietly, raking his hands through his messy hair before moving on, still not happy about having to buy such a frankly disgusting item. They were easy to find, fortunately, what with the fact that they were large, spiky and highly repugnant. He quickly made his way over and attempted to grab one, accidentally grabbing it out of a stranger's hand. "Ah, sorry about that, he started to apologize, but cut himself off as he saw who had been examining the durian. Fancy seeing you here." Todoroki was used to a lot of things. He was used to seeing his brother recreating vines in the living room, usually involving a lot of screaming or swearing that he didn't understand. He was used to seeing his sister doing her work on top of the kitchen counter as she stirred batter. He was used to being forced to train with his father for hours on end, until he was barely able to breathe and on the verge of tears. He wasn't, however, used to running into a notorious villain who attacked his entire class, saved him from a Nomu and killed Stain. Especially when that villain had bedhead, an old t-shirt with ripped jeans and worn trainers, and wasn't out for a fight. And was reaching for a durian. "You." The magician laughed. "Well, hello to you too, Todoroki. You realize I could call the police, right?" He raised an eyebrow. "Oh? For what? Buying suspicious items? I know that durian is disgusting, but since it's not for me, I don't think that qualifies as a crime." Todoroki pursed his lips. The villain was, much to his chagrin, right. There was nothing against the law about buying groceries, and nothing in the trolley looked inherently dangerous. "Just stay out of my way," he scoffed, walking away. Izuku watched as Todoroki walked away before calling out, "Can you at least tell me where to find toothpaste?" Groaning, Todoroki just muttered, "What did I do to deserve this happening to me?" before removing his head from his hands and pointing for the other teen to follow him. By the time they found the toothpaste, half an hour had passed. Apparently, Todoroki did not know his way around the grocery shop either. "Thanks." Toga ate the last of the previous tube. Todoroki gave him a wary glance, unsure of whether to be concerned or just weirded out. "Ah, sure. By the way, I meant to ask you something." "What?" "You only ever use your ice side, according to what I saw at the sports festival, at least. Why is that?" Todoroki's expression soured, the air chilling around him. "Because I will never use that shitty old man's quirk to hurt people in battle. I won't give him the satisfaction." Izuku snorted with laughter. "What? It's just that I never expected a recommendation student in the prestigious UA to be so stupid." Todoroki's fists curled. "What did you say? I mean, you seriously think that just because it comes from your father it's his?" Izuku shook his head. "I don't know what grudge you've got against your father, or why you dislike using your fire, but a quirk isn't just its origins. Your fire belongs to you, he can't control it. As if it were the most obvious thing in the world, he said, it's your quirk, not his, and just because he uses his flames to hurt others, doesn't mean you can't use to heal them." The clock struck 1. I have to get going, otherwise the lot of them will have my head. I'll see you around, Todoroki. No response. Izuku wheeled away just like nothing had happened. But Todoroki didn't move. He couldn't move. It's your quirk, not his, and just because he uses his flames to hurt others, doesn't mean you can't use yours to heal them, huh? What a stupid phrase. A lie. Bullshit. Shoto knew he was an abomination, a horrifying monster that caused everyone around him pain. It was his fault that his brother hated their father, his fault Fuyumi was always bandaging his arms and legs after training, his fault that his classmates were so wary around him, his fault that his mother was in that wretched hospital. You'll always be my hero, Shoto, and I will always love you, no matter what. He turned away. It didn't matter. Not anymore, and not ever again. Bus rides were boring. Hagakure had never liked them, always finding that there would be certain types of people who cropped up. There were, in total, 4 types, the loud ones, the pervy ones, the sleepy ones, and the law-abiding ones. Usually, Hagakure would have been the first type, chatting away with her friends, enjoying the long road ahead. But, today, she didn't feel like that. She felt lonely. Very lonely, as if she was the only person on the planet who saw herself. Maybe it was because ectoplasm forgot to give her a worksheet in class. Or because Azui accidentally stood in front of her in the lunch queue, completely skipping past the floating uniform next to her. Or because when she had gone to take a nap for a bit without telling her parents, they had thought she'd gone out for a bit and didn't wake her up for dinner. Or maybe it was all of those. She looked in the glass and nothing stared back. Breath escaped her lips, fogging up her reflection. With an imaginary finger unseeable to everyone else, she traced 2 eyes and a smile in the mist, brushing her hair off of her shoulders. What color was it? Black, brown, blonde? She'd forgotten so long ago, and out of her eyes, were they blue? Green? Did she even have eyes, or were they just a figment of her imagination? It was like she didn't exist, sometimes. Like she was nothing but a specter, a spectator, unable to fight back and be seen. For so long, she had tried so hard to be noticed, by waving her hands, acting goofy and fun, girlishly encouraging everyone with a smile in her words instead of her heart. But it didn't work. Not really. Sure, all of her classmates appreciated her as a friend, and always made an effort to include her, but somehow it always failed in one way or another. Whether it be that she'd have lunch on her own because nobody asked her to eat with them, or that they'd slip up and make a comment about how she was different, invisible, nothing, before hastily covering their tracks. It didn't matter. Eventually, they'd forget her, sooner or later, and Hagakure Toru would become a lost figure in the past, a faceless ghost, a whisper in the wind. She just wanted to be seen. So, remind me again why we have to do this? Infinity scowled, tapping her fingers on a cuff impatiently. It's ridiculous. You tell me, I feel the same, Izuku responded, gelling his hair. Do you think I want to go on a kiddie camping trip to up some student's holiday? You're the same age as us, she reminded him. Besides, it's not a holiday. According to what Rayon got us and what Aizawa said, this is a quirk enhancement training camp. We'll be up against 6 pros and a whole bunch of students. No, they'll be up against a group of highly skilled and powerful villains who are more than capable of beating the shit out of them but follow a strict moral compass. Infinity raised an eyebrow at that. Your collective moral compasses are like a FING roulette wheel. You are one of us, he reminded. She gave him a hard glare until he threw his hands in the air and walked away. Just saying. That night, in the inky darkness, unilluminated by the moon, Todoroki tried to use his flames again. It wasn't anything big, not a bonfire or a raging inferno. Just a little flame at the end of a stick. A twig. A teeny shard of wood no larger than his index finger and no smaller than his thumb. He thought it would be okay, that he would be okay. It was like lighting a match, as simple and quiet as that. Nothing more, nothing less. It would only take a few seconds. The second it lit a light, the burning started. That itching, searing sensation across his scar, down his face. The heart-wrenching cries of mother and son rattled in his eardrums, piercing his brain. Sweet sickly stenches filled his nose, sizzling, melting, crackling to life, and death. He could see her, where the twig lay in his open palm, screaming and crying, saying, "What have I done?" over and over, wailing for mercy as smoke choked her lungs. He could see Tuya, too, coated in fire. He could see his classmates, in turn, each one charring into cinders and ash before his very eyes. Ice coated the back of his hand, running up to his elbow. He crushed the flame in his palm, turning it to ice, and letting it fall in chips of cold to the ground. It was no use. He couldn't do it. No matter how hard he tried, no matter what he did, these flames only made him feel pain, see pain, smell, hear and taste pain. They refused to accept him, making him feel small, useless, unable to control himself. They made him seem like a child. Like a helpless 6-year-old boy with bandages across his face asking when his mother was coming back. But his mother was never coming back. In the morning, they prepared. Each of them had different jobs, you see, and each was as important as the last. Izuku was reviewing information about the students, the heroes and the teachers, ensuring they were ready to face such esteemed faculty. Infinity was helping him, informing him of small scraps of information that could prove useful. Kurogiri was mapping out the location alongside Mr. Compress, a recent addition to the group. They needed to know the ins and outs of this place, which would give them some tactical input. Toga was sharpening her knives and preparing her equipment with the help of Twice, which they had discovered could take a while to strap on. Dabi, along with new addition Spinner and Magna, was fetching 2 other recruits, known as Moonfish and Mustard, who had been recommended by Rayon. Rayon was chewing on some gum while preparing all other support items, including a fan with a razor-sharp edge for Infinity, tape measures for Twice and a special item for Izuku that, according to her, was for emergencies only. And Shigaraki? He was being his usual NEET-like self. Since he was the only one not going, due to an unfortunate case of sunburn as well as the fact that he wouldn't be useful in this scenario, he had sat himself down at the bar counter with a handheld console to play some video games, occasionally handing Rayon a tool or blueprint. Zuku, the thing ya asked for is finished, but don't use it unless ya ta, it's only a prototype, and chemistry ain't my forte, Rayon said, handing it to him. To anyone else, it would have looked like a small, round penny sweet. Perhaps a sherbet lemon. But, to Izuku, it was a holy grail that could dull the less than pleasant side effect of his quirk. Thanks, Rayon, it's more than enough. She smiled. Anything for ya, Zuku. Placing down the last support item, she brushed down her fishnets and picked up her jacket. I'm all done, all ya items are there. I'm going home now. Take care. The door slammed shut and Rayon left, humming a merry tune on her way out. Do you think she left some of that gum? In the darkness of his lair, All for One often wondered what the outside world looked like anymore. Sometimes, he would feel light hitting his arms, glinting off of the glass tubes and vials. Other times, chills of wind would wrap him in shivers. If the window was open, and it rained, he could even feel the droplets hit him, sliding down his skin, and for a moment he'd remember what? Today, none of those things happened. There was no light, no wind, no rain. The blinds were drawn, the windows closed and the door locked tightly shut. That meant anger or disappointment. When happy, the windows would be open and he would hear laughter, toes tapping as rhythm moved that person around the room in a swaying 1-2-1. He remembered that face. Those round, doe-like eyes, so full of eager youth and wildly insatiable curiosity as that sickly sweet voice asked him, "Are you him? Are you the one?" He remembered that voice making promises, so many promises as a gently choking hand signed their contract. By the time he realized their agreement was broken, it was too late. There was no way out, he couldn't escape. He was drowning in his mistakes, no longer waiting, and that voice, that black and yellow hand guiding the strings that strung him along in the first place, was the cinderblock tied to his ankle that refused to let go. The door opened and shut almost immediately after. He could hear muted footsteps. "No heels today? You're back so soon?" A scoff, indignant. "Do you blame me for wanting to come to check on you so soon? After he called me, I was very worried. He said you haven't been yourself lately." He could feel her grin of gold-plated malice spreading. "Although, you don't have much of a self to be, do you?" "Look who's talking," he responded. Sour eyes narrowed, the room growing darker. "At least I've kept my sanity mostly intact, you piece of shit. I'm not the one wasting away beneath a mask and life support machines, so who do you think has a self, you or me?" The yellow disappeared, turning to black. The footsteps vanished and he was alone. Sometimes, he thought, it's better to be alone. Izuku checked the hidden seams of his jacket, feeling to ensure his handgun was safe, as well as a few hidden knives and a roll of capture tape, just in case. All secure. Someone knocked on his door. "It's open, come in," he said. The door opened to reveal Ochako, all dressed up, holding her fan. She glided in, over to the bed, and sat down. "You okay?" She shook her head. "I'm scared." He frowned. "Scared? What if they don't recognize me? Or what if they hate me for leaving?" Oh. So that was the problem. This was the first time she would see her classmates. She was scared of what her friends might think of her, now that she was on the opposing side. "You know, you don't have to go," he whispered, looking her in the eyes. "You can stay behind with Krusty." She snorted with laughter. "No. This is something I have to do for myself. I have to move on, and to do that, I need to see them again. There was a moment of silence before Izuku spoke to her again. You know, I never said goodbye to my mother. Not properly, at least. I think you mentioned it. Why? I get why you want to go. You want to make sure nothing holds you back in the future, because right now you're still scared. I just don't want them to see me as their enemy. Then we'll just have to hope they see through the heroes themselves. It's not our place to force opinions on them. She smiled sadly. Yeah. Feel better? She nodded and stood up, hovering just above the ground. Yeah. Thanks for that. No problem. Happy to help and all that shit. She left, and the door closed behind her. As he wore his jacket, buttoning it, he couldn't help but think how much she'd grown since they'd met. No longer did she tremble and shake in the face of fear as she squared up, but instead she now looked it in the eye and made it bow to her. A test of courage? Mandalay nodded. Exactly right. You'll be facing off, class against class. One class will be the scarers, one will have to walk through. Once all of the first class go through, we'll swap over, Pixie Bob continued. The scarers will be using their quirks to scare the other class. No making physical contact. The walkers will go in pairs around the track, meeting me at the halfway point to pick up signs with their names on them. That way, we'll tell which class got the most people around. Ragdoll laughed as she spoke. Ashido cheered, jumping up and down with Shiro, Kirishima, and Kaminari. However, said Aizawa, looping his capture tape around the excitable three, the remedial course will be continuing since you need to catch up. They all looked at their teacher. You've got to be kidding me. He dragged them away, their cries of misery drowned out as they moved further and further away. Class B will be starting as the scarers, which means Class A will be walking through first. Your partners have been picked for you. The partners were as follows. 1. Tokoyami and Shoji. 2. Bakugo and Todoroki. 3. Jiro and Ojiro. 4. Yaoyorozu and Hagakure. 5. Mineta and Ida. 6. Azui and Koda. So, ready to scare? On the top of a cliffside over sloping swathes of trees and hillside, 12 villains watched and waited. You ready? Izuku called out, the wind blowing his coattails. Those who stood beside and behind him grinned. They knew their answer. Let's do this. One cheered. We'll pummel them into the ground, yelled another. I'll make all the cuties bleed. Toga giggled, waving her knife around. Izuku turned to Infinity. Do you want to do the honors? She looked down and bit her lip. But what if I hurt one of my friends? Then I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Promise? He looked her in the eyes and smiled, well, more of a smirk, but who cared? Promise. She closed her eyes and clenched her fists. Cracks and fissures appeared in the side of the cliff and it burst, rocks floating to her. Dabi cast out blue flames, lighting each piece on fire. Improvised special move, she opened her eyes and swept her hand forwards, shooting meteor shower. As the flaming rocks hit the forest, and echoing cries rose with the flames, green sparks of electricity crackled around the magician. He ignored the taste of blood on the back of his throat and tapped his cane on the ground. Looks like it's time for round 2, heroes. He smiled. Let's play, shall we? When the meteors hit the forest, everything went up in flames. Trees, flowers, leaves. Nothing was left unscathed, and no one. Shrieks rose among the clouds of Mustard's lilac smoke, cries of pain and fear. She, Hagakure Toru, had been right at the epicenter of it. The teachers had asked her and Yaoyorozu to go in a bit sooner than planned, and she had complied, not wanting to be useless as usual. If only she knew what would happen, that her perfectly innocent school trip would become the site of a massacre, a turning point in the history of heroics and the already dubious ethics of UA's administration. The cobalt flames rising high above her head would not be the last she'd ever see, the last any of them would ever see. Kodai! Kendo shrieked somewhere in the distance. Come on, stay with me. We need to get out of here, Kendo, Hananuki ordered. Come on, this way. More people could be in there, Hagakure realized. Someone needs to go check that they are all safe, that nobody gets left behind. But, that somebody might get hurt. If that somebody was seen by villains, they'd likely get killed, or at the very least badly injured. Whoever went in would have to go unnoticed, become invisible to the enemies. Yaoyorozu, can you make masks? She asked. Mildly confused, yet compliant, Yaoyorozu created 2 with her quirk, strapping one on her face and handing the other to Hagakure. I need a couple more. Why? She made them anyway. Get out of here. There's probably more of Class B in there, and some of our classmates too. Someone needs to get to them. That's way too dangerous. Yamamo said. That gas is poisonous. Which is why they need these masks. I'm invisible, the villains who caused this won't see me. Yaoyorozu bit her lip and produced more masks, along with a bag. Fine. Put the masks in here, they'll be easier to carry that way. Stay safe. With that, Yaoyorozu fled, carrying another few masks herself to give to those in the further vicinity. Well, Hagakure thought as she stepped into the smoke, leaving a tank top and shorts behind, who would be better to go than someone that nobody would miss? Atop the cliffside, looking down at the decimated forest, Kota was terrified. He was here, with his auntie, surrounded by idiots, future heroes, who wanted to fulfill their dreams and were here to train. It was supposed to be fun. A nice stay away from the city and all the baddies his auntie and her friends fought, people like the man who killed his parents. But this wasn't fun. It wasn't nice. It wasn't a cozy little camping trip where they were safe in a little bubble out in the wilderness. It was terrifying. Well, 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 look what we have here, a deep voice chuckled. Shuddering footsteps hit the ground. Trembling, Kota turned around to see a cloaked figure, a man, large in stature and size, with a mask covering his face. A pipsqueak. You're not on the list. Kota shrank back in fear. Nice hat. With a large hand, he removed his mask, revealing a whirring mechanical eye staring right through him. Trade it for this mask? Kota, scared enough to be unable to think anymore, began to run, hoping his auntie was still down there, still okay. Still able to help. Still able to be a hero. But the villain was faster, stronger, and not a stubby 6-year-old. The fight was over before it even started, as that hand closed in on Kota's face. He remembered. The hero duo Water Hose was tragically killed by a villain today. If you see this man, please call the authorities. He was the one displayed on the news next to them. He was the one who lay his mama and papa to rest in empty graves. He was the one who made them heroes. He was the one who made Kota all alone. But, as Kota froze in fear and the man's sickening grin came closer and closer, a voice broke through. What on earth are you doing, Muscular? When Izuku first saw Muscular, he didn't like the man. Muscular was arrogant, violent, proud and brash, always punching his way through problems, much like another angry blonde Izuku knew. However, Rayon had promised that he was useful, and considering that his eye was her handiwork, and something as intricate as that would never be given to anyone she didn't take interest in, he was inclined to believe her. After all, Rayon Park may have been a little crazy, completely moralless and blunt to the point where it was quite rude, but she was at the very least honest, and an excellent judge of character. However, seeing the guy attempt to murder a 6-year-old civilian, Izuku was beginning to doubt her judgment in this case. What on earth are you doing, Muscular? He asked, arms folded and eyebrows raised. I thought my instructions were clear. This kid isn't on the list, Muscular said as if that redeemed his actions. So you thought it would be alright to kill a defenseless child? Well, Izuku narrowed his eyes. Think again. Either drop it and go to your job, or you'll be dealing with me next. Muscular grinned. Oh yeah? And what are you going to do? Hit me with your stick? Izuku unsheathed the blade just a little bit, just enough to show Muscular just how lethal a weapon it was. Maybe I will, he resheathed the sword. Or maybe, he pulled out his handgun from the pocket in the side and spun it in his hand before pointing it at Muscular. I'll do much worse. Muscular grinned. I'd like to see you try, Pipsqueak. Izuku sighed. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. He looked over at Kota, still sniveling and sobbing. Kid, you might want to cover your eyes and ears for this part. I'm going to teach this fuckface a lesson. Kota, terrified out of his mind, complied, crouching and plugging his ears with shut eyes. Now then, time to show you what I mean about getting serious. When he was younger, when he was whole, all for one loved lemons. The citrusy, tart smell, the bitter taste, the sour yet somehow intangibly sweet aftertaste, he loved it all. You are a fool for thinking that this was a good idea, the voice spat, nails raking themselves across his mask. An imbecile. And yet you gave them soldiers for this battle, he retaliated, keeping an even tone. Using emotion with that presence listening was never a good idea. In those wretched, scheming hands, any emotion was putty, moldable into a shield, a sword, or whatever else could be used against another person. True. However, need I remind you what I said? You have one final chance, and I will aid this final chance in ways that will not affect the outcome. If you succeed, then you will have won my trust, and I will let you continue this operation as you see fit. But if you fail, as I'm sure you will, then you will have lost all worth, and you will not like the consequences. A lemon-scented ghost floated through him, gripping his life between bitter fingers. Do I make myself clear? Yes. He was let go, and the clicking of heels on the ground left a bad taste in his mouth. Don't forget, I am the reason you made it this far, and although you have provided me with some useful data, I can make any number of subjects like you. The door locked behind him and the clack-click went away. When he was younger, all for one loved lemons. Now? Now they were just a bitter reminder of the past, ever present, and he couldn't help but hate them. Emerald energy crackled at Izuku's fingertips as he pulled the trigger on his gun. The bullet flew, slicing through the air, straight towards Muscular. But it wasn't aimed for his head, or his heart or any other parts thought of as essential, typically. It was aimed for his eye, the real one. Then it hit. Muscular screamed in pain, falling to the floor and clutching his eye. The world was quickly becoming a crimson and black smudge, clouded by metal and agony. A bright red hand bent down and plucked the false eye from Muscular's face, pocketing it swiftly. I'll be giving this back to Rayon. She can probably sell it for a decent price, or at the very least use it for parts. What have you done, you moron? The big man wailed, his empty sockets pooling with blood. Kota, who had peeked at the action very slightly, recoiled. It was a horrifying sight. You took my eyes. You didn't deserve them, only using them to look down on others. So I took them away. You bstrd, I'll kill you. Dangerous flashes of light hissed and sizzled around Izuku. Oh? You will? But you can't even see me. Enraged, Muscular roared and lunged, jumping up to strike this stupid brat into the ground from whence he came. But, no SCK luck. Or, rather, Muscular was not on the favorable side of the coin, and he didn't even notice until it was too late. Before he even knew it, the magician unsheathed his blade and moved it straight through Muscular, right through his heart, as if Lady Luck herself were guiding the blade. As soon as the sword was removed, he bled out within minutes. Once his blade was resheathed, Izuku coughed and hacked loudly. Blood. He could taste it in his mouth, on his lips. Sheet, he'd overdone it a little. No matter. He wiped away any on his face and skin with a napkin and left the rest on the blood. Kota whispered, he's dead. Yeah, that he is, Izuku replied, voice a little raspy. That'll happen when you stab someone through the heart and shoot them in the eye. You helped me. I did. Why? Wasn't he your friend? Izuku almost laughed at that, then remembered that children and dark humor probably don't mix well. Nah. He's just some goon. I didn't want him here, and child murder is never something I condone. Thank you, Kota mumbled. He was scary. He was, wasn't he? Izuku helped the little boy to his feet. Now then, kid, what's your name, and where are your parents? They're dead, he said, extremely plainly before pointing to Muscular's bloody corpse. He killed them. Ah, now Izuku understood the extreme reactions both sides took. My auntie's down there, in the forest. All right, I'll get you back to your auntie. What's her name? Shino Sosaki. Her hero name? Manda. Mandalay. Mandley, or something. Mandalay? Yeah. Izuku picked up Kota and hoisted the kid onto his back. All right, hold on tight, kid. You're pretty shaken up, so rest there. I'll drop you off at your campsite and be on my way. And so they were. Todoroki wasn't having a fun time. At first, it had just been the fire reminding him of Tuya, of his dad, of his scar and the kettle, and that had been enough to leave him a quivering mess. But then the dickhead in the straitjacket with FING knife teeth decided to attack them, and now? Now he was said. Why won't this guy just FING quit already? Bakugo growled, heading in with another explosion. Todoroki didn't grace him with a response, instead letting off another wave of ice which was easily crushed by the knives. They said I could have flesh once the job was done. But not from them. So unfair. They deprived me of my prize. He wailed, admittedly unclearly. Oh, great. So they were fighting an insane cannibal in a straitjacket with knife teeth who wanted to eat them. Just FING peachy. Let's just get this over with, Todoroki muttered bitterly. He was getting cold and this forest was slowly but surely turning into some kind of nightmarish wonderland freakshow of all his most deeply rooted fears. When Aizawa agreed to chaperone a training camp, the most he expected was a few broken bones, maybe a forest fire. Nothing difficult, or dangerous. That all flew right out of the metaphorical window. The second flaming rock rained down on the forest and set the area alight, and suddenly, instead of making sure the marshmallows were ready for the campfire, he was racing back to base, praying that his students were alive. Then, he saw a racing blur of crimson and green dash in his direction. Aizawa stopped, and so did the blur, coming into focus as a certain young villain. Eraserhead, take this, he said. Close up, the magician was a lot less scary than the shadows in Aizawa's nightmares. Short, wide-eyed and with a child on his back and blood on his hands, the boy looked scared, if anything. Scared and yet hiding it behind a farce of false confidence. Aizawa, out of habit, grabbed his capture weapon. Sensing the threat at hand, the magician put his hands up. I'm not here to hurt you, for now, or kill you. I'm just returning the kid. I found him at the top of the cliffs. Wouldn't want to let an innocent kid die. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and let down his weapon, picking up Kota. And so attacking this camp is different? He looked away. This wasn't my choice, I'm here on official orders from the boss. Just be glad I'm the one running this operation though, or right now, your precious students could all be dead in a ditch. Eraserhead was about to ask who this boss was, why the magician was so sure anyone else would leave them all dead, why he had no choice, then realized that as he had wondered, the boy in question had vanished into thin air, leaving only a scrap of paper with a scrawled note behind. On authority of Shota Aizawa, all students are allowed to use their quirks to engage in combat with villains they encounter. I repeat, all students may engage in self-defensive combat with villains. On the other side of the forest, two girls came into contact. One with a frog-like appearance and verdant hair in a slick bow, the other barely touching the ground with the tips of her toes, swathed in a dark cloak. A hero to be and a fallen ray of hope. Uraraka? Azui asked weakly, barely able to believe her eyes. Is that really you?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.